right, friends. Welcome to yet another episode of the Indiana Jones podcast, where we're talking all about the latest adventure, Dial of Destiny, and a comic, The Fate of Atlantis, because all we do now is talk about Indiana Jones. That's all the show is. We are, of course, the Fake Nerd Podcast. It is episode 334. I am Sparks Whitty, and I am joined by Ryan Eliopoulos.
Hello, I'm here to whip. Nope, I'm out. Goodbye. Lost it. Hey, I'm Ryan Eliopoulos. Happy to be here.
Brandon T. McClure.
Hello, I'm very excited to be a guest host on the Indiana Jones official podcast.
Yes, absolutely. The guest.
Yeah.
And of course, Ben Magnet is here.
I'm just gonna say I didn't start the fire.
No, you did not. In fact, that was Ben's variant sitting over here to my right, paying off a years-old joke.
I was so happy.
The Loki fans remember.
And Ben still doesn't get it.
I look down and I see Ben's variant. I'm like, what the? I'm not. Nope. Dude, it's one of those things where I'm like, do not engage.
Because Ben hasn't watched that episode he was not on.
The fact you haven't seen it makes it so much better.
I was thinking about this the moment you texted me that Xander would be on, and I was thinking to myself, oh man, would he do it? And the answer was yes, and I'm ecstatic for it.
Yes, of course. This is friend of the podcast, Xander Hake, joining us for today's discussions.
I'm a friend.
It's true.
Yeah, Xander, welcome to the podcast. This is an exciting week. Did you watch the movie? Doesn't matter. You're going to be here anyway.
But I did also watch the movie. If that helps. Anyway,
it doesn't. In fact, I kind of wish you didn't.
Oh,
it was gonna be one.
No,
of those,
it'd be more fun.
Hey,
It'd be funnier.
It's like, did you watch the movie? No, too bad. You're stuck with us.
You're still reviewing it like you did. That's fun. That's
just throughout the whole. It's like, I guess this happened.
Yeah, that was my favorite part.
Hey, how crazy was it when the Sir King Arthur just showed up out of nowhere?
Oh, I read that comment.
Okay, so
spoilers for Dial of Destiny right off the gate. Sorry, friends.
Excalibur.
Okay, so guys, hi, it's links time. We have quite a few links in the description, so I just want to kind of like get right into it. Sparks was being wonderful, putting in some links in the description. Well, I did the links. Doesn't matter. The WGA strike is there. We're going to be talking about it some more this week. So the link is still there. As long as they're on strike, that link is going to be there. I have actually made sure that it will never be taken off. So yeah, that's fun. Google Docs is fun.
Nice.
So I'll never forget. So guys, remember a long time ago, we did a Mike's Impossible Movie Trivia Challenge for the film Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I remember winning that one.
I remember you winning that one too. That's back, guys. It's back. It's back. It is up in the description. It is up on YouTube. It is back on the audio feeds. You can watch it. You can listen to it. There's no visual component to it. It's just kind of an image. But you know what? Hey, man, it's there.
That was audio only.
We weren't doing video yet.
Feels interesting.
Yeah. I believe we did that in my studio apartment.
Right. Man, time is a lake.
Man, that was a long time ago. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
But not in a galaxy far, far away.
No, not yet.
So yeah, so that's in the description, guys. It's back. It's exciting. It's fun. I lose, which is embarrassing now, but it wasn't then. Okay. My CBR work is linked below. There's actually quite a few links there's actually quite a few articles that went up for CBR this week. They finally caught up to my stuff. Specifically, there are Indiana Jones articles if you're interested in kind of seeing how Indiana Jones was ranked on Rotten Tomatoes, or my personal picks for adventure films that are like Indiana Jones. You know, films like Adventures of Tintin or The Mummy. I think I put not Prince of Egypt, The Road to El Dorado. Which is a film I really love. So you want some Rex? I got some Rex. Ryan and Sparks, you guys did what's it called? A Steam Next Fest.
Demos.
It's true.
Yeah.
Every word.
Demos.
Yes. Steam Next Fest demos.
Both parts are up now. Would you like to talk about those?
Yeah.
I was about to say no. But yes, I would love to. Yes.
we can talk about them a little.
Absolutely.
So it's Ebenezer in the Invisible World, On Guard, Viewfinder, Thirsty Suitors.
Yep. You got it.
Leica, Age Through Blood.
Yeah.
Stray Gods.
Yes.
And Little Kitty Big City.
Yep.
And
You're climbing shit.
There's
You're
Toussaint.
There you go.
Wow.
8. We played 8 demos.
Yes.
We alternated back and forth, split into 2 parts. Great time. Variety of different games, all of them indie.
All quality.
All quality. Again, like one's a climbing game, one's like a Scott Pilgrim dating simulator, like one's a Metroidvania where you're on a motorcycle as a wolf. Awesome.
Brandon, have you watched any of this yet?
I've started watching a little bit. I watched the Ebenezer one so far.
Okay, nice. When you get to Toussaint, it's very funny because the opening of the game defines the word. It's a French word and what it means. And it completely, like, you hear Ryan and I both go, oh, that's what this game is.
It's really, it's a really, that one is a really cool game. It's very meditative. You're just like climbing. It's really cool. And it's like world building as you climb too. It's really cool. A lot of really cool stuff.
Have you seen any of these games we just listed?
I really like On Guard.
Yes!
On Guard is awesome.
That
It
felt
is-
so good to play.
Yes, it is 100% like at the top of that list for me, or near the top. The combat, the being able to hit so much like objects around and use the environment.
Environmental stuff,
Yeah, environmental stuff in a kind of like Sekiro type, parry
Yes.
game is an interesting idea, and it works.
Yeah.
It flows so well.
Yeah, it's like every game becomes Dark Souls after a while, I feel like, but it's like not as hard, but it's still challenging. But like it is like I played it before you did just to try it out, but man, it feels so good. That is definitely that's a winner right there.
And I think you're gonna like On Guard.
Oh yeah,
You can tell they put in a lot of work.
And real quick, Thirsty Suitors, right up your alley.
Oh,
that's a good one. They're all good. Everyone's a banger.
I feel compelled to mention that this is the first week that Ben is not in the description.
Oh.
He
No D and
he
Dark.
did
True.
no D and
No.
Dark, no Grayson Live, no,
No.
Base One Arcade pause menu.
No.
Slacking.
Years.
Of course I'm kidding. Of
Years
course
of
I'm
work,
kidding.
Ben. Look at this. Good job, bro. Happy you got to have some time.
This week, so our upcoming episode for D and Dark, the episode that should be coming out this upcoming Wednesday, is when the party is separated because the last time what happened, we all entered the ethereal plane, but did we?
Dun,
You have to
dun,
find.
dun.
Yeah, so because what our DM did is that he separated all 6 of us, or all of us, so we can have a little mini adventure, and then we're gonna be doing some more stuff. But I will say a little bit of inside baseball. As of today, we recorded the mid-season finale, and y'all, you ain't ready for it.
Holy
I
shit.
heard Grayson had to eat his feelings.
30-ish episodes in, and you just hit mid-season. I love it. I'm so into that.
I mean,
Yeah.
I didn't know that we were doing the mid-season finale, but because in our Discord, it's like, yeah, we're gonna be doing the mid-season. Because we recorded it yesterday and today, and I'm like, oh, and even during today's session, I'm like, oh man, shit's going down. I know I say that, but this one time it is like, oh, it cranked to 11. But we still got some great episodes coming up. So I'm really looking forward for you guys to listen to them.
Contextually, D and Dark is a.
yeah.
Do you know what it's about?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Do you listen?
A little bit.
Listening?
I'm like 4 or 5 episodes in.
Ooh,
Great. No
okay.
spoilers here.
No spoilers here.
Cool. Well, then I'll talk about Fake Nerds Watch for Star Trek Strange New Worlds episode 2 at Astra Spera. I forgot the middle word.
Paraspera.
Paraspera. Yeah, that was the so last week's episode, not the week that just passed. Really fun discussion. I really like talking about that episode with you guys, and I'm really excited to talk about this week's episode.
Yeah. Yeah.
Agreed.
Cool. Then let's do Fake Nerd Cinephiles. Mission Impossible 3 and 4 is in the description below. We've talked about those films. Next week, the reason why I'm bringing it up mostly is because next week we're going back to the Mission Impossible films with 5 and 6.
This is now, as we are closing our official Indiana Jones podcast, we are opening our official Mission Impossible podcast.
I'm just glad I could.
Dead Reckoning is around the corner.
I am just glad that I could finally say to Brandon that I have finally seen all the Mission Impossible films. And every time when I mention about not seeing the Mission Impossible films, he will not give me this look of,
I just think you'd like them.
No, I do like them.
Yeah, you hit 4, Ben, and you were like, this is some good shit.
And then finally, Miscellaneous has returned for a second episode of the Indiana Jones series I'm doing with Sparks, where I talk about the mythological artifacts that inspire the films. The second episode is featuring the Sankara stones, which kind of operates as more of a investigative journalism episode, because I'm piecing together like some of the kind of where the hell they came from, because they're not actually mythological artifacts that exist or quote unquote exist.
They butchered them up a lot.
What did you say?
They butchered them up a lot, is what you're trying to say.
So there's a lot of kind of inspirations that could have gone into it, and that's what the episode is about. Kind of like looking at some of the dialogue and things, and being like, "Oh, this is where they picked this. This is where they picked that. This is where they." So there's a lot of fun coming up. The Holy Grail. If I could never finish that. That's all the links, though. All of them are not all of them, but like, hey guys, the audio and the video versions are linked below for where they are available. So please check them out in your preferred podcast platform of choice. Who wants to go first?
I will.
Their week. Okay, Ben.
There's really only one major thing I want to talk about that I was experiencing this week. And no, it's not Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, although I did play a little bit of that. But that's besides the point. I want to talk about a band called Fall Out Boy. And I want to talk about a cover of a song that they made. And man, that song has been on repeat in my car ever since that shit dropped earlier this week. They covered Billy Joel's We Didn't Start the Fire, but they, instead of like the original song, which is major news events that happened from, say, 1940 something to 1980 whatever, it was specifically from 1989 to 2023, and holy
I want to pause you real quickly. It's the Cold War. It's not the 1940s. It's the Cold War.
Oh, Cold War. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
That's what the original song is about, the Cold War.
Thank you. It's the Cold War. But guys, you all heard the song, right?
No,
I've heard some of the song. I've not heard the song all the way through.
I've seen some discourse.
I've heard enough of it. It's fine.
I don't know what happened.
It's just hey, have you heard Billy Joel's We Didn't Start the Fire before?
Yeah.
What if Cold?
what if Cold?
Now you're just getting aggressive.
I don't dislike it that much. I just forgot the name. Imagine that song, but Fall Out Boy sang it. There you go.
And
Okay.
it updated the event.
Updated the events.
Yeah, I mean it's like the same cadence, so it's
right. Yeah. It sounds like it would be
Hey,
good.
you know what? But I'm glad that Ben's talking about it because he's in his F this government phase, and I'm supporting it.
Absolutely.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Specifically this week. You're absolutely right, Ben.
Yeah.
Screw.
Yeah. Especially this week after I found out the news. I was at the gym when the Supreme Court decided to come out and straighten their stuff, and I'm like,
quoting
fuck the Supreme
Court. Quoting a tweet author I don't remember the name of. I've seen Crunchwraps more supreme than this court.
That's a good one. But yeah, the reason why I want to bring up the Fall Out Boy version of We Didn't Start the Fire is that obviously the original Billy Joel song is a timeless classic. Brandon, why are you laughing so hard?
I did it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ben. We're listening.
Is because when you listen to the original one, especially because I have listened to the original one quite a few times, it's a really good song, and I'm like, man, I wonder. Part of me has felt or wondered what it would have been like to be alive and listen to that song and be like, oh yeah, I remember that. I remember all the news events that that song talks about, and listening to this version, just like, holy crap. Yeah. Like when Kurt Cobain died, I remember learning about when Kurt Cobain passed away. Like when Pokemon first came on the scene, I remember that. I remember Michael Jackson, when Michael Jordan came out, both twice.
Yeah.
When he was 23 and 45. I remember watching the 96 NBA final where they beat the Utah Jazz. Just listening to the song is like, holy shit, we went through
Ben,
a lot of
do you know
stuff.
why you love this song? I swear this isn't a knock. It's because you're a nostalgia bitch. And you just said a minute of I remember. And there's nothing wrong with that, but that's literally that's what that song was, and that's what this song is. So like I just think it's a pop jam, but like I heard it like again, I haven't listened to it all the way through, but I'm like, yeah, I do remember all that stuff, but like I don't need to listen to a song of all the current events that I lived through. That's personally me. That's just me. I don't want to wonder.
I kind of wonder like what is the difference there, because I know we didn't live through the Cold War, so listening to the original We Didn't Start the Fire doesn't have the same effect as someone who did live through the Cold War. But I wonder what made that song such a cultural hit that the Fall Out Boy one hasn't, as of now, from what I've seen, hasn't really hit. And as Ryan said, there are actually a lot of people that I've seen echo Ryan's statement, like, I don't want to listen to this version. I don't think this version works.
It's also because Billy Joel is an incredible artist, and Fall Out Boy is too, but like Fall Out Boy is not the Fall Out Boy they used to be, in my opinion. And Billy Joel, when he released that song, was at like the height of his career. So like I think they're also just very different things. And that is a remake. This is a remake, reimagining of a song that already exists instead of being a brand new thing as well. So there's just a lot of factors for me, and I'm just like, yeah, it's a cool song. It's cool. I love it. Love that it exists.
I like the idea of updating to the events. I do think that there's an amount of compared to the original, right? Like we are so much more in each other's engagements about what's happening, especially in what's been happening to us as a generation.
Yeah.
That this is all so much more prescient of mine. So like it's not as oh my God, yeah, that's a lot of things feeling as it would be to that generation as
that's
much.
True.
Yeah. But I still think it's cool to I do think it's cool to bring it around and be like, hey, here's an update, guys.
Yeah.
I think also it's kind of like a bit of a reminder of all the shit we went through from 89 to today. I mean, not to
what Sparks was saying.
Yeah, not to knock the original, because obviously the original one, there was a lot of major world-changing events, and the same with this one. So,
and not to fill a 4-minute song.
Yeah,
it's true.
enough to fill 4 minutes. I mean, I freaking love it. I love the new version. So,
I'm very happy that you do.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna listen to it.
Probably it'll show up.
Yeah.
Ben, is that all? That's all?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we had a really cool, fun game night last night. That was fun.
I was going to bring that up. I was going to say we played Heroes of Arcadia last night.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun.
Heroes of Arcadia, yeah.
Sparks or Ryan, you guys want to go next?
You can go. You
yeah, sure. No, yeah. We did a fun game night last night. We played that. We played Bang and Werewolf.
One little thing about Bang, I finally learned why they call it spaghetti westerns.
Yes, that's true.
Baby.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
That was fun. I'm a Strange New Worlds. We did it. You mentioned it's there. Conversation. Please go check it out. Secret Invasion. At some point we will be talking about it again, so I'm not going to say a lot here. But I watched the episode. I liked the second episode far more than the first one. I'll say that. Significantly. So, for me, we just watched the first episode of The Bear. These guys have seen it. I haven't, and so I was like, wow, it's cool. I like it. It's a good first episode. I'm not deep in it yet, so it's it's a good first episode.
They're 30-minute episodes too, yeah.
And then the only other two things I'll spotlight is I went and saw The Little Mermaid, and I like a lot of things in it. Pretty much anything that doesn't have a talking animal, I like. And I'm not trying to be kind of a dickhole with that. I think it's not just that I don't like the look of them. I don't. It's that I don't think Awkwafina or Daveed Diggs were good choices for these characters.
Not even Daveed?
I like Daveed Diggs. What he is doing an impression of the actor who voiced Sebastian rather than doing a Jamaican accent. So his accent is terrible. And in a film where you are seeing multiple real life humans have Jamaican accents that sound good because they're good at them.
Got it.
You kind of go, why is Daveed Diggs playing Sebastian? And like some people have pushed back, like, well, just have Daveed Diggs not do an accent. And I'm like, actually, that functionally makes less sense now if you are placing it in those islands, which is what they do, and I think is very smart. Melissa
Real
McCarthy,
quick, it looks like in the video, it looks like you're wearing Indiana Jones' hat.
I know, it's like a little tiny thing sitting on my head.
Very cute.
Melissa McCarthy kills it, like just absolutely eats it. It's one of my favorite things I've seen her do because she is just translating Pat Carroll's performance as Ursula to live action, with a little bit of her own stuff added in, but not a lot. Mostly it's just like completely capturing one-to-one Pat Carroll's performance. But the thing is that she's like nailing it. She's bringing what they created out of her voice into animation and then bringing it out into live action and like selling it, completely selling it. She was such a joy to watch. I think they did a great job realizing her. And Halle Bailey is very good. Like, I think she's very good. Otherwise, though, when the talking animals get involved, it just sucks all the good stuff out of it. It's like, it's actually kind of better if it was just a story about mer people. You gotta lose the kiss the girl sequence, but you know, whatever.
You know, Sparks, I was actually curious, how'd you feel about The Little Mermaid in the movie?
I thought that was fine. It didn't bother me. Oh, okay. You know what? I'll say this. I really like, there's this thing that Shrek the Musical does, where Fiona and Shrek have a song. I like really don't like that stage musical. I think it's very bad, and it like misses a lot of because it's regurgitating so much of the script is regurgitating the jokes from the movie, but the actors are always trying to land it differently. It never works.
Except for the Farquaad song.
Yes, there's a lot of
awesome song.
Here's the thing, and like I'm about to say another song that I think is very good about it, but the majority of the script is just like
word for word.
They didn't do enough new jokes.
Yes.
And it's trying to catch the jokes. And like the biggest problem is that the actors that I've seen in the recorded version, when I've seen it live, it's always them trying to like, if I put the inflection somewhere else, it'll be more mine. And I'm like, no, you just missed the joke.
Yeah.
And that happens all the time. Anyway, the point being, there's this song where it's about Shrek and Fiona both kind of learning that they were both emotionally and physically abandoned by their parents, because of her being locked in a tower and the way that Shrek's parents, with this history they've given him, has been treated. And the fact that like that's the thing that brings them together, that starts how they're like, oh, you're like someone I can connect with, is really pretty. And I think a really good choice that makes their relationship foundationally strong.
Mm-hmm.
In The Little Mermaid, they do a similar thing where while Ariel has been collecting all this stuff about the human world, Eric has been going on adventures across the sea and collecting treasures from around the world, and specifically from inside the sea, because he's so fascinated with it. And he thinks there's so much to learn from going across the ocean and enjoying the things in the sea. So he has this vast collection. He's a guy who wants to explore all these things and appreciates all of it. And so they immediately start connecting off that.
They have common interests.
Right. They have a common hobby. And like it brings them closer together. It immediately makes this like stronger foundation that she has things she can teach him that he's interested in, and he has things he can teach her that she's interested in. And it really, really works for me. I think it's a really smart idea.
Right on.
Mm-hmm. Now I'm going to talk about a not as good movie called Ghosted.
I'm glad. I'm sorry. When you asked me to watch it, and I was like, I'd rather.
Dude, that's why I in parentheses was like, you do not have to.
That was really funny. That was really funny.
I was like, I feel like I want you to know you're included.
Yeah, no,
but like
I appreciate it.
Could I opt out of this? I probably would have.
No, I appreciate it.
Here's the thing.
I really like the Chris Evans Ana de Armas movie.
Have you seen a trailer for this?
No.
Okay, it's a Chris Evans Ana de Armas Apple TV movie, and it's basically the bit is that she is the spy and he is kind of the goofball civilian.
Got it.
Okay, now that could work, and Chris Evans is trying very hard to make it work. And there's some very funny bits. Like, honestly, in context in the movie, there's this bit where they tumble down a hill and he's like, I swallowed a rock. It plays really, really well. He is funny, and Ana de Armas is just not really given a lot of personality. But the problem is that, like, I can't tell you if it's a performance issue or a script issue or both, but these characters don't like each other. And we're supposed to believe that they're falling in love. And they don't like each other at all.
Is it a thing where like it's supposed to be like like they're bickering, but how like people in love bicker, but like it's not done well.
He does such a bad job of not reading that she's flirting with him, where he actively like pisses her off in the beginning, and then someone's like, she was flirting with you, and he tries to go make up for it, and I'm like, she has absolutely zero reason to go get a coffee with you now, my friend.
Yeah.
And she does it, and it's like, this makes no sense other than you're forcing it
then
to happen.
It's the movie has to happen. Yeah.
So like they didn't do enough with the script to justify it. Now, because I've said that, I don't think you're ever going to watch this movie, so I'm going to tell you some things. There is a rather fun scene, just a single scene, where Tim Blake Nelson plays a Russian torturer, where he's about to put a bug like on Chris Evans, and he's just like living in that accent, and it's a ton of fun.
Love it.
But he's not the main bad guy of the movie. When the main bad guy shows up that he's talking about, I was like, I didn't even know he was in this movie. It's Adrian Brody.
Oh, interesting.
Playing the bad guy, and like he's fine, but again, script's not really doing anything for him. But there is a sequence, I will tell you guys, that if you want, go ahead and YouTube it or whatever, where Adrian Brody's character has like sent out mercenaries to capture. He thinks Chris Evans is the spy because they call him the tax man, but that's what they call this agent. But the tax man is actually Ana de Armas, and anyway. So they all think that Chris Evans is the spy. I don't think they do a lot with the comedy there either. But there is this sequence where like they really took what they could get of a Chris Evans pool, where I have to remember this order. They're walking through a street, and then Anthony Mackie shows up and murders a man that Chris Evans is standing with, and takes him and Ana de Armas hostage.
I've seen this clip.
And then I forget who drops down after that. John Cho drops down and kills and seems to kill Anthony Mackie, and then takes them hostage, and they get in a car. And then from the backseat, Sebastian Stan kills John Cho and takes them hostage because they're all mercenaries trying to get the bounty off of them. And then ultimately, Anthony Mackie comes back around and kills Sebastian Stan.
It's like a fun little like 1 minute.
It's a fun little like 2-minute cameo spree of just like, we're just going through some mercenaries here. But that's not worth the whole movie, friends, unfortunately.
I watched that clip on Twitter. It seemed really fun. Yeah.
Cool. It could have been a better script.
You know what's really funny? This reminded me of a scene that it in no way resembles. But in the trailer for, I don't know if you guys saw the trailer for The Outlaws, which is the new Pierce Brosnan action film.
Nope.
And the guy from Pitch Perfect, Adam Levine.
Divine? I don't know if it's Divine or Divine, but yes, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he's the lead, and Pierce Brosnan and some other girl I forgot the actress's name, played like
I have seen.
You might have seen it in theaters,
and it's a Netflix movie, so you wouldn't have seen it in theaters.
Just kidding.
And there's a bit where they're like talking Adam Devine up, and they're like, "Yeah, you look like James Bond," and Pierce Brosnan goes, "Oh yeah, which one? 5. That's a good one," and that's his. That's who he is.
Sure, yeah, that's cute.
I thought that was funny.
Before we move around, Xander, is there anything you engaged with this week you want to talk about? Because you're welcome.
Watch Ghosted. It's it's really good. It has our collective seal of approval.
Fake nerd seal of approval.
Yeah, fake nerd seal of approval.
I want to be clear. This is from your variant timeline where it is a different movie.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a great movie.
It's really good.
Cast,
it was done really well.
You and your podcast, the seal of approval.
Yeah,
understood.
Exactly. All of your variants. Yeah.
What's your podcast called? The Real Nerd Podcast?
True Fan Podcast, obviously.
The True Fan Podcast, obviously.
Obviously.
It's not bad there.
As far as actual content I've engaged with, I've been catching up a lot on stuff that's come out. Don't have anything from that I want to talk about because it's mostly been bad, which we can talk about, but I'd rather not.
Yeah.
I guess I've been with a lot of video game stuff, so a quick rapid fire of some video game impressions and news. Destiny 2, the game, is imploding with both its fan base and its servers through a storm of content drought plus terrible monetization.
I heard about the fishing stuff going on right now.
The fishing stuff going on?
Where you actually have to like fish in game for like a full actual hour. Like video game fishing for like an hour. And I'm like,
okay,
in Destiny, that's crazy.
So here's the thing. I actually like the fishing.
Okay.
I love the
But
fishing.
for an hour a day?
But the to get a special gun in the game, you have to get a certain fish, and a lot of people that don't like the fishing have to do it for the gun.
Yes.
So they're very upset,
Yeah.
and they're wrong.
I also like fishing. So
Fishing's the best part of the game.
In the shooting game, I love it.
Yeah, so that's what's been going on with that. League of Legends 2v2v2 mode has not only revitalized the community, but might actually bring the game back from the claws of death.
You seen Arcane?
It's a great show.
I just need to make sure.
Great show. Arcane's beautiful. But the game itself, League of Legends, has been struggling deeply, and the 2v2v2v2 game mode seems to be finally a resurgence to a company caring about its game, which is really, really nice to see. Monster Hunter fans are sad at Capcom for its 15-minute we have nothing to show you video, and are awaiting along with me for a Tokyo Game Show.
Do you think it's like? Do you think it'll be called Monster Hunter World 2, or it'll
no
be
way.
No
way. Monster Hunter World was not a numbered game, but all of their like special either spin-off or departure games that are done by other studios, it's just always the one.
Yeah.
And if they do an edition, it'll be the Master Rank version, which they already did with Iceborne.
Yeah. And
Iceborne wasn't World 2.
Yeah.
It was Monster Hunter Iceborne. So I think everybody's kind of awaiting a next gen, current gen, updated Monster Hunter. The one on the Switch is great, but it's not the same because the Switch's limitations are.
It's now on consoles because it's on Xbox Game Pass.
Right? Yeah. No. It is.
But it took a while to get.
That's true. Yeah, but a lot of it is still limited by how it was made for the Switch.
Yes, it is still like it might look better, but it's still like an old type of game.
Exactly.
Absolutely, yes.
So that's been a stress point because people that like the series and have played through it are used to this. But the huge amount of fans that came in for World on the PlayStation.
Ben and I don't know how much previous experience, but I know I played 200 hours into that game. Yeah.
They're kind of being left out to dry because the team that came out with the other games came out with a new one for the Switch, and a lot of people from World were expecting the next game to be like World and not understanding all the context behind it, which has created some tension and feeling left out. So,
because you had like a pun intended monster success, with World, and you've got all these fans to pay off on, and it's like, when are you going to do that? And they were like, we weren't prepared to do that.
We're waiting.
Literally, everybody is waiting for the Tokyo Game Show for actual announcements because Capcom's one was laughable. They were still doing their victory lap with Street Fighter, and that's what a lot of that was. And I think they were kind of like resting on their laurels with that because they weren't expecting it to be as successful as it is, and kind of played into that and didn't show a lot of new stuff. So it'll be interesting to see what's coming up in that sphere.
Into it.
That's kind of been my life lately. As far as like streams and stuff, it's a lot of video game related stuff. So,
nice,
love it.
Things are happening.
Right
All
on.
right.
Hey, I have just 2 things to report. I finished season 2 of The Bear. Y'all, great, hyperbole. It's a great show, lovely stuff. Like, it's like the most honest show I maybe ever seen in my life. In just the way that the people talk to each other, the way it's written, like it feels like there's no like I don't know how to describe it because I don't know a lot of other things that I've seen that operate on its level. But it's just like it feels like reality TV, but it's a TV show. There's no other way to describe it. Like it feels that real with the performances and how like almost like theater. There's a lot of like just like long takes. Just a beautiful show. The second half of the second season just really amps up all the good stuff and the character arcs. You've been introduced to these characters and the places that they end up in season 2 are like you would not believe. Like it's really awesome character stuff, and that's always what I come to anything for is like the people and the characters I connect to. So The Bear's great.
Is his mom who I think it is, based on social media posts I've seen last week? Okay, got
and I don't want to spoil it, but yeah, there are like a dozen huge actor cameos throughout this entire season, and all of them give like career performance. Like his mom, very, very famous actress, gives like one of her best performances in a 10-minute segment of the show. It's incredible stuff. Love it.
And Maddie's in it.
Who?
Maddie Matheson.
Maddie Matheson. Yeah, he's
Maddie
fat.
Matheson's
The big guy with all the tattoos.
right,
Yeah, she's,
Maddie's so cool.
which is already just like,
Yeah.
if you know who he is, you're gonna watch the show.
That show, yeah. And it just helps if you have like, again, I've worked in restaurants like since I was a teenager, so like it feels like just like, man, they really got it right. Like this is like, and it's just a good show on top of it. So like it's lovely stuff.
If I can put it.
Please, I would love to spice it up.
Yeah, if you have ever worked with or met somebody or talked to somebody that works in the food industry, specifically in kitchens, and try to ask them, hey, so what's working in a kitchen like? You can't explain it. You can't really like let someone know. And this show's like the closest I've ever seen to that actual experience, that actual lived experience.
The way people
like,
talk to each other and interact with each other. It's not like other jobs. It's really personal, which it also could be really destructive because how close you be with these random people. It's the restaurant industry is very interesting. It's a very interesting place.
Yeah, and it sucks you into that world, and I think it gives you a glimpse into something that like is such a huge part of people's lives.
They don't think about it,
but think about it. You don't always think about where your food comes from, and what that involves outside of maybe like a Food Network kind of like stylized version of weed. It's like, this is simple, anyone can do it, and the 6 guys that are chain smoking outside the restaurant in like the 5 minutes they have between a rush.
Yeah, it's very real.
Very real.
On just top of being an incredible show. And then last week I said, hey man, Final Fantasy 16 came out, so I have to play Zelda and I got to play Jedi Survivor. And y'all, I did neither of those things, and I played Final Fantasy 16 because I just couldn't. I played a little bit of Zelda, but like I already got the Master Sword, so I'm like, all right, I'm near the final arc of it, so like I want to dedicate like a full day, and I didn't have a full day. So throughout the week, after the bear, I've been playing a little bit of Final Fantasy 16. I played the demo, which is about 3 hours. So on top of that, I probably put another 6 hours or so into it, and it's the real deal, y'all. It's really cool. It really does feel like the first next gen game where I'm like, I can't believe that this is happening on my screen and I'm experiencing it. This isn't a movie. I'm doing it. The kaiju fights that start as regular human boss fights 1v1 that transitions to kaiju-sized Godzilla fights with no loading screens. You just watch it happen, and like it's just really cool, and the drama is really good. And like again, like if you're into dark medieval fantasy, like Game of Thrones type stuff, like it's awesome. It's awesome. I really like the characters. It's really great. There's a lot of famous people, like not high profile, but like a lot of like character actors doing voices in this game. You'll recognize their voices. Like, oh damn, this guy's really good. It's a hell of a game. It is a hell of a game. I'm just really. I'll get back to those games. Like when you get further into Survivor, then I'll know, because I'm at the end of the game. I just haven't beaten it. I'll jump back into that. But like until then, I'm just eating it up. It just looks. I can't believe it sometimes. Honestly, like just the things I'm doing, I'm like, damn, it just looks so good. I posted a couple of clips on Twitter just because I couldn't help it. I'm like, guys, look at this. As a kaiju, you get your arm cut off, and then this monster is shooting a blast at you, and your arm regrows from like the molecule. So you see like the skeleton reform, and as it's regrowing, you shoot a fireball back, and it's like giant Dragon Ball Z shit. And I'm like, this is so fucking cool. Oh my God. And the headphones are blaring. It is like operatic. It's not like one dude on a piano. This is like a full orchestra with like dudes belting. Like it is like movie, like John Williams score in your ears. It's like, it is cinematic, man. And again, like if this stays like this could be Zelda, but like I'm still super early. This is like 60-80 hour game, so like that's a long game. Like you have to sustain that, the quality for how good Zelda is. We'll see, but what a good year for video games. That's me.
One of the major reasons why I want a job is to buy Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah.
Hell yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But
You might
honestly,
not have to.
Honestly, what it was is I'm going to ignore that. Honestly, what it was is like I watched the trailers. I thought the trailers looked cool, but it was Ryan specifically retweeting and talking about it on Twitter. That was like, oh shit, I really want to play this.
Yeah.
The in-game cutscenes that are in engine that are just the character models talking to each other feel like rendered cutscenes.
Dude, yeah, the specifically like I posted a clip from my gameplay, but this evil lady and the wrinkles here, they're like bellowing, and like it's like, dude, we've come this far, and that just transitions into gameplay, and I'm like, shit. This is why games should be like $400 realistically for how good games look now, for how long they are. They should be like $400, but like $70. Thank you for buying this game. Like $70. Like I would have bought this game no problem. I don't mind buying games. Like I bought Zelda no problem, right? Like when games are this good, like games should be more expensive. And thank God they're not there yet, because like this is like, I'm gonna get 60 hours of this. Shut up. No way.
I am trying so hard to finish Zelda and then finish Survivor so I can get Final Fantasy 16 with a clean conscience. Because not only just hearing Ryan talk about it, I am just jonesing to play Final Fantasy 16. Even a friend of mine and Fanny's, he's been sending Fanny Snapchats of stuff from Final Fantasy 16, and she's been, because he and I were also big Final Fantasy fans. We went to a Final Fantasy concert last year. We might go again this year. And because of those Snapchats, Fanny's talking to me. He's like, "Hey, so when are you gonna get Final Fantasy 16?" And I look at him like, "Well, first, I need money. Second, I need to beat these games, and then I'll get Final Fantasy 16."
Yeah.
Right.
Real quick, last thing I'll say is because like I almost posted this clip too, but like I don't want to spoil. And this is still like relatively early for this game. Like I don't want to spoil all the big clips, but like I'll describe it, because like no words can it's too cool for me just to describe it, right? So like you see Odin. The monster's name is Odin. It is a giant knight on a giant horse with 6 legs. What's the horse's name, Brandon? Sleipnir. It's that. It is a giant like monster-sized version of Odin. He's one of the icons, right? And then you have this other guy, this prince of this nation, and he's overlooking a hill, and underneath both of them, just giant armies, and they're battling each other. And this one prince guy is like, "It's Odin. I have to face him." And his friend's like, "All right, Prince. May the wind be on your back," or whatever, right? And the dude, he just runs and he jumps off a cliff, and you see him jump off a cliff, and he emerges as a dragon. And it's like, oh shit, dude! It's like I'm watching a movie. It looks so good. And then they're battling. The armies are battling. It's Bahamut. Yes, it's dude. And the music kicks in. I'm like, is this every 5 minutes of this game? Because I'm gonna have a heart attack. Like I had to take a break after the first part I talked about, because I'm like, this is like so much. It is like visually like almost overstimulating how cool it is.
So Ryan, when I was talking to my friend, the friend I saw yesterday, who's also been playing Final Fantasy 16 and then talking and showing Fanny clips about it, he mentioned the concert that's coming up in August, and he wants to go because they're also adding Final Fantasy 16 music to this new show.
Oh shit,
dude! This music is like I have not played every Final Fantasy game, but I played most of the modern ones, and like the combat in this game is next level good. It is not Final Fantasy combat; it's just Devil May Cry. Like it is you're doing hardcore air combos and shit. It's awesome, and the music is like next level operatic good. It's just like, man, like I love Final Fantasy. I love this Final Fantasy. I love it.
So I don't want to paint anybody's like perception or opinion for the ending, for because no one's there yet. But when you get there, let me know.
I'll be the first one there.
Yeah. There's definitely some opinions I have. But the whole thing said, it's so worth it.
Yeah.
It's been such a long time since the game came out that you played it. And the thing is, JRPGs are long. Mm-hmm. And they're notorious for being long and dragged out and filled with just like menial stuff.
Yeah. And
there's nothing in this game that made me feel like this isn't worthwhile. I'm wasting my time. That's hard to do.
Yeah.
Ryan's reaction to this to saying it's overstimulating, like he had to take a break, reminds me of when I saw Premiere High.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Halfway through that movie, I was like, wait, pause it. I can't pause it.
100%. Yeah.
You've seen Premiere, yeah.
Premiere?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Imaishi's movie.
How long are you in town?
Where they're fighting the fire mutant.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Yes, I have. Very good. Very, very, very good. The opening alone.
We watched it high. Oh, I watched it high at Michael's place.
Okay. I heard premiere high, and I was like, is this
No.
like a high school
No,
thing?
Promare.
And I was okay. It's
So I watched
separation
it.
is made. I understand.
So I watched it high at Michael's place, and about
Great
halfway
choice.
through Michael's place, and I had to tell him to stop because I was crying so bad at how beautiful the movie was. I had a visceral experience watching that movie.
We need a boys' night, and we need Promare Triple R double feature.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Yes.
still haven't seen Promare yet.
I know, Ben. We gotta get you in on the party.
I've only seen
Or-
half a triple R.
Oh
Or
gosh,
RRR. Ben, you've
Did you
not seen
like the first half?
RRR.
Yeah, I haven't
So
seen
good.
either of them.
you're gonna love the second.
It's so.
So this is
so
gonna be a
good.
great double feature for me.
Yes.
I just because he was like, I haven't seen Premiere yet. I was like, or RRR, and he's like, oh
that's
yeah.
That's a double. That's a double.
We'll call it our Promare weekend.
My turn.
I thought
Cool.
you were
Skull Island. I talked about Skull Island last week. I was 2 episodes away from finishing. I have finished those 2 episodes. They are it's actually surprisingly different in the final 2 episodes because they all throughout the season, Kong is very restricted. Like they don't put Kong in a lot of the show. We see him, we get like a glimpse of him, but but Kong is absent in a lot of the show, which actually is to its benefit because it allows the characters to shine and to see other monsters. Some of them are good, some of them aren't. There's one like rock centipede thing that has like a void into nothing inside of it, and I was just like, oh, that's so cool.
Into that.
And it eats a dude. It's so cool. I ended up really liking the show. It's a lot of fun. It's a solid, kind of thin entry into the MonsterVerse. I do hope it gets a second season to kind of flesh things out. It's very straightforward. Like, we're on this island. We got the thing we needed. We need to get off this island. And the kind of the weird thing about it being in the MonsterVerse is that, you know, the storm that surrounds Skull Island in Kong Skull Island?
Yeah, the Skull Storm.
It's not there. That's not the reason why they can't get off the island. There is a Kraken that has moved in.
Like it's protecting like the entire island.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
And I guess he's just fast because he's a Kraken, but he's kind of small. He's not island size. He's Kong size at this point. And I thought that was really weird because like, so around in the beaches of Skull Island is a Kraken. And this Kraken is honestly my favorite new character because he's a dick and like straight up just a dick. It is not even that he just kills people because he's a monster. It's he throws a whale at Kong just cause.
Think of the whales.
He just throws a whale. And like, it's really funny because and you see this in the trailer. It's actually the clip that Netflix plays to get you interested in the movie, in the show. And you just see like a whale slowly moving across the sky. And everyone's kind of looking at it like, what did the thing just throw a whale? And then it lands on front of Kong's door and he like yells. And like the whole bit after that for like 5 minutes, it's just talking about like, I think that thing's just a dick. I think it just threw a whale at Kong.
That's so weird.
Well, Kong did eat a
Octopus.
in
It's
Skull
revenge.
Island, so it's revenge. Yeah.
And they like Kong and the Kraken have some beef, and like that's the crux of the show. Anyway,
No, it's not
good.
beef. It's calamari.
Oh boy,
Oh.
it's actually very good. A lot of the problems that like have what's going on?
He was just asking a question. Don't worry about it.
A lot of the problems are kind of a lot of the problems of like that we've seen with Powerhouse Animation with like Castlevania and whatnot is like, you know, are they you know, the stiff character models or the very quiet voice acting or the very loud voice acting. None of those issues are as present in this season. Almost like they decided to like deliberately smooth out the animation. The character models are very expressive, which was not the case in Castlevania or Blood of Zeus, which is the other one I saw. And I think maybe it was like them. I think maybe them working on He-Man because they also did the Master of the Universe show with Kevin Smith. I think that maybe like loosened them up to kind of be like, oh, well, this is a cartoon. We can kind of have some fun with it. Because of that, it was actually very enjoyable. I recommend it. It's 20 episodes. Nope, it's 20 minutes, 8 episodes long, and you
I was
pour
gonna
through
say
it.
it's 20 episodes.
We did this just last
Holy
week too.
shit!
I did the same problem last week. So it's 8 episodes long, 20 minutes. You get through it in like an afternoon. It's awesome. I also listened to Prehistoric Planet, the podcast, which is a behind the scenes kind of documentary series, podumentary series, sure. That discusses kind of how Prehistoric Planet came to be. I really like Prehistoric Planet. I finished the second season. It was very good. So I listened to this podcast to kind of get their input of the setting they chose, the way they made the dinosaurs, how long it's been in production. Very insightful. I would love just like a feature length documentary about the making of Prehistoric Planet, because I think what went on behind the scenes needs to be known, because it's so good how they made that series, and I'd really love to dive into it. And the podcast is the closest thing I'm currently able to do, and because of that, it's very good. I really enjoyed it.
Sure.
Finally, I'll talk about Nimona. This is the new Netflix animated movie that Blue Sky was working on before they were bought by Disney. Yes, because they're a Fox-owned animation company. Disney abandoned it, and Netflix picked it up. Based on the comic book of the same name. Now, I've not read the comic, so I don't know how close it is. I do intend to read the comic soon, but the movie is incredible. The animation is delightful. I love the character models. It's I mean this in the best way. It's very gay. It's very awesome that it came out on the last day of Pride Month, because it's so wonderful, the representation that's present in this movie. But beyond that, it's a fun story. Nimona is an instantly lovable character. I really liked it. I can't sing its praises enough. I mean, look, everyone is online. It's people who are watching are loving it. I recommend it. It's very, very good.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm excited to watch it and read it.
Yeah, I gotta read it soon. All right, but that's my week.
All right.
Shall we move on into our bread and butter?
It sounds like it's time.
Slather it off.
I do really love seeing Ben, whatever that was. I know it was bread. It was buttering your bread, but
Yeah.
Jammy.
Some sad news up top.
Yeah.
Julian Sands passed away from, I believe, a motorcycle accident. I forgot to write this one down. 65 years old. Now, it's likely you don't know him by name, but you definitely have seen his face. Sparks to kind of, I think you do know who this actor is.
I know who he is.
Yeah, I'm sure Ryan does. But, I first was introduced to him as Jor-El, as the young Jor-El in Smallville.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So he was kind of like that character actor, that really incredible voice. Ben, if you want to look him up, I recommend, because you've definitely seen him in many, many things. But yeah, passed away 65.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, he passed away in a hiking accident.
Oh, a hiking accident. Thank you.
In January, which it was just publicized.
Oh wow!
Now
That's so late.
They kept it.
Yeah.
I guess his family kept it very private.
I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, he passed away in January
Dang.
in a hiking accident.
Oh wow!
But we only found out about it this week.
And then Alan Arkin passed away at the age of 89. Alan Arkin, wonderful actor. That sucks. 89 though.
Yeah, that was a big blow. Alan Arkin's really cool. Really good filmography.
Varied filmography.
It's hard for me not to just kind of go to the comments from the girl from Little Miss Sunshine talking about him.
Abigail Breslin.
Yes, as how he was on the set of that film and who he was as a person, that he was very like kind and loving and protective, and she thought of him as a grandfather. It's also hard to not, just have forever cemented in my brain Alan Arkin learning that Tim Allen is Santa and just selling it.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Wow.
He needed a new pool.
Alan Arkin has done a lot of things. This is definitely not his most famous thing, but there's a movie that came out in 1995 called The Jerky Boys the Movie. I did not see it in 1995 because I was 3 years old, but I saw it later on. That is a movie starring the duo, the comedy duo, the Jerky Boys, and their like prank callers, and they got a movie made, and it's like probably like one of the worst movies ever made now. But when I was like 7, I loved it. But Alan Arkin is in there as like a crime boss, and he is like just like the most like, wow, this is a paycheck movie, but I'm still Alan Arkin, really trying, having fun. And yeah, Little Miss Sunshine, a bunch of like actual dramas and stuff. Yeah, long legacy.
Perry White. Nope, that was a different actor. That was Terrence Stamp, I think. No, it wasn't him. Frank Langella.
There you go.
I got there eventually. No, Alan Arkin was in a movie that I saw a long time ago. I sought it out called and like Ryan, this is kind of a fond memory of probably not his best movie. In fact, I know it's not. Called The Return of Captain Invincible, which is a movie that he stars in as a superhero named Captain Invincible, who is an alcoholic, a raging alcoholic. It is a musical comedy where Christopher Lee is the main bad guy. It is a terrible movie, and I adored it when I watched it. Very bad. You can find of course, because they didn't put this on Blu-ray, you can find very bad quality Blu-ray DVDs out there, but it's kind of worth a watch, honestly.
Love it.
I love it. Alan Arkin, I feel like, especially in his later career, but in general, really captured the idea of being wry.
Yeah.
And he always has like that kind of twinkle behind him in all his performances.
That's true. That's a good way to describe it.
Yeah, I think Alan Arkin's great. It's a shame for him to have passed, but I mean, 89 is a good age, as we said before. Because the more that we keep talking about people younger than that, it's always sad. But like 89,
yeah. All right, moving on to the writer's strike. Some of the good stuff up top real quickly. The Community movie has been pushed to next year. It will film next summer rather than it was supposed to film this summer. But because Dan Harmon didn't finish the script before the writer's strike, they're pushing it,
right.
Rightfully so. And Donald Glover is confirmed to return.
Woo-hoo!
Nice.
I wonder, maybe this is the special blessing we needed to get Donald Glover involved because the scheduling worked out.
Maybe.
Oh yeah.
He was kind of rumored to be involved. I know he was interested. There were no contracts or anything signed. But now we have a confirmation that he will be back.
I mean, after that script reading that they did, you could really tell that, like, okay, there's definitely a strong chance he's going to be in this. Like he feels like he wants to be in.
Yeah, he still likes all those guys, I'm sure.
Yeah.
In Donald Glover's own words, how dare Zach Braff, after everything that Scrubs has done for him? Like, he was never gonna. I don't think he was. I think he always wanted to come back.
There was a sense that during the script reading that he even has talked about that. It kind of like reminded me, oh, right, I love this. I love Troy Barnes. I love playing off of Danny Putty and everyone else, and I would love to come back. And that's kind of what kicked off the talks of the Community movie, like reviving. Like, oh, this is now looking like it's a real possibility. Was that script read?
Right.
Sexy Dracula.
That and Dan Harmon having all the money he needed.
Yeah, I love that script read. Pedro Pascal is wonderful as Walter Goggins' character.
It's so
Wally Goggs, yeah.
And he could tell he didn't read the script either because he was not prepared.
Right.
All right. The Boys.
Boys.
Season 4 has finished filming. It is done. They've stopped filming, but they are going to withhold all work until after the writer's strike because, in Eric Kripke's own words, editing lines together in post and doing ADR all fall under WGA guidelines, and without those, the show would not be the best it can be. So there is no point.
Yep.
Right.
Appreciate that. Respect that.
Yeah.
Absolutely wonderful. Respect the hell out of it. I bring it up because we're going to be talking about another thing later that probably should have done this.
Spicy.
Is it? Does it rhyme with Schmed Fool?
Yes.
All
All right. SAG-AFTRA Look, we've been staring down the barrel of a general strike. The DGA is going to take a deal. They're cowards. What's SAG going to do? Well, SAG, we now know what SAG's going to do. So the contract negotiations were supposed to be done on July 1st, and then SAG members have already voted for a strike call. So July 1st, if a deal had not been reached, SAG would go on strike. Well, before what I'm about to talk about happened, over 1,000 actors signed a letter to SAG saying that they will strike if every request isn't met. So like that's the Jamie Lee Curtis, Brendan Fraser, all sorts of
it's over 1,000 big names, like
right,
like
extras.
Yeah, and it's a lot of people.
No, of course not.
It's a lot of people saying that like if all of our needs are not met, we strike. Like that is what you have to do for us. Talking to the SAG leadership. Well, the AMPTP and SAG have extended their negotiations to July 12th in a move that the WGA is probably wondering if this was possible. Why didn't you do this? Yep. So that's. Oh, I'll read the quote. From SAG to its members. No one should mistake this extension for weakness. We see you, we hear you, we are you.
Are we though? Are you though?
Are you though? Yeah.
I don't know if Fran Drescher and co really represent everyone anymore.
Man, we like first the directors, like they're obviously they're outspoken directors, but again, that was like 87% approval.
Right.
So that's like a majority still. So like all these people like, yeah, we're behind you until we get our own deal. And we're just like, what happened? What happened to like unity?
And like it's the leadership, it's these union leaderships that are using the WGA strike to leverage that with the AMPTP, and the members of the Actors Guild are aware of this and have been striking with the writers. Like we've seen SAG members on the picket lines, so it's gonna. We'll see.
The city involved as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
LA's in full support of the writers strike.
Oh,
yeah, which is
LA City Council.
Yeah,
all,
exactly.
Voted yes, the writers should continue to strike.
Yeah, I think it was like 12 votes, and I think 3 or 4 people just didn't vote instead of giving a no. So
right, and like it's impressive that still all this time later, AMPTP is still pushing on Insider and other places to release headlines that make it sound like the writers are the ones causing the problem, and when AMPTP just has to come back to the table, and they keep refusing to.
Bro, these are just broke artists who want to get paid. That's like
What was the thing was like the today's headline was the writer's strike is affecting up and coming upstart writers, and like the janitors, like, oh, the writer's strike is hurting janitors.
It's discouraging the next generation, and like the many writers are like, no, we're doing everything we're doing for the next generation.
Yeah, to secure them. Yeah.
All right, moving on to Warner Brothers Discovery. Karen Horn has been fired from the company. Karen Horn was an executive who oversaw diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts at Warner Brothers. She was hired by AT&T after the murder of George Floyd, when everyone was kind of hiring more diversity helpers, I guess, people to help make companies more inclusive and make, especially like in the film industry. And this is what Karen Horn was hired for. That she was a well-respected executive at NBC Universal, and so Warner Brothers poached her.
I don't have the list in front of me, but like this one also brought up like a lot of people it's been over a longer span of time, not very tight window, but like over the past year, relatively, a lot of these positions have been fired from major companies and studios. And it's really, really crappy. And a lot of it has been quietly. Don't forget that this was part of Victoria Alonso's job for Marvel Studios.
That's right.
It definitely gives that feeling of corporations sort of like putting a rainbow during Pride, and then at the end of June being like,
take her down.
It's all we're done.
Corporations very much being like, all right, we put up the rainbow at the top of June. Did we need to put up a black square on Juneteenth? We didn't. All right, fire the diversity organizers.
Yep.
Yeah, and it really does kind of feel like that sort of, hey, we did our part, we showed that we cared, and okay, we don't need them anymore because it's
So-
not in the
Rainbow
news cycle.
capitalism.
So she was hired in 2020, and she was fired, quote, due to a rethinking and reorganization of the company's diversity organization. So basically, they're just going to hire. So she oversaw all of Warner Brothers, but what the people above her is saying, the people who fired her is saying, Warner Brothers, is that they're going to hire one person like her for every territory that Warner Brothers is in.
Which is fine, except you can still keep her.
Yeah.
Right.
She could
right,
just be like the head honcho of all
Yeah.
those
Just be
different
like-
departments.
Exactly. The manager of all those people.
Not
It's
to mention
not-
that she knows everything that's going on with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're getting
it's-
rid of years of experience.
man, it is like when corporations, I mean, obviously what I'm pretty sure Ryan and Sparks can attest to this, but management is just so freaking dumb.
It's true, every word.
I mean, there's also what most likely happened here is that they fired her because her paycheck was too big, and they want to take her paycheck in pieces and give it to 6 other people rather than just one person.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Monstrous.
Yeah, monstrous, exactly.
Another week for Zaslav.
Screw you, Zaslav.
Some potentially good news, but I'm interested in Sparks's words here. Is Turner Classic Movies. Steven Spielberg, Martin Scorsese, and Paul Thomas Anderson, the people who had dinner with Zaslav to be like, hey, don't gut Turner Classic Movies, will now curate the content of Turner Classic Movies.
This isn't bad, but it's not fixing the problem that they were supposedly calling about, right? Because, like, first off, these are incredibly cool gentlemen. They don't actually know what it means to do regular, consistent film programming, and building a schedule and looking. So this is fine. This is especially fine if you want to make like a Scorsese month,
Yeah.
you know, like, or something like that. Whatever, fine. It's not hiring back the people who were very important for keeping like just the day-to-day running. That's not what these guys. They're legend. You know, they're very high-profile directors. They're not going to do this on the regular.
I can't see them.
And they're
like,
not going
yeah.
to be able to curate a profile that's going to look forward into beyond at best the rest of this year.
Yeah.
So like whatever they're doing, the worst case scenario of this is Zaslav taking this list and saying this is now all TCM does, and just looping that,
Yeah.
and maybe with some variation, but not a lot. And like this becomes the core, and that's not what you want, because TCM, again, because they made the push a couple of years ago under one of the folks who was fired when we talked about this last time, to move cultural representation deeper into the classic film genre so that we are getting more international films and more diverse director visions and diverse writer visions in the channel lineup, so that it's not just all Cary Grant, you know, like all the time. It's now things that were coming out in China in the 60s and Japan in the 60s and 70s and things like that. And that's just like they have good intentions. Scorsese has obviously, given his comments recently around his career and his most recent film, has a lot of reflection on like where he lands in being privileged in terms of representation and what that means. So I think that he's going to keep a wide eye on getting other films spotlighted. But sometimes it's good for like the films that aren't necessarily like the highest profile of the internationals, but the ones where it's like, yeah, it's kind of like, you know, it's like an 85% of like, woo, that came out in the 70s, but that can still be really cool to see, and someone's favorite that they discover on TCM. And that was kind of the magic of what was happening, is you discover these older films that are not necessarily the ones you go to a film class and hear about.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's going to happen if we get slavishly tied to 3 white male directors' visions, even if they are trying to be as progressive and embracing as possible.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point.
And they're not replacing the jobs that were lost. You know, they can do cool stuff. They can bring a lot of cool insight to the table. Again, this is like a fun bonus thing to have, but they're not replacing what was taken away.
Right, because they're not programming. They're telling a programmer, here are the movies that you should play, and then
they're providing a list. They're providing a list, and that's nice and everything.
Yeah,
but that's not who you need in the day to day.
I also don't see those three incredibly probably busy older men who, you know, again, like their job hasn't been, you know, do a weekly, a monthly, yearly curation. Like if anything, they're just going to get people to do that job for them. Like I'm sure they'd be like, oh, here's the movies I like. But
again,
like,
I will say to his credit, I 100% believe that Scorsese is probably going to sit down for a while, and go through a catalog of things. So probably watch some things he's never watched before and make a list. I think he's at that point right now in his life where he wants to do that kind of work because, again, he has kind of acknowledged the people who he's been able to stand on without knowing it to get where he is.
Yeah.
And so I think he's going to do that work. Spielberg and Wes, I don't know. I'm sure that they'll put a lot of nice, good faith things in, but like again, it's not solving the issue.
And I mean, like, yeah, it's cool to have. I mean, I'll still keep going for great movies, recommendations, and actually like good curated content to Hallmark in December.
Oh Jesus! But, okay, moving on.
I mean, that's just me.
All right, you should talk to me.
We got to remember that Ghosted was good in his world.
Yeah, the variant.
You're right. You're right. Hallmark could be that world's A24.
Hallmark is
I just got flashbacks to when I used to work at Hallmark, and we just had a spindle with all the freaking Hallmark movies on it. Oh my gosh!
Christmas for the holidays.
Right.
City folk just don't get it.
Okay, we're gonna talk about guys.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! A dog is attacking. We're gonna be talking about the casting news of the week, you guys. We're here, very exciting casting news. Ready?
Yes.
Ready.
Tron 3.
Yeah.
Tron Ares.
He thinks he's so slick.
Yeah, I do kind of. The Jared Leto film. Evan Peters has been cast as the main villain of the movie. Greta Lee from Russian Doll and Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. She's Miguel's computer. AI. She has been cast as the lead. That's what the article said. I tried looking around what that meant because I thought, I'm sure probably female lead to Jared Leto's male lead.
Maybe Jared Leto is like the master computer, like the Jeff Bridges-esque character.
Maybe Jared Leto is Tron.
Hey, if Jared Leto's not really in this movie, okay.
Yeah, I think he might be like the mastermind thing, like less main character, but like overall, yeah.
Or he's Tron.
Yeah, or he's Tron.
Yeah.
As long as he's not the main character.
No, Bruce Boxlinger is still alive.
That doesn't matter.
Not in this universe.
All right, you're right. This could be a reboot, a new Tron.
Yeah. We don't know.
I don't want to see Jared Leto as Tron.
Jodie Turner-Smith has also been cast.
In your universe, he's still a good guy.
I would love to see him as Tron.
Okay, Jodie Turner-Smith from Murder Mystery 2 and The Independent, something called The Independent, has also been cast in the film. So it's really happening.
It's really happening.
I'm really happy for Greta Lee getting the lead.
Yeah.
If that's the case, that sounds really cool. Greta Lee's really cool in Across the Spider-Verse. So that's awesome. And that it'll be like a black female in the lead.
Yeah.
I think is great.
As long as Jared Leto, because we talked about it when it was initially casted, this is like the Tron starring Jared Leto. So we assumed he's like the main guy. This makes it sound like maybe he is not the main guy, but he is like a big component of it, but he won't be the main person we're following. So immediately that makes me happy and I want to see this movie. If he were the main star, I wouldn't want to see this movie. Right. So this makes me feel a little bit better about it.
I just want to watch the world burn.
Yeah, chaos energy.
make him the lead.
It's kind of funny in hindsight that one of the few films to hit $1 billion is Tron Legacy director Joseph Kosinski, and Disney is moving forward with almost a complete reboot of the Tron franchise, and not just being like, "Hey, you want to do Tron 3 now that you just did Top Gun Maverick?"
especially with Cillian Murphy about to come out in Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
Oppenheimer, and probably like really blow up the scene.
Maybe he has other things to work. Maybe he doesn't want to. You know, that was
That's
10 years
also
ago.
true.
Maybe he's like,
that's true. He
a
might not
person.
want to, but like it's insane to not. This is gonna be another like, oh man, we missed the boat, like with Ke Huy Quan for Indy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still on Oppenheimer.
Thank you. I thought it was funny in my brain too.
Okay. Superman Legacy. That's the real one. Superman Legacy. The new Superman has been cast, guys. We're coming up on this film. This is the James Gunn written and directed Superman reboot, the first chapter of the first movie in DC Chapter 1, Gods and Monsters.
True.
Unless Aquaman 2 does really well, and then that one also. And Blue Beetle also.
No, James Gunn said it himself. Blue Beetle is the first character in the new DCU. Superman Legacy is the first movie in the DCU.
Yeah,
he said it
unless
himself.
the movie makes a lot of money.
And that's
The Flash was good.
That's why I don't trust James Gunn anymore.
I watched a lot of that. I watched a lot of his Michael Rosenbaum interview, and it's really good, like for the most part. And he's like at the end of one clip, he's like, "Oh, I'm so excited for people to see the Flash. It's so good." And I'm like, James.
Here's the thing. Like, I probably believe him. Like, I think he probably really connects to the emotional part of the story.
He did just lose his dad,
Yeah.
and then is in the throes of that with
Sure.
the loss of the mom story. And
I'm sure he's like, tunnel vision to like the disgusting Christopher Reeve monster that's on screen. But like the emotional story is like good. But like, James, I know you're the lead of the company, but
But like he doesn't need to say it, right? Because he didn't say it about Shazam. He's not said it about Blue Beetle or Aquaman.
yeah.
Shazam, he was like, "Yeah, it's okay. It's a good movie." He did the company line for Shazam.
Yeah. They needed the Flash to really be a big hit, and it just didn't work.
All right. Well, anyway,
Yes.
Superman Legacy, which is a movie I'm still excited for, will star as Superman, David Corenswet, who was in Pearl, and will soon be in Twisters, the sequel to Twister.
He's also in like something called Hollywood.
That's
that I
really
haven't
traumatic. I mean, in another universe, that's how he loses Jonathan Kent. So
seen. That's true. Don't save me, son. I need to
I
die.
didn't think about that connection.
All I want out of this movie is a non-gritty, fully saturated Superman.
Oversaturated. Give me
all the colors.
give me too many colors.
Give me all the colors. Make it bright, make it pop, make it literally like it can be dramatic and it can be like have sad moments, but I want just an actual like fun-loving, happy hero that we can deal with character stories about, and like choices and the whole like who am I, how can I stand for what I stand for, thing and debates. And give me that. Give me the Superman that we've literally lacked for like 20 years.
Give me the sauce.
Give me the sauce. Give me the super sauce.
Give me a better Superman Legacy. No, Superman Reborn. There's the movie.
Yeah. I know you've been like on that same train.
Oh, yeah.
Returns. It's Superman Returns.
Oh.
Yeah. So it just
Whatever.
I'm really, really, really keeping my fingers crossed for this one. It's hard to hope now.
The S stands for hope.
But if there's any movie to hold that out for.
Man, when this casting announcement came true, and then like, because James Gunn's on Twitter, so it's really fun. He's just always like debunking shit left and right, and he's like, "Oh, this one's true. I did this to cast these people." It felt really, really cool because like we are whether you like the Man of Steel or not, like we are getting a new Superman movie that is going to be like the comics, that is going to be by a really good filmmaker who has made nothing but good comic book movies, really good looking comic book movies in a universe that can often not look very good. His movies always look good. The Guardians movies look great. This is really exciting. I'm so excited. Like I've never been so excited to be like, I'm excited for Aquaman 2, sure, fine, but like it's really cool that like we are going to get like a new MCU with the DCU. Like I don't need it to be the exact same thing, but like it is really cool. We're gonna get a cinematic universe with new actors and like really with like love and passion behind it, which it's kind of been lacking in both fronts in some cases. So like I have full faith, at least in the first beginning of this chapter.
I mean, more than anything, it's just kind of I do trust James Gunn to make a good Superman movie. The way he's talked about it, the way he's used All-Star Superman. Like it's not so much that I'm excited to restart the DCCU. Honestly, I'm really not. But it's really exciting that we're staring down the barrel of what could potentially be a really good Superman movie, and that feels good more than anything.
I need a fresh start personally. I need all this shit to stop. All like the Flash, what universe is it in? Is Aquaman 2 in it? Like I don't care. Like honestly, like I want this to be a fresh start. Just give me just clean the slate. Don't make it confusing.
You're still gonna keep the Peacemaker characters.
That's fine. Just don't make it confusing. Just don't make it confusing.
I just want a good Superman movie.
Yeah.
That's all I want. That's all I want. That's all I care about. I just want a really, really good Superman movie because I need it.
So we all need it, honestly. So real
The
quick,
world
because it
needs it.
because I didn't mention. So David Corn Sweat, there's clips running around that he looks got a very Clark Kent about him that I really like. But he's going to be paired with Rachel Brosnahan as Lois Lane. Now, Rachel Brosnahan is from Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, and I love her. She was who I was rooting for when we heard that she was being screen tested as Lois Lane. I was like, oh, she'd nail it. She'd be like great. And I'm really excited that she got the part.
I've seen her in some other things, not Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, but she's also like that's the thing she's most known for. So like I might watch an episode or two to catch it because like I know it's really good. I'm going to find a picture that I took a picture of on Twitter. And I should have had it up but I'm not a professional podcaster of someone describing what they want this Lois Lane to be, and I 100% agree. I really hope this Lois Lane is loud, tenacious, and unstoppably feisty, like a frustrated city girl reporter with no filter at all. She's built in these emotional safeguards after all these years, and Superman is a person that breaks them down. And that is like a perfect, like, that's exactly who I want. Because Amy Adams is one of the greatest actors of our generation. She got shit to do with Lois Lane. She got shit to do with that character. And she's amazing, and she deserved to do so much more with that character. So I'm excited for a great actor to actually be given the Lois Lane that we deserve, because she is not as important as Superman, but she is just as important as a character in that universe. Like she is his number 2. She is a journalist just as good as Clark. Like she gets into the battle just as often as he does. Like
she's a better journalist than Clark.
She's a better journalist. She needs a spell check now and then, which I always appreciate. But like it's because she's only human. But like I'm like this actor Rachel. I think she's such a good choice. Like I'm for that spunky Lois Lane. I'm really excited.
Yeah, very excited for her to be Lois. Also, a lot of people are pointing out their heights. He is 6'4" and she is 5'3", and I think that's adorable.
Yeah, he's gonna get bulky. He's gonna have that birthright look.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
oh my gosh, and everybody, they're so like, oh my gosh, he's so skinny. He's never gonna like. Are you guys kidding me? We do this with every single big actor, and everyone gets ripped to shreds. Like, look at Chris Pratt. Look at every actor.
Like ended that conversation by pointing like Henry Cavill's audition
snapshot,
he's tiny.
I forgot that he was in like Hellraiser and like a bunch of like smaller stuff. Like that was just a regular sized dude, and then he became Superman. I'm like, that's right. He became Superman.
Yeah, this guy's gonna get big and buff, and he's for all seasons is more accurately. Like, I want that big blocky.
Yeah, for all seasons is a great.
He's got a great profile. It's exciting.
Yeah.
I've been so burnt out on superhero movies lately, on just across the spectrum.
But not across the Spider-Verse.
No, because that was legit such a good movie.
Yeah, you're right.
That it's really interesting for me to realize that I'm so excited for the Superman movie. Is to feel like I'm like, oh, I'm done. I've done all this, and like all of a sudden I'm like, oh man, this is gonna be so good.
I'll go back to like the Justice League theatrical cut with Joss Whedon like being what it is, and however our opinions are about it. He still understood what Superman was supposed to be, and Henry Cavill got to do it for a moment. And like I remember that feeling when I came out of the theater where I'm like, God, I just want to see him get to do that in a whole movie. And like it is a bummer that Henry Cavill won't be the one doing it, but I'm like, that's all. I just give me that guy, that Superman all the time, and I'm gonna be really happy because we haven't had that. And so I'm excited. This guy's basically got corn in his name, so
he's
perfect for this Kansas boy.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, before we go, Grayson's in the chat. We got Grayson saying Superman Zurin R. I have no idea.
That's a Batman reference.
I don't know what he's referring to, but yeah, a Superman of Zurinar is quite a strange thing to think about.
And I am very confused about this one.
Oh, James,
I got it.
Xander's
I
got
figured
you.
it out.
Okay.
So I read this, I think, for a solid like 5 minutes.
Wait, let me read it real quick. Okay. Superman Deja Vu, he overpowers if it takes all the Marvel characters to create time travel, if Superman can do it alone. What does it mean?
Okay, the first sentence is almost gibberish. I got nothing.
Okay.
But
Okay.
I think it's referencing the how Superman makes
Sure.
time
In the
travel
first
in the
movie,
first movie.
sure.
He
Being
goes
the one
around.
and only time he ever does that.
The one time it happens where he goes all the way. I think maybe Superman Deja Vu means, hey, think back to when Superman did this. And we had a whole 2-part Marvel movie about, we got to figure out time travel.
Okay.
That's fair. Grayson, I just checked his comment about Superman of Zoronar. He about the colors because Batman of Zoronar is very colorful.
Oh, it's purple and yellow.
Right. Okay.
Oh,
We're
that's
with you. We're with
right.
you now.
We're having a rough day with the comment section today.
I want the
Alright.
color. I want the
I,
color.
color.
dude, with James Gunn, he's able to bring like color to like space, which is like a black void. So like if he could do that on Earth, like I'm not worried at all.
Yeah.
So the Suicide Squad's pretty colorful.
It
Yeah,
is.
that's true.
Yeah.
I mean, Star was purple, which was nice, and it wasn't muted purple. It was like, oh, that's a purple starfish.
We're gonna talk
Cool.
color later in reference to Dial of Destiny and some other stuff. So like,
Right.
like,
Yeah,
just
no, that's a
having-
good point.
Having the look of something as just like clearly a lot of thought in how the color plays is like what you want in Superman.
Mortal Kombat 2. They started filming. They were like, hey guys, we're filming, which also accompanied a cast photo that confirmed Carl Urban is Johnny Cage.
We're not rewriting the script because it's Mortal Kombat 2. We're kind of just working with what we got.
I'm gonna be honest, y'all. That's fine for this movie.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. That script is not why I'm coming to this movie, and I'm sure if it's as good as that first movie, I'm not even gonna be listening to half of what these characters say.
Hope the original character Cole just like got his script and he dies, and like he's like, wait, can we change this? And they're like, writer's strike,
Writer's
sorry.
strike. I really hope Johnny Cage is kind of like the main character, and Cole can be there if he wants.
I looked at the cast photo and I forgot what Cole looked like, so I couldn't see him in the cast. I was like, wait, is that Luke? Is that Luke? No, is that Cole? Who are all these people?
Yeah, Cole Young,
Cole Yeager?
whatever.
No,
Cade Yeager.
yeah, it's Cade Yeager.
I should know that.
Characters that are equally as important.
Oh,
Yeah. So I wonder if Carl Urban can do the high kick. He's a little old.
with wire work and special effects, he can do anything.
That's true. All right. Deadpool 3. Guys, it stopped filming. It's finished filming, not stopped. It is finished filming. It's finished principal photography.
Big difference between stopped and finished.
Now, for reference, it started filming on May 23rd of this year.
Is this absolutely definitively true?
Yes.
Do we know? Okay.
Yeah.
As far as we know, but like this happens all the time. Like, hey, the movie's done. We wrapped. So like, a 2-month shoot on a major blockbuster is insane. That is truly like what is. I'm really maybe like they're gonna come back in like 6 months or something. But like they moved that movie up like a month or something, didn't they? Didn't we talk about that? We're like, so like that movie's done. Like I think that's like. Oof.
Well, and they can't do anything in the writer's stage for it either, which is why I brought up the Eric Kripke thing, right? Because like during the edit, there's rewrites happening. You edit dialogue pieces together. What?
Yeah.
Grayson, Cole Sprouse from Sweet Mortal Life Combat on deck.
Oh,
I'd watch that.
cute.
I'd watch that.
Yes. Same.
And then ADR to cover up edits and breaks and things like that. Like
Yeah.
you can't do this on Deadpool 3. You can't do this on Deadpool 3. Like on Deadpool 3, where you need it, honestly.
That's the thing. Like this isn't like I'm not worried about a movie like Mortal Kombat 2, where like mostly that's about like great fights. Deadpool is about comedy and specifically with Ryan Reynolds improv comedy, and like unless they just shot all the action scenes and then in 6 months when they can, they'll just ADR a bunch of shit. Like this just feels like, yo, we need to shit this movie out. And that's a bummer because like this is like the Hugh Jackman return, even and like this could.
Wow.
This
There's
is something
just no part of me. There's no part of me that believes that Bob Iger is like letting his hand off the wheel that hard when like he's been championing letting Deadpool be Deadpool ever since they got it. So there's just no part of me that believes that they're just like pumping it out. So there might be like bullshit behind the scenes because of the strike, and honestly in a way where we probably wouldn't be very happy about it.
Yeah,
that is the reason that this is happening in this way, and that there is going to be something that comes around. Like, I just don't buy that they're going to just like let a bad product come out just because, especially on one that they've cared about.
They're just really good at filming.
Yeah,
they're just really good.
One take.
Everything was one take.
So the script is written by Rhett Reese, Paul Wernick, Zeb Wells, Ryan Reynolds, and Sean Levy. With Levy being the director. So like it's entirely possible that they just think they have a foolproof script. There's no revisions needed. Let's just put this thing together and put it out.
Even still, like 2 months is
but
not
the thing
is
is
a
like
short.
But the thing is like they can say that now, and then when the strike is over, come back for reshoots.
That's what I think.
They might have done this to finish filming. Might just be the people who they know they're going to run out of time with because of when they're scheduled for their next thing or something.
Yeah.
And so they're wrapping them now, and they're like, we will reshoot with the people we know we can get back later. They've already thought of like what the next window is and decide like we're going to lose this fight if we just hold off here. Yeah. Because otherwise we're going to lose our window to film with them at all.
I do think like in 6 months we're going to see like a bunch of reshoots, like which was going to be normal anyway. Yeah.
I'm optimistic.
Yeah.
I am actually optimistic.
I want to be.
Because my Deadpool 3 was shot in a week.
In
1 week.
What?
And it was terrible.
Damn.
So I'm sure this one will
we got
be
2
great.
months.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
I forgot the bit for a moment. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
I am not confident in any film that films during the writer's strike. I don't remember any gems coming out of the last one. There could have been, maybe. I don't remember.
Not the big ones, though. The ones that need it.
And so I'm kind of looking at this like, well, okay, well, Deadpool 3 is not going to be very good. Unless they're doing the reshoot thing when everything's settled down, whenever that's going to be. And then there's...
Sorry, finish your thought.
Well, and then I was, Thunderbolts finished filming also this week. And I'm like, Thunderbolts had a head start before the pandemic, but there's still the back half that this thing could really suck in the edit. Like,
yeah,
I don't know.
Again, like we've kind of talked about this, that you're really stuck when you're a movie that's in production.
Yeah.
When a strike like this happens, because everybody has schedules and everybody has contracts and things that they have to follow up on. And when you're running through a window, you've got your locations set up, your dates that you're there and they're paid for. You've got your actors who have to move on to other things and they're set up and their times are locked and they're paid for. You kind of just have to move. And so I fully can buy that they just moved on everything they knew they had to, and we're probably going to see reshoots.
Yeah.
And like it happened for Multiverse of Madness around the pandemic. It wouldn't be shocking for it to happen here.
Yep.
Yeah, it's fair. We'll see. I hope we get some good movies. That'd be nice. But I also want the writers to get paid. That's more important.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, like everyone in the industry should be getting what they're owed. Everybody.
Yeah. Everybody.
It's entirely possible that because because they probably would have known that the SAG-AFTRA deal was coming to an end around the time they finished filming, that they just finished filming in case SAG went on strike.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like there's probably like been discussions, I would guess, especially on a lot of these big ones, not just Deadpool 3, but a lot of these big budget productions where they were in production and the strike happened and they have to talk about like, hey, we might not hit our window on everything. So you start prioritizing. You start saying like, who are we not going to be able to get back at a later date? Their schedule is too full for the next 2 years. Who are we not going to get back? We need to get their shit now.
Yeah.
And then you kind of work your way down from there.
Right. You guys want to talk about Spider-Boy?
I guess.
Sure.
I mean, because you don't have to. I can skip it.
No, you already brought it up, so I need to know.
What's Spider-Boy?
All right. Well, Dan Slott is returning to write an ongoing in the Spider line with Paco Medina on art. This is going to be about Spider-Boy, who was introduced in Spider-Man #7 last year, showed up in an Edge of Spider-Verse comic. Apparently, both of them sold out crazy because of Spider-Boy. Here's what it's about. The new series will dive headfirst into Spider-Boy's untold past by introducing his arch nemesis and further exploring his connections to the Spider-Man mythos. Join Spider-Boy as he battles to restore his destiny and retake his place amongst the great heroes of the Marvel Universe. Yeah, so he like showed up and was like, "Hey, remember me? I'm your sidekick." And Spider-Man's like, "No,
Yeah.
I don't."
So this is totally fine. I only have one issue with it, but it's not the fact that it exists. Like it was a brand new character that people seem to like. It did sell out. I have no problem with this character getting booked. The problem is there's so many other characters that get miniseries and one shots and like don't even get series, and they're giving like Spider-Boy, another random Spider-Man character, like a full ass like ongoing. And again, this is Dan Slott in his own little miniseries. Like he writes a Spider-Man book and he also gets this one, so that's fine. I have no big deal with that. But like what they're doing with like
That's
Ben Reilly,
But that's why this is getting ongoing, right? Because it's Dan Slott.
yeah, because it's Dan Slott. Yeah, so like it is. Well, it's not. It is continuity. It's not Amazing Spider-Man by Zeb Wells, right? It's not the main book, so like he can have his own little corner. That's fine. Again, I don't. Why this is an ongoing? Like, are we gonna get 50 issues of Spider-Boy? Probably not. But like, whatever. That's fine. Good for the Spider-Boy fans.
To be perfectly honest, when I saw Spider-Boy, I was like, "Is this like Spider-Man, but as a 10-year-old? Is this like an alternate universe thing?" I thought it was kind of like those.
Went by Spider-Man.
Yeah, I thought it was based off the ad that they did a while ago, where Spider-Man's looking at the reflection as like a little baby Spider-Man.
Oh yeah,
he's just like dancing in the little thing. And I was like, "That's Spider-Boy."
That is really cute. That is cute.
I thought it was kind of like those really old Superboy comics where it was still Superman, but his adventures as a boy.
Yep.
Yeah. No, Paco Medina is an awesome artist. So like I'm sure this book will be charming and whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, Spider-Man, Spider-Boy.
Yeah. You can't become a man without being the boy first.
Yeah.
That's the
Although
rules.
Spider-Man was not like Superman, because Spider-Man just went by Spider-Man when the moment he became a superhero. Superman,
he didn't meet up with like the Legion in the future and have adventures
that we know of.
Superman showed up and was like, "I'm Superboy, and then I'll grow up to be Superman." But Kara doesn't get to become Superwoman. She has to be Supergirl.
Yeah.
Well, Superwoman is Lois Lane.
That's Lana Lang, isn't it?
Oh, it's Lana Lang. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
It's one of the LLs.
It also depends on what universe they're from, because
I'm pretty sure she's dead.
Yeah, I know.
Oh yeah. Well, anyway,
like isn't Earth 3 Superwoman like evil?
Yeah, she's an Amazonian.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Wow, we learned so much today, aren't you?
It's the crisis. That's the crime syndicate Superwoman.
Yeah,
Yep.
when they did one of their crisis things coming out of the New 52, Lana Lang gets these powers, and so she's Superwoman, but also the powers of the sun are like eating through her body, so she like blows up in the end of
it's in like the first issue or whatever.
No, the first issue, Lois dies.
Oh,
yeah, Lois dies.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
Because they're not keeping old Lois.
Yeah.
Because like Lois came from the previous universe with the New 52, and they're like, no, we brought back Clark and Lois Classic into this universe.
Yeah.
So there's no room for this Lois Lane anymore.
New Lois.
New 52 Superman.
Yep.
New 52 Superman also blew up.
Right, yeah, she got her abilities from him blowing up.
Oh, that's
And then
right.
he blows up.
Right. Okay.
That's right.
baby.
And they both
caught
New
up.
52 Lois Lane and New 52 Lana Lang both got powers. In the first episode, in the first issue, New 52 Lois Lane exploded, and New 52 Lana Lang was the only superhero, the Superwoman.
Right. Right. Okay. I was a little confused, but it all makes sense now,
I'm melting.
and I'm on it.
Okay. Anyway, Stranger Things season 5. We'll see
Season 5?
season 5, the upcoming season. Dan Trachtenberg of Prey and 10 Cloverfield Lane is going to direct an episode. That's cool.
Neat.
Might make me watch season 4.
It's a good season,
Oh.
I think.
It's
Not overall.
half a good season.
It's half a good season.
Oh, well, that's a good.
But it has the best scene in the whole show.
Unfortunately, it's cut up throughout the whole season, so
Right.
like you can't just like watch one half of the season. It's just
Ugh.
half of what you're watching
It's really
is great,
good.
and half of it is like, oh, why are we here?
But I still think it's like it is. If you like Stranger Things, I think it is worth.
There's some
watching.
real good like anime level kind of shit.
All right.
Yeah. It's-
Master of Puppets.
Yeah, that's not the anime we're talking about, but that's also
No.
Among Us.
Among Us.
Among
Among Us.
Among Us.
sus.
Amogus.
Word sussy.
It's getting. Oh boy, it's getting an animated series from the creator of Infinity Train, Owen Dennis.
I mean, that's cool.
Yeah,
That
it's
it's
pretty
the
cool.
creator of Infinity Train makes it immediately more interesting, because otherwise I go, why do we need an Among Us animated series?
Well, the thing is, exactly, it depends on who the creator is, because
Exactly.
you could do literally any
Mhm.
idea. It's the thing. It's
Yeah.
just a thing with cartoon characters. So like, if it is the paranoia aspect, then just as long as the creator is good, it's going to be great, probably.
No matter what happens, it will be a meme. It
Oh,
will.
yeah.
It will be it's going to be treated as a joke. It's going to have its phase of being like,
Mhm.
oh hey, look, haha, funny, Among Us, in a cartoon.
Cut to 3 weeks later, and it's like,
It's prestige TV.
why am I crying about the
Yeah.
Among Us show?
Yeah, so it's like
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be hard to kind of get past that first injection, because I know for a fact that first episode's going to hit big numbers
Yeah.
just because
yeah.
it's so popular. But
Mhm.
I knew about it. I didn't know who was making it, so this news is great.
Mhm.
Totally something.
Sure.
I haven't seen. Oh. Sorry, were you done?
Can
No.
the Bens talk at the same time? Was that allowed?
I'm sorry. My apologies, Xander. I thought you were done.
Wrapping up real quick. Yeah, so it will be, it'll have these big numbers. It'll be kind of a joke. But I'm excited for it to actually maybe be good.
Mhm.
Mostly just because I really like Infinity Train, and I think it's a really well done series. So I think, I've got a little bit more confidence in it being actually something and not just a cash grab.
Yeah.
Which is what it initially felt like.
It could be like a fun cartoon whodunit.
Yeah. Which would be awesome.
A space whodunit.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I was going to say, I have not seen Infinity Train, but the very few times I have heard Sparks talk about it, from what I can gather, it's a very quality show. So this gives me hope that the director or that the creator of Infinity Train making this kind of echoing Xander. It might be, once again, we won't know until we see it, but it might be pretty damn good. And honestly, I'm for it. And for the fact that Among Us is as a cartoon, it fits, to be perfectly honest.
It's definitely one of those things that, like, Xander said it very well, of like, you first hear about this and you're like, why? I mean, it's a popular game, but like, why would you do this? I don't really see the point here.
Mhm.
And then you hear who's creating, and you're like, oh, actually, that could be
Arcane.
kinda cool.
Yeah.
Arcane
Everyone
was
went, a League of Legends cartoon? Who needs it?
Well, see, like, if
Yeah.
I hear that they're making a live action Among Us movie, I'm less interested, as opposed to a cartoon made by the
Yeah.
Infinity Train.
Right,
Like,
right.
It all
Exactly.
depends on, like,
Right, but that's what I'm
concept.
saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, when you find out who's creating it, you're like, oh, that's very interesting. I'm actually really into that.
Yeah, and also just to go back in time for a hot second and be like, because when they're back in the 80s and 90s, when video games were when cartoon video games were cranking out like every other thing, we had at one point 3 Sonic the Hedgehog shows out at the exact same time. One of them was really good, one of them was pretty decent, and the other was absolute dog shit. So there is
So what
a
I'm hearing is you want 2 Among Us animated shows dueling Among Us. Let's get this done. We can do it. Let's do it. Us. We'll make the second one. We'll see who's better.
It will be Among Us.
We're doing Among Us too.
Who among us will make Among Us?
I will watch it. I'm not going to participate.
But I am saying there's always there's a decent chance for something like this to be really, really good, and that's what I'm hoping for.
Subscribe to
also
our Patreon to make Among Us happen.
Among Us. And also, Xander, apparently you and I can
No
win
actual
conversation.
promises. This is not an actual promise. This is not legally binding. If you go to the Patreon,
I'm not learning code.
And I was just gonna say, Xander, next time you and I see each other, I guess we can't hug because the core of grace in the universe is gonna implode.
Yo, I've seen the one when you're going to have to fight each other for your power.
I don't want to fight my friend.
Oh my god, let's do the one. Subscribe to our Patreon and we'll do the one.
No.
No, can't
That's
no
infinitely more
promise.
expensive.
We can't legally do this.
Gotta be the 2.
Oh man.
It's
So
like,
go
gotta
to
be for some
trailers.
parody law.
Yeah.
Let's go to trailers.
All right.
Blade Runner 2033 : Labyrinth.
Video games. This was just a cute little teaser. This is from a developer who makes lots of fun, like walking simulator, story-driven games. So I'm sure this is going to be a very cool, story-driven, not so like action-heavy type of game. Set between the first movie and the second movie of the Blade Runner franchise. This one's really cool because it's at a time period where there are no replicants So it is a Blade Runner who doesn't have a job anymore. So what does he do when there's no Blade Runners to Blade Run? And that's fascinating. I'm curious about that. I just love the world. There have been a couple Blade Runner games, so like it's cool that we're getting another one. I'm excited.
I really like the aesthetic of the Blade Runner world.
Mm-hmm.
So this looks like a really nice way to engage with it in a game medium.
Yeah. There's like the enhancing stuff that you do. Like I'm into that.
Yep. I can't wait for a strand like Blade Runner.
Death Stranding? Did you just mention Death Stranding in my house?
In my house?
Where are you?
In this home.
There you are. Kojima's in my thoughts all the time.
Pluto.
Astro Boy.
Right.
Redux.
Oh, this looks dope as
Yeah.
hell.
This is very cool.
I'm not one for gritty reboots usually.
Same.
I think that they're at this point a little overdone and not really married to the essence of the character.
Yeah.
But this feels like it still is able to keep the essence of the big questions that Astro Boy was saying underneath
Yes.
and bringing them to the forefront.
Yeah.
Right.
So it keeps that same core and it just shifts the perspective of what the story was trying to say. So it feels like it's going to work.
Yeah.
And it looks so good.
Robots absolutely cannot become more human.
Yes.
What a statement.
Yeah.
That was a pretty damn good statement. I know it's Astro Boy, but every time I was seeing that main robot protagonist, like when he's put the little thingy behind his ear and he has arm, the whole time thinking this is just Cyborg 009, but not. And oh god, I miss Cyborg 009. Anyways, this does look fantastic. This does look awesome. My interactions with Astro Boy was from the anime that aired on Toonami and like the newer animes, and I liked it. I know who Astro Boy is because I mean, you see Astro Boy. This is one of the most famous anime characters ever made. But man, does this look awesome! Like like Xander said, it looks gritty, but it's good gritty. As in, there's truly a important story behind it. It's not like, hey, let's just do gritty just to do gritty. It's like, no, there was a reason behind this. There was a reason that we have that tagline of robots cannot become more human at the end. And I'm like, we're going to get some really good, what it means to be human sort of bit. I am all for this.
Yeah, Xander, you nailed it on the head. Like this is like the same core of what the story of Astro Boy, but just like through a different like lens or perspective, because it's about like a robot becoming human. Where with Astro Boy, it's very bright and colorful, and it's optimistic about like you can be anything you want to be, like the Pinocchio story. But this is the dark inverse of that of like, oh, you cannot be who you want to be. Like you cannot advance. You cannot advance. Exactly. So like it is the same story, just like taking it at like a more mature level of like, oh, like if this were, through like the meaner scope instead of that nicer scope of like, oh, it's the same story, just like a little more blood. And I'm like, I'm totally into that. With this world, it makes sense.
Also, the animation looks absolutely stunning.
Yeah, it does.
It looks so good.
I love his feet. They look like just their flaming feet. I'm like, yeah, flame on. Flame on. Hell yeah.
We're just going to clip, I love his feet.
Ricky feet, flaming feet, 10 out of 10.
Ryan, no!
Ryan, what have you done?
That's so good.
Futurama.
Sparks, we had a conversation when this was announced.
Yeah.
And I still believe everything you said about like the last couple seasons, the because this is not the first reboot Futurama's had, that they've been good.
Right.
This trailer did not sell me whatsoever, besides that the voice cast is back, because a lot of the jokes felt like 65-year-old men are like, ooh, we need COVID jokes. And like all joke and like just old jokes from like 3 years ago. And I'm like, I know animation takes a while, but also like maybe if I were 18, I'd find this funny, but I'm in my 30s now, and it's like this isn't working for me the way I think it might have.
What I will say is that when Futurama came back last time, while they were doing like jokes in the moment, the jokes were like jokes that were responding to things within the last like year and a half to two at most. This feels like with the crypto country,
the
and
crypto
like
thing, man.
It feels like Futurama's trying to catch up on all the years it wasn't on the air.
Yes.
In cultural references, and I'm like, you don't have to do that.
And I understand like that Futurama, like that's what Futurama was. It was like making fun of things like in our modern time, in our future. It's like I understand like you do have to catch up.
You parallel, but
yes. But it just, I think it's just like, I just don't want to like the nose joke. I'm like, I don't know. I don't find that funny. I'm really honest.
I I am so glad I'm not the only one, because when I was watching this trailer, once again, I'm glad to hear the voice cast back, but yeah, the second the whole time I'm watching is, it just feels like they're doing like, hey, we're back, let's make fun of all the things that we missed out on. And I was like, it doesn't feel fresh to me. It's like, okay, they're going to I feel like they're going to a trope that has been done billion times before, and some of the times has done better. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but even like the one thing that really just got me was the very end, like the Alexa joke where Fry and Leela are making out, and like, you know, the mom Alexa bot thing is just spying on them and recommends something. I was like, to me, that just felt way too on the nose, and I just wasn't laughing. I was like,
that also
okay.
felt like even older than like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like the last revival really felt of the moment still, and this feels like it's playing catch up, which I don't feel like the last revival felt like it had to do.
Yeah.
It didn't feel like it had to catch up on all the years it wasn't on the air.
Yeah.
See, when it was announced with the new season, even before I saw this trailer, I think this trailer just paints what I'm going to say, even like it informs it even more, is that the show when it first started was really, really good.
Oh yeah.
And I feel like every time it came back, it lost a little bit of what it was.
Sure.
And now that it's been off the air for a while, people look back and see it as an entirety, and they paint their opinion of it from the beginning to the end. So it's like, it doesn't have that stagger. They don't show the progression. They're like, oh yeah, in general, it was good.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see this come back. When the reality for me was this section was really great television, and it had a hard time returning to that form with all the changes that happened in between cancellations. So seeing this come back again, I wasn't optimistic of it really recapturing what my favorite part was, which was the beginning of Futurama.
Yes.
I was optimistic, or I was expecting it to recapture the ending, the last like 1 or 2 seasons of Futurama instead, but a little worse. And that's what this feels like.
Yeah.
It's still Futurama. It's still cool. There's still like a lot of stuff that I'm probably going to be like, oh, you know, I like the characters, and I'm going to watch it because I like the characters and their interactions. But it's going to be tough because I don't know if I'm going to actually watch all of it.
Yeah.
Because it feels like that progression has gotten to the point where I'm like, I don't know if I can keep caring.
And in this trailer, it feels like a lot of greatest hits coming back, like, you know, Robot Santa, and like that, I forget, like the evil lady who slept with Farnsworth, and like it's a lot of returning characters, and I'm like, if I were to come back to Futurama, however 10 years later, I would want it to be, yes, the returning cast, but a bunch of new people. I want it to be, this is what, 25 years since that first like thing. Like, I don't want this to be The Simpsons where nothing ever changes. Like, I would love where, like, what if this were like Fry and Leela had a kid, and it's like, it is 10 years later. Like, I would love that show. It feels like we're stuck in like 2008.
I was
breaking the show in
honestly,
2023.
I was kind of hoping for a little bit something like that, to be perfectly honest, because I thought that the second ending, when Futurama came back on Cartoon Network, Comedy Central, I thought that ending was a very good ending. I thought that while it wasn't like the definitive, it was still a happy ending. You still got to see Fry and Leela live their life, and it was like, this is like, it pulled at my heartstrings. I was like, good, this is a relationship that has been growing and building up for years, and now to see that they're, I know they're still together, obviously, but I don't know. I just wanted, now that they're back, it's like, can we get like a little bit forward progression?
It feels like no time has passed in however long, if it's been a decade, less or more, I don't know, but it feels like a decade. But like no time has passed since then. Yeah.
Also, I want to pull up Chaos Gaming Theory's comment real quick. Chaos Gaming Theory says they should have continued the Netflix show. Apparently, to them, it was a turd being polished, but it was starting to shine at near the end.
No, it was Comedy Central. Comedy Central was
I think they're talking about Disenchantment, which was Matt Groening's show.
Oh, the other show. Sure. I never even gave that.
Sure. Okay, got you. That makes sense. Same team and stuff. Yeah. The trajectory of Futurama is you've got the original stuff. Fox cancels. You get 4 straight to DVD films that I think are very good and honestly still of original Futurama caliber.
I have those. They're great.
And then from that, Groening wanted to bring back the show, and that ultimately leads into the Comedy Central revival. That's where we left it. So there's just one show revival between here and the original. There's 4 films as well, but there's just one Comedy Central revival that happened.
It just feels like so much more like time. It's crazy.
Well, it's been a lot of time, but there's only been these one revival pre now. This is the second revival of the show.
It wasn't
not
on,
counting
it
those
wasn't
4
on,
films.
What is this on Hulu?
Now it's moved around on its networks.
Okay.
For syndication purposes, who had the rights and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But only Comedy Central made a new version of the show.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Gotcha.
I don't know. I still count those movies.
Now it's Hulu.
No, I mean you can count those movies. They are a separate beat, but they are essentially the beat in between
the beast with a billion backs,
the revivals and stuff.
Yeah. I just wish I was more excited about this. It just looks like we're returning to a thing instead of like, not that they're not like passionate about it, but like we're not doing anything new with it. We're like, we're coming back to it. We're doing the thing you like, and I'm like, that's cool, I guess.
Five Nights at Freddy's.
Benjamin.
Oh god, they're all.
I heard someone yell, "Oh shit!"
That's my roommate. He's playing either Overwatch or Diablo right now.
Okay.
So I wouldn't say this trailer is the best, but I'm still looking forward to the movie.
Yeah.
It didn't really like scare me or terrify me or anything, or it's like, oh man, this movie's gonna be so terrifying. It looks like, yep, this is a Five Nights at Freddy's movie. Those animatronic, the Jim Henson company just blew it out of the park, in my personal opinion, just judging by these trailers.
Oh, those animatronics look incredible.
They do. Obviously we're gonna go see it. I'm excited. I'm not saying it's like, oh, this is gonna be the best thing. I'm like, you know what? I might really enjoy this movie, at least for the animatronics. I mean, I do kind of like how Freddy Fazbear's is like decrepit, and the owner just doesn't want to get rid of it, so that's why he's still hiring a security guard. I'm looking forward to Matthew Lillard being a creepy guy, just because after watching Scream this past year, I was like, oh yeah, he could be a really good villain. But I'm just gonna say that I don't think the trailer was really the best, but I'm still looking forward to it.
Yeah, I do agree. I think the trailer is fine. Like, I think I think this is also rated R, so they can't really show a lot of the violence that it's actually going to have. But it is kind of like they showed a lot. Like, I kind of wish they didn't show so many of like the side characters getting killed, because like now I know like 3 of those people are going to die that we meet. I'm like,
oh yeah.
Even though again we will probably see more like gruesome ways that go up, but I'm like, there was a lot of story, and I was kind of just hoping it'd be just like, no, it's like, you know, it's a creepy thing with vibes. Like you explained a lot here. Not necessarily a bad thing, but this wasn't the strongest trailer.
Is this the lore? Is this the lore from the games that it was kids?
Yes.
Being the kids are possessing the animatronics.
Yeah. There's I don't know if it's Matthew Lillard's character, but like murders happen there, and then like their bodies are possessing the animatronics.
I see.
Yeah.
Interesting. I think it looks pretty cool. I think I was a little surprised that they're going for a more camp tone rather than just trying to go for a more horror tone. But I think it looks okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like the camp to me makes sense because the first game, I think, was the only game that really tried to play up the like real horror aspect. And even that only functioned for the first, like few hours of playing the game, because once you know how everything works, that element's kind of gone, it plays.
Would you agree, Ben?
I will not lie. I still, every time I see freaking Foxy run across that goddamn CRT, I freak out and I push the wrong button. Even when I was playing Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted, the VR game, that legitimately terrified me. I hated that. I only did one night. I didn't even try to go into nights 2 or 3 when stuff starts ramping up. I was like, hell no, I'm out.
I understand I put the quarter in the jukebox, but I kind of want to take it out now. Xander, do you want to continue your thought? Because I realized I didn't mean for that to become such a thing.
Don't worry, all good. I just feel like the suspense of it was, jump scares aside and all that. The whole like, you have to be on top of it. It's first person. You're checking everything at the same time. It builds up that. After that, when you're talking about the other games, when you're talking about the newest one that came out, that takes a little bit more of an adventure aspect to it. I feel like they can only do so much with the horror aspect of this without overdoing it. So doing something a little more campy to me feels like it lets them live in that space and stretch it out a little bit without it getting old very quickly.
I'll put it this way. Why I think the camp is so important is because Five Nights at Freddy's works because it's such a simple concept as a horror game. Because it's you, like you're in control. You're the person deciding what happens. But for a movie, the suspense is not inherently going to be there. You have to create it.
Yeah.
And we're not going to be spending most of the movie watching Josh Hutcherson go, where are they?
Yeah, hitting
where
one,
are they?
3, 4, 1.
Because
3.
that's not engaging. It'll probably be a good scene where he's just trying to plan it.
That'll
and you're
be
like,
one,
oh, the tension. I know they're getting close, but like it can't be the whole movie.
Yeah.
So the advantage is that like you can't rely on that the same way. It kind of has to be campy just because of how they look, honestly, and like the setting.
Yeah.
But what that gives you is campiness can make you lower your guard.
Yes.
And so it can surprise you. It can make things tense again because you're going to get comfortable. And I think that is the way that you can do like the up and down sense of giving it real horror and more specifically suspense and tension. Because I think that's what's going to be really important for the movie is to make you feel like, I feel okay. I actually feel like things are pretty fun and goofy and I'm having a good time. Why do I feel particularly tense right now?
Yeah. Don't forget that every night that you start your job in Five Nights at Freddy's, it's like, hey, guy, good job on the job. Let me tell you about this place. And I'm like, that's pretty silly if you ask me. So, like, I'm ready for some spooky bears.
Yeah.
Because I'll be thinking about it all night. I just want to real quickly try to clarify that I was not saying that I think the campiness was a bad choice. I was just more surprised that they went that direction rather than a more horror.
No,
yeah,
you're good, bro.
Yeah. That's fine. I think we kind of held on to that because it helped sort of describe a lot of what we're feeling and seeing.
I was going to bring it up that this trailer, in comparison to the other one, felt a little goofier.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it makes it a more approachable property because it is goofy, but that doesn't mean it can't surprise you or scare you.
Yeah.
No, I need this movie to be like an hour and a half tops.
It has to be 90 minutes, dude. It cannot be 2 hours.
It can't. If they start stretching this out even further, we get a
Willy's Wonderland.
We get a Willy's Wonderland situation.
That movie's like 80 minutes and it's too long.
Yes. If you condense just what happens inside of the like fun house, Chuck E. Cheese kind of place, and just what happens in there, I think it's like a half-hour movie.
Yeah,
and
we see some outside wood stuff, so we'll get some lore exploration.
But it's so good. It's so good, and it makes me want to watch this movie because the best parts of Willy's Wonderland, if that can show up in
with a bigger
budget, I'll be content.
Yeah.
What I really want the film to be able to pull off is switching the tones so well that it's like I'm kind of in the Army of Darkness Evil Dead 2 space. I'm kind of like having a goofy good old time. Oh shit, is this Alien? Yeah. Am I in the middle of Alien where she's not sure where the xenomorph is?
Yes.
And like that's the vibe, right? You want to pivot between those two things.
Yeah. I haven't played the games, but I did see a 7-hour 3-part YouTube retrospective. So
you're basically an expert.
I feel pretty informed.
We have a Basement Arcade episode where Ben plays it twice.
2, in fact.
Oh.
We have one VR.
A Help Wanted VR one.
Oh.
And I can only assume this October I'm going to be playing Five Nights at Freddy's 2.
Oh, no.
Who could possibly have guessed?
Maybe they were all.
We'll see if survive Choo Choo Charles first. That train's coming for you.
Dune Part 2.
Y'all, I got no words for this one, y'all. For real, no words.
I can't wait. This movie looks like it's gonna freaking rule. It looks like it's
the only thing I've wanted since Dune 1.
Yeah. And there was a time period where like things were getting shaky at Warner Brothers. Were like, "Is Dune 2 going to happen?" And I was like, "I guess
they're still making that show too."
And they're still making that Apple Max.
HBO.
I always say Apple when it's Warner Brothers. Anyway, y'all, this looks like a big incredibly made blockbuster. We don't get we get lots of big budget movies. We're talking about one today, but ones that have this level of creative control and with a director who has never made a bad movie. Denis Villeneuve has made nothing but bangers for the last 15 years. People, I understand, have problems with that ending of Dune Part 1. I will say, look at Across the Spider-Verse, and if you have the same problem, judge that movie the exact same way, please, because they both end on the exact same way where people are meeting.
Or Lord of the Rings 2.
But to a lesser extent, but yes.
Dune at least said Dune Part 1.
Yes,
it came out.
Absolutely. 100%.
People went in knowing what was up.
100%, yeah. But like, if the only problem people had with Dune Part 1 is that it, like, oh, I wanted more of it, and like I wanted like the good stuff to happen, this is an entire movie of the good stuff. We all read the book club. We read this for a book club. So like, hey, the second half of this book is gnarly, dude.
Look,
it's awesome.
You've all had your good, healthy multigrain parts of your cereal with a little bit of marshmallows mixed in. It's all marshmallows now, baby.
And Christopher Walken is dunking it out.
Now.
It is all the spice, all the sugar, more spice.
I want to real quickly ask Xander, did the True Fan podcast not read Dune when you were in the
No, he was on vacation for that week.
No, yeah, I kind of had to like step aside. We had sort of a fight, and yeah, so we split for a little bit, and they tried doing their own thing, and I tried doing my own thing, and then we kind of came back and kind of like an adventure style kind of thing.
Gotcha.
And unfortunately, Dune was part of the
fight.
So it didn't really work out. So I'm excited for this universe to really sink their teeth into it.
Yum.
Because I'm going to be doing it as well, and I can't wait for spice. I can't wait for worms. I can't wait for sand.
Hell yeah.
So much sand.
It gets everywhere.
The scene where Paul meets Josh Brolin's character is in this trailer, and I was like, oh, I'm so excited for that scene. I love this trailer so much. I'm reading it really prepared me for what Dune in Part 1, Part 2 would be like. The coolest stuff from Dune is in this part of the movie, and I'm just so here for it. I cannot wait.
One of the scenes.
No, sorry, go ahead.
No. One of the scenes I actually cannot wait for is the scene on the Harkonnens' home planet, because the whole thing looks just like it's in black and white, and I love it.
Gladiator.
I think that looks so rad.
I forgot Christopher Walken was the Emperor, and then I saw this. I was like, oh right.
Austin Butler, Elvis himself, is Raban. No, Raban is Batista, but he's the bald guy who's like, he's basically the anti Paul Atreides.
Right.
I'm so excited for them to fight.
He also walked just out of Prometheus.
He does look like an engineer. That's so true. Yeah, man. Like,
more so than other Harkonnens.
Yeah.
He looks like he was. Yeah.
And the thing that most surprised me about this movie is that this movie looks incredible. There's so many beautiful shots, and it is a big budget movie, but this movie costs $122 million. Wow, who knew Nerdy Podcast has so much tea? Forget reality TV. Again, not to disparage the movie we're talking about today, but like the Indiana Jones cost $300 million. Dune 2 cost $122. Almost a third of the cost of Indiana Jones. And let me ask you, I'm saying this trailer looks pretty good if you ask me. So like, Denis Villeneuve just got it. This is a dude who's got it. Like, Warner Brothers is going through so much shit right now, but the fact that they're just like, bro, make your worm movie. I don't give a shit. Make your worm movie. And there's thank you, because like this looks incredible. And also, real quick, there was an announcement that says Denis Villeneuve's second chapter of 3-part epic. Here's the trailer, and I'm like, did you guys just silently confirm that he's doing Dune Messiah? Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. That's where the big worm boys come in, baby.
Three film saga. I saw
3-film saga. And I'm like, oh my God, worm
he
boys.
has said that he wants to do Dune Messiah as one movie. And if this movie, look, it's all contingent on this movie doing well. And I think one of the things that we have seen with Spider-Verse that is also true with Dune is that people have found this movie on streaming and have watched it on streaming.
Did really well when it came out. Don't forget.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so like this second movie, I think is going to do even better. Thank goodness it has a small budget because it has a shot to do really well.
Yeah.
And because of that, we have a far easier chance to get Dune Messiah, which would be incredible.
Yeah.
I'm just so excited.
For as much setup as Dune was, it's still a beautiful movie.
I love it.
Yeah.
Still really, really good, enthralling, great movie. but it was a lot of setup.
Oh yeah.
And for that movie to be the movie where not a lot happens,
and that's still a good ass movie.
and still a good movie.
Yeah.
The fact that this comes out, I think, really is going to cement in a lot of people what everyone else loves about Dune.
They'll see the full picture.
They'll see the full picture and be like, oh, this is what you kept going on about.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to really show what's going to be the opinion for more Dune, more stuff. And I really think it's going to go in that direction. Yeah. I really think that once people are introduced to the rest of the story, it'll be like, wow, I can't wait for more of this.
100%. Yeah. They'll, God, it just looks so real. It looks like a real ass big blockbuster movie. Will it be as good as like a Lord of the like I personally, I love Dune Part 1 a lot, right? Like, is it as good as Lord of the Rings? That's for your opinion, but like this kind of summer blockbuster IP doesn't really exist anymore with this level of quality.
This isn't summer.
It's 95 degrees out. I don't know, man.
No, when it comes out.
You're right. Sorry, you're right. No, you're right. That's true. So it's like these movies don't even come out in the summer. This level of quality that has to come out at the end of the year. Like, it's just like, I'm so glad it gets to exist. Like, it's the reason I love doing this podcast. As much as I love the MCU and all the stuff we talk about, but like, man, Dune is a real ass movie, man. And I'm just like, I'm so excited that it is also a big science fiction movie where the main characters are riding big worms. Like, that's so awesome. We live in that world. I'm just so thrilled to be here.
I just want more worms.
We're getting it, dude. We're getting an entire battle of worms against a giant citadel in this movie.
Yeah, see, I love kaiju. I love kaiju movies.
Hell yeah.
The fact that the worms are pretty much kaiju is perfect.
That one shot of Jessica, the one shot of Jessica where it's like kind of like out of focus, but like it's erupting behind her as she's walking. I'm like, bro, this movie looks so good. Oh my god.
That's a good shot.
It's a good looking film.
Okay. Shall I move into our main topic then?
Yeah, I think we can move from the saturated yellow greens of Dune into the saturated yellow green of Dial of Destiny.
Yeah.
Okay. We're talking about Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, directed by James Mangold, written by Jez Butterworth and his brother John Henry Butterworth. I just really like those names. They direct the Butterworth brothers. They wrote Ford v Ferrari with James Mangold and Edge of Tomorrow with Christopher McQuarrie. And also written by David Koepp, who wrote Indiana Jones: The Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, and James Mangold wrote this one also. What do we think about this, Ben? Oh, full spoilers. Sorry, full spoilers. I forgot to do the spiel. Full spoilers. You know, if you haven't seen this, do the thing. Whatever the whole spiel I do, just whatever.
Yeah.
It's your choice.
We're talking about the movie.
Spoilers. I had a blast.
That's bad. Sorry, Chaos Gaming Theory's comment that just came up. Dune gives me Trevor's vibes.
That's so cute. I love it. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Not wrong. Yeah, I had a blast with this movie. I felt like I was watching, to me, like, obviously I was watching an Indiana Jones movie, but this was like, this is what Indiana Jones is. Just going on an adventure, having a blast, and I was there for it. I had so much fun, and I loved it. I truly had a great time with this movie.
Hell yeah.
Ryan?
I liked it. I think it is a good time at the movies. I am probably the non biggest Indiana Jones fan here. I think they're good movies. I think they're great movies, but like I don't have a reverence for them. So like I didn't have as much going into this one. So like I think it's good. I think there's a lot of good stuff. I think this is a better send-off movie than Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. But like I got a lot of problems with it. Like I don't like I think it's good. I think it's good.
Sparks?
I really, really like it. I had a very good time watching it. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Have a couple of really strong highlightable problems, but still think I had a really great time.
Nice.
Xander?
It's a mixed bag for me. The bar for it to be a good Indiana Jones movie for me was better than The Crystal Skull.
Mm-hmm.
which was not difficult to pass, and I'm really happy they did. That said, it's a very low bar. So, you know, on one hand, I'm like, cool, this feels like the movie they wanted to make when they made Crystal Skull. It feels like the movie that they were like, oh, it's this resurgence, he's back, it's, you know, this whole thing. And in that aspect, I think it really succeeded. And in the other aspects of like it feeling like an Indiana Jones movie, you know, and some of the characters, I'm sure some of the issues we're probably all going to share and on some level. It's hard to look over them because, you know, I really like Indiana Jones. So it's one of those things where it's like, I'm having trouble getting over certain hangups.
I want you to give your reactions first, Brandon, but then I do want to respond to something he was saying there.
If you want us to respond, you can.
No, because it's really starting the conversation. So I want you to just give your reactions.
Well, look, my love of Indiana Jones is known. I've been doing so many Indiana Jones stuff on this podcast because I love him so much. It's fine. It's an okay movie. Xander mentioned a lot about how it for him surpasses Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, and for me it doesn't. For one of my very specific hangups of this film, I like Crystal Skull more, and as of now, this is my least favorite Indiana Jones film.
Oh wow!
Dang.
Wow! That is a spicy take.
So where I want to start with in relation to this is what Xander was saying is that this is the film they wanted to make with Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, and that's absolutely not true. And the reason I wanted to tackle that is because where I think this movie is successful with Indy's story in a way that Crystal Skull fails is Crystal Skull wanted to say, this is Indiana Jones getting ready to pass that baton. That was the goal. The goal was they wanted it to do so well that you would be endeared enough to Shia LaBeouf's mutt that you wanted to watch him carry on the fedora and the adventures. It wanted to be the end of Indiana Jones' adventures in a sense of they will go on in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
And the intention with this one is to have a man who believes all adventures are behind him and that his life has kind of fizzled into something he can no longer engage with. Be re-engaged by adventure in a way where he's like, I recognize what there is for me to still live for here.
Yeah.
And I recognize how a life lived is valuable. And that is a different focus of what this story is about for Indy than what Crystal Skull was doing.
Right.
Which is the only thing I wanted to get out right out of the gate is that I really like that intention. Like you can make your comparisons to like this is what they did with Luke to an extent in Star Wars, and there's some comparable comparisons there or what they were doing with Willow and like sure Lucasfilm kind of has had that going. But I think it works in this sense of Indiana Jones, like if you really like his arc, especially something in The Last Crusade of being this kind of parallelism he doesn't know how to bring himself out of because he feels like he failed the moment that his father ultimately got past in Last Crusade, right? Because his dad comes out of The Last Crusade seeing what I found was enlightenment, right?
Illumination.
Thank you. Illumination. And the illumination is connecting with my son.
Mm-hmm.
And Indy feels he's failed that.
Yeah.
Because he did not make that connection before Mutt was gone.
Yeah.
And I think that like the way that circulates on his brain, look at it in another way. There's the moment in The Last Crusade where Henry thinks that he lost Indy when he went over the cliff with the tank.
Yeah.
Right.
Indy's living that life now.
Right.
And having that paralleled through another child who he was supposed to be responsible for and also failed because like what I like about that ending note with Marion where she says, are you back? Is it's not like, are you back to being Indiana Jones? Are you back to being the adventurer? It's like, are you back to engaging? Are you back to being in a life?
Yeah.
Right.
And I think the film does a very good job of illustrating that that's where he's at. And that's the point of this story is to bring him just back to living.
Mm-hmm.
That is a really good.
That's a really broad look at the film.
No,
That's
I know.
not me saying it nails that in every aspect.
No. But like I like that and I respect it. there is a little bit of Last Jedi with this version of Indiana Jones, where he is retired and things happen with his family and stuff, and I'm like, I guess just personally, and this isn't a reflection on like the score of the movie or the review of the movie, but did I want my last Indiana Jones movie to be where his son is dead and he's estranged from his wife, and then they get and it's kind of a sad movie for Indiana Jones, and then they get reconciled at the very end. Whereas, again, Kingdom with the Crystal Skull, however you feel, he ends happily, very happy with his wife and child in front of him, next to him. And I'm like, that's not criticizing the story, but I'm like, is this the last thing I wanted my Indiana Jones to go through? To be sad and have one last adventure where his kid's dead and he thinks his wife hates him. And it's just it's an interesting choice they wanted to make for this movie. It is not, again, it is not just a repeat of Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. But also, I kind of just... I think maybe this isn't the movie I wanted, and again, I'm not super maybe I don't know. I'm just working through this one because again, I'm not totally in love with it. I'm just not totally in love with the conceit because I'm like, did we need sad Indiana Jones? And I get and I want Harrison Ford to be really good. He is really great in this movie, but I kind of want it to just be a lighter, fun adventure, which I'm glad that's why we have Phoebe Waller-Bridge for and stuff. But that's just how I'm feeling about it.
Well, you bring up a really good point about Kingdom with Crystal Skull's ending, which is that it does end with Indiana Jones happily married, connected with a son. It ends. It's a happy ending. Quite frankly, looking back on it, that is an ending for Indy.
Yeah.
He picks up the hat and he's ready to go, and he's Indiana Jones. And I think that's kind of where I'm kind of with Ryan, in the sense that Ben mentioned that it was a really exciting movie or something like that. You mentioned it made you happy, Ben?
Yeah, because when I mentioned this to Sparks very briefly, I know I'm sitting down watching Indiana Jones movie, but this felt more like an Indiana Jones movie to me than Kingdom of the Crystal Skull did, and I don't.
See, that's where I want to finish my thought before you kind of get any further.
Mm-hmm.
In there is, I disagree because this made me very sad. I find this film to be my biggest issue with this film is it's very depressing. There's that line where Sala is like, I miss adventure. I miss the desert. I miss Sala, who is Egypt's premier digger, was brought to America during the war, which makes sense. I'm okay. It is now living in New York City, driving a taxi cab. That's very depressing. In a 2-bedroom house with his entire family. I find that very stereotypical, very depressing. I find that almost everyone that Indiana interacts with in this film, first for the franchise, gets killed. And I find that depressing. It was just up until the end of the movie where he does reconcile with Marion, which I will say, because I've been pretty negative here. I really like the ending where he does reconcile with Marion. I like that scene a lot. Outside of that, I didn't find this one very fun. It didn't make me happy. It made me very sad.
Yeah, I definitely I agree with that to an extent, but I did find some joy throughout it. Mostly again with Phoebe Waller-Bridge, Helena Shaw, who I really really like. I think she's just really fun. I just like her in general as a performer. She's got great energy. I love her and Teddy. If there were less of them, I would probably like the movie less. But it is so focused on her and Indy. I think they work well together, and they are the core of the movie. So for me, that is able to carry out through the stuff I dislike.
If I can, to what Brandon was saying, I think Saul is a good example of. I don't find him being in New York City the way he is as a cab driver stereotypical. I find that representational. That's what happens at that point in time with being in New York of. Coming in, immigrating, and that's the job you get, and that's the situation you're living in when it comes to that situation. I thought that made a lot of sense for putting Sala in the States.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with you, but don't you think he'd have a lot of money at this point doing what he does? I thought Sala would be well off.
My partner did say, real quickly to interject on that, Sparks, real quickly. My partner did say that it is very realistic to have someone who is very rich and popular in the Middle East and Egypt and coming to America and being very poor.
Cool. Right. Okay. There you go. That's good to know.
Thank you, because that was essentially what's it. But what I hear you, and I guess my read on the end of the film is that it is a happy ending in the sense of like, because it is Indy coming back to this idea, like why he almost stays in the past is, what do I have to go back for?
Yeah.
And you're visually shown what he has to go back for. Like he's given what he has to go back for. It's not just Marion. It's
Wombat,
Sala and Wombat and Teddy. And like there is a family, there are people, and he had chosen to cut himself off in connection because he tells this story when he's giving that really well done and emotional speech about like what I would do if I could go back in time, I would stop my son from enlisting thing. And he says that I would fail to support Marion and she would be consumed in her grief. But it's kind of a lie. At least it seems to be in the text of the film, because he seems to be the one who got consumed in his grief. Mm-hmm. And yeah, it failed her, but like she doesn't seem to be the one who like he was unable to help. He was unable to pull himself out.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I that is sad. That is sad. And I'll admit, like, there's an amount of like what you're saying, Ryan, like, is this really how we want to leave Indiana Jones, an icon that we all love and that kind of thing? And I'm like, I'm responding to something in this that feels very real.
Yeah.
I think, and that feels very like, this is how life goes. I find it actually like, I understand the behind the scenes workings of like, and everything, why Shia LaBeouf is not a part of this movie and all that kind of stuff. But I think it's actually very smart, regardless of if they could have gotten him or wanted to get him or whatever, to have had his son die in the war.
Sure.
It's a very, like, that is something you don't normally have a lead iconic character dealing with, of this sense of just like, this just happens and this just was taken from me.
Yeah.
And that is just how life plays out sometimes. And that happened to Indy, and I don't think that's a bad choice. I think that the way that affects him, that is a driving part of who he is in this movie, and how he reconnects to his goddaughter is bringing him back around to what else there is beyond that, is a good choice, and feels very natural, and something that, like, if I'm being 100% honest, I see a lot of my late father in it, because this was, my dad having an awful relationship with his dad, and then fumbling the ball with me for a lot of years, and then having to find a way to find his way back. And like, I get kind of like not ending up where you thought you'd be and not having the relationships you'd want to.
Yeah.
And Indy kind of going through that, I find charming in a way where, like, I guess I didn't want just another, at this point, Indiana Jones adventure that I don't think this is treating it in the same way of like, he's old now, but it's not in the same way that Crystal Skull was doing it, where it's kind of like just about like physical jokes.
My bad.
This is about he's lived such a life, and the life has had triumphs, but it's had sorrows, and that weighs on him. And that there's a real response in the character to how that goes. And I'm saying all this just to get across that this is a feeling I have, but I don't think a lot of the reads and feelings on this are invalid at all. I get that, like, the movie spoke to me in this way, and it executes on something that I think works in that broad sense while having a lot of potholes along the way. But I get how not wanting this for Indy. I do understand that.
So I love, thank you for sharing that. I think that's awesome. The thing, I think I'm just rubbing up like the same thing with Brandon is like, I love that Indiana Jones wants to be real and stuff, but we've had 40 years of Indiana Jones movies being Indiana Jones movies.
Right.
Like, I can respect this movie wanted to take itself a little more seriously with its themes and stuff, but like, again, this is, this is all personal. Like, I don't think this is I've said it right, but like a negative on the movie. It's just my personal, just like what I think. Like, I think this movie's a little too dour for being the finale in a pretty lighthearted franchise. And again, this is like, the end of the franchise. The character is 80 years old, but like, I wish there was more smiles than killing off like every side character that we possibly can, because they do in this movie. They kill off, whether they're alive or dead, or on screen or off screen. There's a lot of death, and I'm just like, that's not like Indiana Jones kills people, sure, but it's like in fun. It's never. We're not just like killing people in the like aggressively, like just like that Nazi killing people. Like, it's just like, it's very, very dark. And it's like dark, not in the Temple of Doom dark, where it's like fun dark. It's just Nazis are murdering people left and right dark. And I'm like, it's just not the vibe I'm looking for with this kind of franchise. And that's just, again, like, I know people love this movie, and I don't think it's the worst thing ever. It's just like the vibe check for me was a little off
Right.
the whole time.
If I could bounce off of that.
Please.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I want to reword the very first thing I said. And it's less that I think this is what they wanted to do with 4. I think it's, to me, 4 felt like more of a proper send-off and finishing to the story than 4 did.
Mm-hmm.
Because to me, 4, that's what it was.
Right.
It was shaping the story, send-off. Yeah, it was also, setting up everything else. But as far as like just the ending of the character of Indiana, to me, this one felt better than the Crystal Skull. If that clears up my sentiment. Okay, and now bouncing off to what actually you were saying. There's a lot of really fun moments in this. There's a lot, the almost the entire beginning of the movie, which had some pretty good facial like de-aging that like I think we're used to seeing more and more. So I think maybe that has a little bit to play into it, that are more used to it, but also it looked good.
I think you'd be hard pressed to find an actor with a larger catalog of film references to be able to capture it well either. So like if you could pull it off with anybody, it's going to be Harrison Ford.
And it looked good.
I think it looks really good most of the time.
Yeah.
And then sometimes it looks okay, and then sometimes it looks really bad. But importantly, it was never distracting.
Right. Yes. It never felt distracting. So the thing with this movie, which is like part of the issue I have with it, which I'm realizing is very aptly, as you pointed out, how sad it is that you have really fun moments marked by just like tragedy that the movie just expects you to get over. You have, they're getting together, they're getting the dial. You have this really fun intro, and then Indy's sitting over a secretary that's dead, shot, basically like freaking out, going like, this is death I'm dealing with from like an innocent person. And then you get a fucking great chase scene through a parade, and it's so much fun. Everything with the horse in Indy, I was like, oh my God, this is great. But I'm still hung up on him being destroyed by that woman. And then you have the super fun, hey, I have a whip, everyone else has a gun, play to the sword fight gun thing.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, that's cool. And then a super fun chase with a tuk-tuk, which is 100% in recent memory one of my favorite chase scenes or car scenes. With so many great beats, so well done, super, super fun. And then you're dealing with the CIA character I really liked getting shot.
Oh, dude, I can't. Oh my God, that bummed me out so much.
Not only bummed me out because I really liked her as a character, but by this Nazi guy that's like, ha, we were Nazis.
Yeah.
And that's it. And then you're just like, oh, now I'm hurt by this character death. And then back to more fun and more, jumping around and messing around. And then the death of the diver, Banderas, which was what pissed me off the most. And part of that is that it affected me personally. So this also like moves into, because I really love that character.
Yeah.
It really moves into my dislike of
Matt?
I keep going back to you for names, and I'm sorry.
Sure.
The goddaughter.
Oh, Helena.
It goes back to some of the problems I have with Helena, in that, she gets excited afterwards, and Indy's like, my friend just died.
Oops, sorry.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
And it's like,
there's some tonal whiplash, and again, with James Mangold is such a good filmmaker, but he is like not like. He doesn't make lighthearted movies, right? He makes like more mature movies, and he just brought like a maturity to Indiana Jones. I guess I always have to say, like, me personally, but like I just didn't feel like I needed. Like specifically, I think of that scene where the CIA lady dies, and those Nazis just kill random civilians just to get the information. I'm like, it's very real and very traumatic. in a way that none of these Indiana Jones movies have felt before. And like, that's cool if this is the vibe you're going for, but like, you also have the regular, really lighthearted Indiana Jones, like tuk-tuk stuff. And then you're just going to kill a major character and you're supposed to have Indiana Jones deal with that, like actually emotionally, consequentially, as opposed to the other movies where it's kind of like lighthearted. And I'm just like, this movie's all over the place for me tonally.
Yeah.
And I just wish it would have like stuck with one. Like, if you just want to make this the Skyfall Indiana Jones, do it. But you can't have the goofy shit the entire way through too. Like, for me,
very, very quick, very quick. So many Nazis died at the start of that movie.
Oh yeah,
and I was like totally fine with it because it handled death like every other movie.
Explosions, they're goofy.
Well,
they're
Nazis.
Yeah,
well, one, they're Nazis.
Yeah,
but like a lot of the deaths were kind of silly.
Yeah. That's a regular Indiana Jones, just like, Nazis blow up, whatever.
And it felt like after that, you're like, okay, cool. We're granted a little bit more realism, who we care about, but it was like, it was a lot of tonal whiplash.
Ben.
I hope this doesn't make me a horrible person because I was not feeling the whiplash move when it gets to a really sad moment and then it goes to the chase scenes, because I, like Xander said, I love the chase scene in New York, the chase scene in what was it, Algiers? No, it's not Algiers.
Morocco?
Tangiers. I know there was a Gears in there somewhere. The chase scene in Tangiers I thought was great.
Only reason why I know is because this morning I couldn't get over Harrison going, I know Tangiers.
Oh yeah.
That made me laugh. I do hear what you guys are saying. You're right. This is sad, but for some reason, when I was watching this, it felt like it made sense. Mm-hmm. Like obviously, when the movie first starts, we knew that Marion wasn't going to be there for the whole movie, and part of me was like, oh great, did they break up again? Is Mutt just off doing something? But then when you find out that the reason why him and Marion are having these problems is because Mutt signed up for the Vietnam War, I'm like, oh shit, that makes sense. To me, it makes sense. Yeah. It makes tunnel sense. It makes complete sense of why Indiana would go down a little bit of a spiral, why we see him drinking a lot more. And then when Helena brings him back in, he's slowly but surely getting back. And I do agree with with Xander on the scene with Antonio Banderas, because I really like Antonio Banderas. But the one thing I don't agree with is the CIA agent, because personally, I think the CIA agent didn't need to be there at all.
That's the problem.
I'm kind of with him on that.
That's the problem with it.
I agree with that. Like, I don't think the CIA agent needed to be there, but it really does suck that we killed the black character in a way where it's like,
that's the problem.
Really lame. But I'll tell you what's even worse. That she talked about the fact that it was worse and more offensive when she died than this, and she took it to Mangle, and Mangle was like, no, I hear you, we should change that. And so there was a worse, more offensive version to her of this death.
I didn't know that. Thank you for telling me that.
And like the fact that she had to bring up that script rewrite, it's honestly really upsetting to me that she had to act her way through that scene where the cab pulls up behind the truck at the parade, and she knows the Nazis are going back there to kill 2 black men, and she has to just look the other way. And I'm like, this just doesn't work. She's a morally bankrupt CIA agent from the beginning just because of all these people getting killed. And I'm like, I can't care for this character because of that. And so it just sucks to have her here. So she shouldn't be in the script.
But I don't understand why the CIA, like, she knows that he wants the dial, but she's not a Nazi. She makes that clear. So she's like, so why are they letting him go after the dial?
She said the whole reason is because they were just keeping you happy, because the US government, they don't believe these things are really dangerous, although they have a whole warehouse dedicated to them. But they don't believe that these things are dangerous. The CIA agent character didn't work because she's watching too many people die and just letting it happen. And especially when it got to like the murder of 2 black men behind her, I was like, there's no world where a black CIA agent woman
in
would just
1969
be okay with this. It just wouldn't happen. That makes no sense. There's no way that she would be like, you can't kill the white civilians, and then be like, I'm gonna look the other way while these 2 black men get killed. Sorry, that wouldn't happen. It really sucks that they did that.
A lot of the side characters, I'm just like, why did you do these things? It's interesting.
I 100% agree. Like, that's she's a
really the
horrendously mishandled character.
Like the whole, not even the guy on the crutches, like the CIA guy who was on the crutches. When you first meet him, it's like, okay,
who
this
Indiana definitely killed, right?
probably. But you see him the first time, and he's totally like, you could tell he's like, this is a man of importance. This is a guy who's upper ranking. That's why he yells at the two Nazi guys. He's like, hey, you guys aren't agents. You can't take care of this. This is our turf. And that doesn't show up again. I don't even think we get a name, to be perfectly honest.
That's why I said, because the last time we see him, Indiana had just done his bookshelf tumble, and we see him go, ah! And then the bookshelves fall on him. I'm like, those are metal bookshelves. That man's dead.
But this is also one of those things where, like, this is one of those things where, like, regardless of them being CIA, I kind of don't care, because they're, you know, like, this is very much, if we're coming out with 2023 sensibilities, right? You look at them and they're like, you know, not getting involved is still like condoning the violence that they're perpetrating.
Yes.
And like, you know what they're doing and you're allowing it to happen. So you are also, unfortunately, bad people.
Culpable.
So like, I couldn't get on board with her anyway. And I couldn't get on board with him anyway. So it just kind of sucked to have them there.
You could just cut the CIA part, and like, they're still, that's Mads Mikkelsen's character, still the guy who built the rockets. That can all still be an exact thing. Like, you don't need that CIA stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I will go to agreeing with Xander that I think like a lot of the chase stuff is really fun.
Yeah.
I really like a lot of the energy. Basically, I love Phoebe Waller-Bridge. I'll get that right out of the way. I love her. I love Helena. I love Indy's relationship with Helena. I love that she and Teddy are basically Indy and Short Round from Temple of Doom.
Yes.
That's like the timeline that we're picking up with her at.
She's kind of naughty.
Right, that's that point in her adventures, and that he is recognizing in her, because at that point in time he was much more about profit than anything else.
Yes.
And he's recognizing in her that's who she is, but she cares about the kid just like he cared about a kid, and that's the thing that he knows means she's a good person inside.
I love all that
and
stuff.
how that's kind of drawn out of her. But again, like, it also just goes back to, I think her and Ford play off each other very well. I think they've just got a good energy and rapport with each other. And I guess it doesn't bother me for Indy to be a bit dour, because Phoebe Waller-Bridge is there to be more snappy and more adventurous, and I really like that. And I like her, especially I really like all the gag stuff with her, like the man she was supposed to marry, and like it's a good it's a good like reversal of how she uses her sexuality versus Indy's as this young upstart that she is. And I really
like her. I do like her line. You stole my ring. It didn't go for as much as I thought it would.
Yes, yeah. I think she's crushing it. Honestly, like all of her stuff, I think is crushing it.
Yep.
I want to bounce off of that specifically. I have a lot to say actually, but I agree. Actually, I really like Phoebe Waller-Bridge. I don't know if I really like how Helena is handled. I think I kind of had to sit on it a bit longer. I liked it more the second time I watched it, because I watched it this morning. I liked her character more this second time around, but. And I do like the connection, as Sparks said, of the fact that she's very much Indiana from Temple of Doom with Short Round. And I think that's effectively there, especially in her background of like, he tried to steal this from me. Very similar to what happened with Short Round and Indy.
Yeah.
I like her, and I think she brings a lot of good energy to the movie. And Harrison Ford and Phoebe Waller-Bridge clearly are doing well. They like each other. They're clearly playing off of each other very well.
Yeah, I as I stated on here, I love Temple of Doom just because it's a little Indy's a little nastier. So he's a little more profit driven, but still has a heart of gold kind of thing. So like, I really like Helena. Like, my favorite sequence in the movie is the Morocco stuff where she is trying to auction shit off. And she's like having a conversation with Indy as she's having an auction with all these criminals. That's all really fun. I do like what Sparks said, like her energy and vibe. I'm just down for. Like, I just like her presence in the movie. And
I like the way she pulls one over on Mads on the boat. You know, like, well, she's giving him all the information, but she's like, yeah, but I left out the key part, and like, it doesn't matter because they follow them anyway. But But like, it's crafty. I like the way she puts stuff behind her back. I'm like, this feels very good. This is like this is
the dynamite stuff.
That scene was very good.
Yeah,
I really like that scene.
Yeah,
I will say when Helena is doing like the whole bit of like translating the Graphicos, and she's like the whole time thinking she's probably feeding the wrong information, and it felt like an old Indiana Jones move, like something Indy would pull on, like say the Nazis in Raiders of the Lost Ark.
It's very thematically similar to the fight that he and Marion have to get the Russian soldier off guard so that Indy can beat him up and free themselves. Like, it's very similar in kind of idea. She's disarming them, and honestly, that's to get into one of my other things. Is that's where Mads is best. I think is in that scene because he's kind of this like giddy little schoolboy, being like, "Oh, it's in Alexandria. Oh, it's like he's like excited, like she's got him, and he's like excited to be the student." And that's the, frankly, only time I liked Mads in this movie.
Okay, I want to respond to that because I really like Mads a lot through most of this movie. Because he's got such a like when he's moving and he's like taking the dial with him, he's got such a like
he's a
little energy to him. But like
he's a nerdy scientist.
I think he's performing it very well. But I don't know if an indie villain has had a colder line than looking at a black bellhop.
Oh yeah,
and saying to him, "Do you feel like you won
the war?
The war? Do you feel like people appreciate you for winning the war?" As a Nazi, I was like saying that to a black man. It's like holy
shit. Because like he's a veteran who served in the war, and now he's like a bar hopper or bartender. So like, oh, did you really win?
Well, and he knows.
Like, oh, God.
And he knows that how racism is in the States,
Mm-hmm.
and so he's like, "Do you feel like you won?"
Yeah.
Strongly.
I really like Matt's performance. I don't always like how he's written, but I do like his performance.
Yeah,
I think he's performing very well. Just to kind of clarify, I think he's very good. Mads Mikkelsen is very good, and he is very good in this. And he performs this kind of tweety scientist Nazi very funny, and very fun. But I don't think he's given enough in the script, which is weird because we spend more time with him than we have every Indiana Jones villain outside of Elsa. And I don't really think that he's given a lot here.
I want to highlight what I think accentuates how good Mads is, which is when the in the end of the movie and they're on the plane and everything has gone wrong, and like there's no line given to Mads about this, but you see him just like grabbing the side of his head and pushing his hair up as like he has lost his ability to deal with the situation anymore.
I can't be here.
And while I think it's absolutely nuts and I don't understand it, why Boyd Holbrook's character is just like, I'm gonna fire out the window of this plane and not care that it's going down.
What is he doing?
And not grab a parachute or anything. I 100% believe why Mads' character is doing that because his whole thing has just crumbled apart in front of him.
His entire life.
And he's playing that so well visually that he is just like completely lost.
Yeah.
So you pretty much hit kind of what I was going to say, is that I like his character the most in both that hotel scene and at the very end.
Yeah, where he's lost it.
I feel like he loses me throughout the film.
Yeah.
It's not that he's bad or like a bad character. It's just I feel like there's not as much there to hold on to.
Yes.
Whereas the other two have such poignant scenes with like, you know, his actual ideals and then like him going full blown Nazi.
Yeah.
And it gives him something to work with.
He definitely starts really strong and ends really strong, but the middle he's kind of just like generic villain.
Yeah.
And like he loses some of the tweety nerdy personality. It shows up, but it is kind of like, oh, now I'm just for an hour of this movie, I'm just Nazi man. I'm like, yeah, you lose. Like, I wish he was kind of like the nerdy scientist guy throughout more of the movie. Like, he is not a fighter. He's a scientist. That'd be fun to see.
To be honest with you, I feel like he's just not given enough dialogue opportunities for it. And part of that is because like he shares, I think, too much space with Boyd Holbrook, who is, you know, a talent in his own. And like, it's nice to have both, but the fact that they have to be together so much of the time,
right?
It's
doesn't give other than when Indy's not there or Helena's not there, right? When it's just the two of them, I'm like, that's fine because then they're playing off each other. But you know, opportunities for dialogue against Indy and Helena is taken away from him because you have these other talents in the room, and I think that hurts his ability to get lines.
Yeah.
That being said, what I wanted to cover is that I really love his motivation, which is I could do it better.
Yeah.
I need to kill Hitler and do it better. And I think that's it's such a good, like, you know, the general, like, I would go back in time and kill Hitler, like, response. And he's like, yes, I want to go back in time and kill Hitler to do a better job.
Yeah.
And I wasn't expecting it. I was like, oh, it's the classic, go back in time, win the war.
I was worried. I was really worried we were just going to go back to like 1945 and it's just going to be reliving the hits, like Avengers Endgame style. And I'm like, that's what I was really scared about. And luckily it wasn't that.
It was so good. It was so good to see kind of that twist where it's like, no, I'm going to be in charge.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, this is so well done. And again, it gives him more character to work with.
Mhm.
You know, I just, yeah, it's weird. He's a weird character for me to say that I really liked because
It's uneven.
it's uneven.
Yeah.
Because I have these moments that I'm like, this is great. And then a lot of kind of like, which again is kind of how I feel about Helena. There's like some moments that she has, the moment with the dynamite, you know, some of her interactions with Indy, all
constantly thirsting.
All of her interactions with Teddy. All of them.
I love
think
Teddy, man.
They I'm like, wow, this is so good. The little like pull, you know, it's like, hey, are you calling the shots anymore? It's like, no, of course I'm in charge. Come over here. Oh yeah, 1 sec.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of humor there. It's very funny. I'm like, yes, this is great. And there's other stuff about her character that I'm a little like, I don't know. I feel like the idea of her being more like Indy and the stuff that you kind of covered, to me, is having to have something else do some lifting that isn't in the film itself.
I have seen, and I don't know if I totally agree with this, because there is a lot of that, because Harrison Ford is as old as he is, he can't be the main focus of the action anymore. And that is true. But to say that he does no action in this movie, I think is a disservice to the movie.
I think that's true.
I think he is driving enough. I think he does get enough fights. Now, he is not doing as much action as he was in the other movies, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But like,
he's 80.
He's also 80, and like he does still get into fights, and he's not like 40 kicking ass. Yeah. He's 80. He's also like,
and he gets like 2 solid right hooks.
Yeah,
3. He knocks Boyd on his ass 3 times.
Yeah,
and you'd think that boy would learn.
He gets he's pissed about it. Like,
there's a guy in the auction that lands in front of him, and Indy has no reason to do this because this dude just flew on his ass, got punched by some other dude, landed in front of him, and Indy has a moment where I know that it's probably just like kind of messy choreography, but what it looks like is Indy sees the guy, thinks about it, turns back to the guy, and just slugs him in the face, and then runs away. And it's just some dude that did nothing to Indiana Jones.
Which also, like, honestly, in that kind of chaotic scene, that feels very Jones.
Who do I fight?
Just like,
yeah,
right. So I think that the advantage you have. I think that the advantage you have, what was smart about the attempt to do this story with Indy kind of being in this place where he has to be brought out of it, is that it allows Helena to not feel like she's just copying the energy of Indiana Jones. Mm-hmm. Nor do I feel like they are trying to make her exactly like young Indy, but they are trying to capture some of the spiritualness of it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't feel like you have just someone being in his shadow, which is sometimes what it felt like Mutt was doing in Crystal Skull. Mm-hmm. And like, because Indy's in a different place and being a fully realized character in a different place, she's allowed to kind of occupy some of that energy and dynamic that Indy isn't.
So here's my problem with that. It's weird to say I have a problem with it because you make sense. Okay.
Sure.
But I like Helena's character more after discussing and recontextualizing some stuff than I did when I first saw it. Mm-hmm. But there's still a reason I didn't like her character a lot when I saw her in the movie. Mm-hmm. Like, I feel like both of these points have validity. Like, I'm way more Team Helena now, than I was
pre-conversation.
Yeah. You know, because I'm like, a lot of the points you're saying make sense, but my experience with it, I didn't gather any of that.
Yeah.
You know, and on some point that might have to be with either, you know, like how my recency of watching the other Indiana Jones movies. It's been a couple years for me.
Sure.
Or, you know, really delving into the character, but like, there's certain stuff like I was talking to you about it before, her going to auction off the dial, or I'm like, why'd it have to be the dial?
I agree with Xander that I don't really get what this beat is, only because she knows. To me, it's confusing because she knows she's being pursued by the Nazis, and I'm like, why is the instinct to take the thing your father is obsessed with and that you memorized his journals about and sell it when you know the Nazis are after it? That's a little strange. I just don't know what the beat was.
I thought it was a thing of, because she has the information, she doesn't think she needs a dial, so she'll get rid of it to stop the tracking, so someone else will get tracked.
Maybe.
Yeah,
but it's but it's only half the dial, so she would ultimately need that half back again.
Yeah.
Right. And if any of this was the case, I'd rather it be at least shown.
Yeah. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah.
You know, and stuff like that. You know, like again, the other scene that bothered me with her, you know, joking a bit and then Indy being like, "My friend just died."
Mm-hmm.
It's like I would have rather her address that.
Yeah.
You know, bring something to it, and I guess she's not as, you know, maybe emotionally present for him because they're still rocky at that point with each other.
Yeah.
You know, but it
maybe I'm being too generous on the read of that. And I'll admit that. But like I think part of the point is that she didn't know the guy. Right. And to her, it doesn't hold that. Like, she's just excited that she pulled this off, and that they got away. And Indy grounds her. It's not like she ignores what he says after that. They're
just on different wavelengths.
She brings herself back down, but like, you know, it's important to have Indy say that line. I don't think that's done thoughtlessly. Like, Indy says that line after she's so excited about something because it's supposed to kind of reconnect her and recalibrate her to like what's emotionally at stake, that these things are real. Like, lives are lost in the balance of this. Indy's used to that. She isn't.
Yeah.
Right. So just to kind of like wrap up my arc of hating Helena. The last thing that really gets me is that once they are in, starts with a TH.
Tangiers?
Tangiers.
Or just a T.
Silent H.
You're right. It's in there somewhere. You know, she has the moment with Teddy. They have their, oh, who's really in charge thing. And I feel like the moment that she gets with Indy in the tomb where they find everything didn't really have enough for me to make that bridge of her having her issues with him and then her caring so deeply for him and wanting him to come back and not stay in the past. And it's like they both make sense. Both those spaces make sense. I understand the feelings behind them. I understand the context. I really wanted something that felt like there's this connection, there's this spot that I didn't really get between those spaces.
May I real quick, and then I want to shut up because I want Brett and Brandon to talk more about the movie. But
thank you.
Thank
vindication.
Tangier is a very nerd thing. In relation to just the beat we were talking about, right? Mm-hmm. She doesn't recognize the significance of the fact that Antonio Banderas just died. Right. And she has been bonding with Indy on the boat. I think the moment where there is a big turn that's very clear on Helena's face is when he tells the story. That's very emotional, made me cry in the theater about he would go back and stop his son from enlisting in the war.
Right. Yes.
When she starts to connect to that, the thing that makes her deeply connect and care about Indy is Indy gets shot. And she knows that shot could kill him and they're going to take him. And he's saying, get out of here, because he's making the choice that she's more important in that moment.
Right.
And so if you want to call it like it's subtext in the film rather than they're making it completely overt, for the first time, someone she has now connected to, whether she was intending to or not, is now in danger.
Right.
And she knows what that means.
It's her awakening.
So I saw the scene where he tells her about his son.
Yeah.
To me as Indy opening up.
Right.
And because they both have walls against each other.
Mm-hmm.
And that's his is crumbling. And I hadn't really seen hers and that moment where that happens.
Right.
And no, I think you're right. I think that gunshot is that moment. And I think that when I saw it, I just didn't read it as that.
Because it's like that's when it becomes real to Helena
in
a direct way that she connects with, because she is a walled off person.
Right.
I think she also views him like she's known him since she was a child, that he's like this legendary guy, like this legendary Indiana Jones. Right. And he just got shot in front of her. He can't get hurt. Yeah. Like other people will get hurt, but no one else, he's not going to get hurt.
The wildest part about all this is that I think after this, if I watch it again, I'm going to like it so much more.
Yeah. See, but you're not like I have heard other people say like they didn't really connect with Helena. So like I don't think like not that you didn't, but like other people have had problems with her too. It's not like people think she's perfect. So like, your stuff's valid too.
And other people just hate women. So
It's also true. I've never spoken to a woman.
Ben, throw out anything you got about Helena.
Honestly, I love Helena. I
Hell
thought that she was a great. She was. I don't want to say that she was a replacement for Mutt, obviously not, but obviously she was like the character where Indy's like, where Indy realizes that he screwed up, because the whole time when we first meet her, she's like this prim, proper, like just graduated from Oxford. She's an archaeologist. She's just like, I love how the trailers kind of give you the misdirect of you think that she's on her father's, she's just completing her father's work. Nope, she's this criminal. She likes stealing things. She's going for profit. She's just like you said. I love how there's a big misdirect for that. And for her, it's just like all these artifacts, all this stuff for her is just big dollar signs in her eyes. And actually, one of the scenes I really want to talk about is the end scene where they're in Syracuse in the past where they meet Archimedes. And
Can we wait?
We can wait.
Can we wait to talk about that? Because I feel like that deserves like a big moment.
Okay,
Sure.
we could wait.
Okay, then hold off on that.
All right, put a pin in that.
We really are variants.
But really, for Helena, it was just like, this is where Indy failed. I don't want to say where Indy failed as a dad, but where he failed as a father figure, and Helena can be his redemption. Whereas, like the scene on the boat where he talks about his son, whereas like I wanted to tell him and I didn't have that time with him. Now he has this time with Helena, and he could maybe not 100% fix it, but at least he can do something right. At least he could put her on a better path.
Yep.
Right. To your point, Ben, like, it's something I'll acknowledge. I do wish that the script of the film was doing a little bit more work on, is that, they mention it, it's there, but the direct parallelism between her and his son and like his connection to them is, I don't think, directly addressed on Indy's front in the way that I wish it was. Because I really like the bit in the Tuk-Tuk Chase where she says like, he's like, how did you even become this way? And she's like, oh yeah, if only there was someone whose job it was to look after me after my father was gone. What is a godfather anyway? Like, I like that. It's very much calling him out on like this thing and dredging it up in his way of kind of failing her too.
It is funny that he has the same arc as Han Solo. That's all I'm saying. And
I just don't think that the script fully resolves on that in a direct way that I kind of wish it did for him. Yeah. But I'm glad that it at least broaches the subject that it's there. Yeah. And just on another note, I also really like that, another person that we're given for Indy's failure in here. It's one of the reasons I really like that we do the secondary flashback, which is to when he takes the dial from her father, is that he treats him even worse in a way, but the same way that he was treating his dad pre-Last Crusade, right? This is an obsession and I don't understand it.
Yeah.
And like that line, I really do like the exchange where later he's like, your father was a genius. And she's like, yeah. I know. And like Indy didn't appreciate that. And like, it's this kind of thing where like Indy's a great hero, but he's always been like a human and he's always been fallible and he's made mistakes. And there are deep emotional mistakes here that he's dealing with.
Yeah.
Yeah, one more thing I want to say before we move on to something else, and this is just a me criticism. I'm just a little bit upset they didn't mention Short Round, like the scene where they're on the bridge and they're like, Cobb tries. I was like, just say his name, just give me some form of closure that Short Round is doing okay, and nothing. I'm like, damn it, you had a chance and you missed it.
I agree, because like there's also this idea of like we're seeing the parallelism in her taking care of this kid. And it's like, what about the other kid you left behind, Indy?
Just a mention.
And to me, it was a thing where I'm like, man, like it's such a shame that like they obviously of their own volition weren't thinking of Ke Kwan at all.
Yeah.
Because Antonio Banderas is cool, love seeing him. There's no reason the friend that he contacts for help getting the boat arranged couldn't have been Short Round.
Yeah.
Which would have made just a semblance of sense. I wouldn't have wanted him to get shot.
Yeah.
I'm sure that if it was Short Round, they wouldn't have. But like, but the thing is, like, wouldn't that have made a deeper, like, and added to what the arc of these, like, their relationships with protecting kids and connecting with other people who they've watched struggle is, and like, they just went for Antonio Banderas, who's great. I love him. He's a great character. He's a great performer. I'm really glad he's there. That's fun. It could have been Short Round.
Actually got to play a Spaniard for once, even though he's in Greece. Greek representation, love it. I'm glad they didn't try to make him a Greek.
Yeah.
You guys are mentioning the action sequences quite a bit. I want to go back there unless you guys want to talk more about Helena, because I don't really have much more to add than what you guys already said.
No, I think we covered her pretty well.
Yeah, I've moved on.
I disagree with the action sequences. I actually don't think the two chase sequences are very good. The one through New York and then the one through Tangier. I think they are fine, but there is just a way that Mangold shoots them. And look, I'm sorry to do this. Mangold is not Spielberg. I get it. But this is an Indiana Jones film. And there is a visual language to Indiana Jones that sometimes you can see Mangold copying in the action sequences, specifically in the Tangier chase, which was released as a clip, which is when they round the corner and then the camera swoops in from the other corner and follows them. But then after that, it's close up, medium shot, close up, blurry backgrounds on CGI motions, and I'm like, this is kind of, they're fine. I don't mean to say this is like they're terrible. I don't think so.
Yeah.
I just they just weren't as dynamic as I wish they would be.
No, yeah, I like the action scenes, but I do agree with you. Like, there's I retweeted something that like I've never seen this put into words like so perfectly. It's like movies used to look more real before technology existed that made things look real. Before CGI existed, practical effects, they look good because they're real. Whether it's a monster, whether it's a set, whatever, like that's actually there. So no matter how good your CGI
whether they
is,
went and filmed the thing that's actually put on the green screen,
yes,
and then just put it there.
Yeah, whether volume or not, yeah, absolutely. Like old school filmmaking will always look better than modern filmmaking when you're doing big special effects, because just the computer generated things, just like, and especially this movie, which is like one of the most expensive movies ever made. This should look better. This should just look better, to be honest.
And so what's so interesting about this is to call back to another James Mangold film, because I think he's a very diverse filmmaker, honestly. I think Ford v. Ferrari and Logan, very different movies. Night and Day, very funny.
310 to Yuma rules.
Yeah, 310 to Yuma. Like there are, he can clearly bounce between different genres and different tones. And I think here, and he can film chase sequences dynamically. I think the Ford v. Ferrari sequences, the race sequences, are beautiful and filmed very excitingly. And I didn't feel that about these.
Sure.
Which is a bummer, because some of the best action sequences in cinema are Indiana Jones sequences, and I don't think this continues the legacy.
I think of the minecart sequence in Temple, and I'm like, shit, man,
yeah,
incredible shit. Miniatures, real people, real sets, all that shit. And like, again, even though I like these scenes, like there are times where I'm like, yeah, that's definitely green screen. Like, I know that, and that's. I wish I wish a movie like this could just be a practical movie, but that's not the world we live in.
To throw a positive in there, just before, because like I do think some sequences within the chase sequences are fun. Like when Indiana jumps from one track to the next and the train's right behind him. I think that's very funny. And then there's the how he gets rid of the dude's car when he like driving in thinner and thinner hallways, and then the car. I think that's very fun. So there are sequences within the chase sequences that I quite like and find very fun, but overall I just kind of found them fine.
Hold my horse.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Subway's faster.
Yeah. The thing with me with that, first, I had no idea how expensive this movie was to make.
300 million.
I had no idea, because it did not look like 300 million.
Yeah.
It didn't.
Yeah.
So, that does put in a point of perspective. I'll grant that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the chase scenes, and I think here's the reason I enjoy them so much, is because to me, after what you said, Brandon, to me, yes, they're not as good as the best of Indiana Jones chase scenes. They're not. I can't really argue that. They still feel better than most other chase scenes, at least in anything I've seen recent memory.
Sure.
So that's why I tried to pivot away from comparing these to past Indiana Jones chase sequences, because that's a tough bar, right? This is not a Spielberg Indiana Jones directed film. It's a tough bar to hit. It's a tough visual language to recreate, evidently. And what we so I tried to be like, well, go to Mangold's previous film, just the film he did before he filmed this, Ford v Ferrari. Very dynamic chase. That's not a chase, it's a race. Like not necessarily the same kind of visual language, but it's very dynamically filmed, which is why I was so surprised going into this one being like, oh, but I've seen you do better. I don't know why you didn't.
Okay.
I think they tuk.
Say both.
The tuk race. I did find the speed to be like it did seem they're going really fast, especially when they're turning corners. Those things are going like wow, and I'm like, it looks like they're going really fast. So like the sense of speed for that chase I really, really liked.
Because we're talking about like just the production quality, visual look of the film, I do have to admit that I think this is the Disney produced live action movie that has finally broken me. In terms of I can't take this look anymore.
Yeah.
And it's going to be tough for me when we get around to Haunted Mansion, because I'm certainly going to see Haunted Mansion and I'm going to be like, well, here we are.
I think because going from the trailers, I think it does look a little better.
No, I don't think so. I think here's
at least the colors are different.
They're different because it's dark, but it's the
same.
The bright blues of the spirits are not as bright as they should be.
No, you're right.
Things like that.
You're right.
The point being, like, kind of seeing this and Little Mermaid at the same time, and then having recently seen the original trilogy Indiana Jones films.
Yeah.
Like, it's very clear how director of photography and lighting designers and all that for the original trilogy gave it such a look, such a distinct depth of shadow and light. And this looks exactly the same as Little Mermaid in color and Thor Love and Thunder and all of that. And I've kind of accepted that the MCU just kind of looks a certain way, but the rest of Disney live action, it's like they apply what's called a LUT in editing. And what it does is it basically limits how bright your colors can get and how high up your lighting can get and how low it can get. And so it just has to stay in this range. And it's like they put this on every single live action movie they do now. And with this one, I was like, boy, this bums me out.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that's not Mangold. That's not Mangold's fault. It's not his call. This is a Disney problem. It is a very specific Disney look that they're all kind of trapped into this visual range of like, we all look like this now. And it sucks to see an Indiana Jones movie put into that.
James Gunn just left too.
The thing that I want to bounce off of that, because I agree, Sparks, with that. It didn't bother me as much in the daytime sequences, though I did notice it. It is noticeable. It's the nighttime sequences where I think Secret Invasion broke me, if I'm honest. If I'm thinking back on my Secret Invasion review, admitting that like I'm kind of tired of natural lighting being used in nighttime sequences because it's just black on black, it's just dark. The nighttime sequences in Indiana Jones, both in the beginning, at the very beginning, and during the with the plane sequence, no more natural lighting, please. Let's make these. Let's light our nighttime sequences. Like let's do
look
this
like movies again.
Yeah, let's look like movies again. Yeah.
Dune,
anybody?
Right. And so like let's please can we get away from this natural lighting for film, especially at nighttime sequences, because like you look at there's a choice like Nope to look the way it does, and then there's this, which is, well, we didn't put a flood lamp because that's not natural.
Well, and it's not just that. It's this color filtration thing that's definitely happening in post, and it's something where like it's definitely a studio decision, because you're right. Like things can be filmed differently, and they can change the lighting and how things would look in filming. But there's something definitely happening in post here, because this is happening all the time. It's literally like you are pasting this type of filter. Again,
it's like an Instagram filter
over all of these studios' movies to make them look consistently the same. And I don't get why, because we're not doing Kingdom Hearts one day.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know why they all have to look the same.
Could you imagine?
Somewhere in some studio executive or like, assistant or whatever, there is somebody that wrote down that specific color choice as a studio note, and then kept giving the same note over and over again to every single production.
So they just made a filter for it.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where the trailer for Haunted Mansion played for this, and it said from the studio that brought you Pirates of the Caribbean, Curse of the Black Pearl. And I sat there after thinking about Dial of Destiny and how it looked, and I'm like, I can't believe that Pirates of the Caribbean, Curse of the Black Pearl that came out
20 years ago
that it did is more vibrantly colorful and of a visual dynamic range in line with the Indiana Jones trilogy than this Indiana Jones movie that they made.
Dude, Pirates of the Caribbean, that is another big blockbuster with like production value, passion, like actual that's like, let's go do that again. Let's do that again. Come on.
And obviously Mangold is passionate about doing this type of movie. Look, for better or worse, this is for the most part the movie he wanted to make. This is this is a James Mangold Indiana Jones film through and through, I feel. And for better or worse, there is definitely a studio interference happening, as Sparks is saying. Like when we get to the edit for these to look uniform, and that's creating an issue because you're saturating your filmmaker's voice.
Right.
Right.
And we've seen great filmmakers come along, and this happened to them too in a lot of other studio productions that they're making. And it's like, why does it keep turning into this? It's awful.
It makes me so curious about his Star Wars movie, because I wonder if this was again like, all right, you make the Indiana Jones movie that we want, and then you can make your Star Wars movie. I hope it's something like that, because if this is, I don't want another potential like James Mangold studio movie, because like Logan feels a little different than this does.
Right.
Yeah.
I want to, before we go on to the finale of the film, I kind of want to get Ben in on this and talk about, like, it's a rather long section of the movie, the opening, and just what they did with it. And
I was just about to go there.
I really like it overall. Like we already talked about, like the de-aging, and I agree with what Xander said, which is that it never really ended up distracting to me, and sometimes it was damn impressive. And I really like the energy of it in terms of like classic Indiana Jones stuff that you're getting, like with the wearing the uniform and they see the bullet hole, which is how they know that he's sneaking around and all that kind of stuff. I really like his dynamics with Toby Jones and some of the train on top of the train stuff and traveling through the cars bits are all really solid. I had fun with it. And I think it maybe goes a little long, but I do think like it's valuable for the relationship of Helena and Indy, like retroactively established via his connection to her father. Like it really does cement that as something solid for this movie to take off from.
So overall, I think this movie is too long. And I think this opening is also a little too long. But I do agree with Sparks in a lot of places here. I think the opening is a lot of fun. It does, Mangold said, this is my attempt to make a classic Indiana Jones adventure. And I think for the most part, he does. He kind of nails it. I don't think visually it looks as good as it should. And this is just something that I would notice, but it's clear when this is a joke. This is a joke. It's clear that when he's the stuntman, because he doesn't run like Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford has a very specific run.
Yes. I definitely noticed when I'm like, that's not Harrison Ford.
Do you guys know who, other than like the big stunts, who the body double was for Harrison for most of this?
I forgot.
It's the guy from Age of Adeline who played the young version of him.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Who got like famous for doing the impressions of him and looking like him. He is the body double anytime it's not a severe stunt.
So, so sometimes physically, it definitely, you can tell it's not him. But most of the time it works. I will say, for me, his voice never worked. I knew it was an 80-year-old man the entire time. It was, wow, and he's supposed to be like in his 40s. So I'm like, okay.
Someone definitely pointed this out really well. I didn't have a problem with that anymore because I've seen the alternative, and that's AI. That's AI recorded dialogue, and I'm like, you know what? I'm okay.
I don't know. I figured they could have done something. I
thought he was helped out by the fact that Harrison's always been a little gruff. And it didn't most of the time really. I didn't hear the age. I heard more gruffness in it than you usually would, but I didn't hear it to like the point of this is age. I think an amount of that is just kind of knowing that it is.
I think there's a couple lines specifically. Sorry, Ben, real quick. A couple lines that are just he sounds like he's 80. Not every line. Some are really, really bad.
I would agree. I would agree with Ryan. I heard the age. Honestly, didn't really bother me all that much because just I like Brandon. I would rather have the real Harrison Ford talk instead of an AI duplicate. I will say I'll meet you on the fact that yes, the opening is long, but it's not a boring long. It's not like
Right.
too big. Honestly, this whole opening sequence to me felt like Last Crusade in a way, where it's like you get a younger I mean, in this case, concerns how he's 80 the rest of the movie, you get a younger version of Indiana Jones. I was laughing a whole lot with when they bring out the Spear of Longinus for a hot second, only to realize it's a fake, especially since that was last week's book club.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up. I thought that was kind of fun. That's kind of a fun parallel that just happened.
Yeah. I thought that was great, but also just the whole train scene with Indy just going through getting in one mess after another. I thought I was like, this is Indiana Jones Murphy's Law, where if something can go happen, will. Like, I love how when the anti-air gun just falls on its side and just shoots a bunch of the train
that
cars.
was radical.
That was pretty cool.
I do like the kind of setup that he's not there looking for, not specifically the spear, but like these artifacts in general need to not be taken by the Nazis.
Yeah, but also it turns out that most of them were fake anyway.
No, they're all real except for the spear. The spear is fake.
And didn't know that the dial was there until he has his expert friend find it out. And I like them kind of like coming towards each other as points on the map. It's true. Like, I think I'm thinking of like the length of the movie. I don't think that this section necessarily need to be cut down. I really rather like it.
Go ahead if you want to say more.
Mads Mikkelsen needed more of a clear head injury on his face.
Mads
Sure.
Gets hit smack in the face with a
I thought he was dead.
Yeah, dude should have been dead.
I definitely thought because we were doing time travel stuff, that was a Mads from like the future or something. Because I didn't even notice it until like halfway through the movie. I was like, oh right, that dude should have like half his head removed. It's because
he gets smacked. There was the person next to me the second time I saw it was because his partner went to the bathroom and came back and he said the dude who got hit by the train is alive. What?
What?
Flying. He was flying. So I think it's very funny that Indiana Jones teams up with Arnim Zola to fight Baron von Strucker.
It's true.
Yeah, sure.
The second I was like, man, that guy just plays every bad German in every movie.
The thing is, like, I kept trying to think about, like, I guess really the only two things I know this guy from are the captain from King Kong and Strucker from Age of Ultron.
Right.
Yeah. I'm sure he's done a bunch of other stuff, but we don't see it. Yeah.
I do like the opening intro. I think it is fun. I think that it kind of exemplifies. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, just while I really wanted to highlight this. When the Paramount logo came up and then went away, I was like, oh damn, they're not going to do it. Ugh. And then it was the Lucasfilm logo and it turns into a lock, and I was like, very cheeky, cheeky.
I didn't want it. No, we have now we have 4 out of 5 Paramount logos. And the last one.
I'm glad they still did a logo into a thing.
Sure.
I'm glad they still did a logo into a thing. I wasn't gonna bring this up, but since you brought it up, I'm glad they still did a logo into a thing into a logo. I think that a logo into a thing, whatever. I think that's fun, but this is in association with Paramount Pictures, and Paramount Pictures has their logo just before that, and I'm like, you missed it. You missed your opportunity to do that.
I do understand it. I also get why they didn't do it. Is Paramount has so little to do with this movie.
I get
at this
it.
Point.
It's buying 5 trades of a comic book, and the 5th trade has different lettering, so it looks different. That's what this is.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you could have just done the nice thing and just did what everyone else did to make it like cool. But like, I get it, Lucasfilm. You got to be special. I get it.
I will use this to kind of bounce into another issue I have, which is the pacing of this film, because I think the middle especially drags this movie down. Yeah. And Mangold talked about his influence. Like Spielberg told him, with an Indiana Jones film, always be moving. And you look at the Indiana Jones films; they're all fast-paced adventures, and under 2 hours, a little over 2 hours sometimes, but they're around 2 hours. This one is 2.5, and I think the pacing, it slows down too much in quite a few places. And I kind of wish that we had ramped up the pacing a bit more or slowed it down. If you wanted to be a more meditative Indiana Jones, maybe don't go the half measure and just slow it down more. but
Yeah.
I don't know if I would want that, honestly.
See, the thing is like, I think if we didn't have an almost 30-minute prologue sequence, it wouldn't be a problem. But like that is it's a 25-minute opening sequence. That's like a third of a regular movie almost. You know what I mean? So like you still have another 2 hours of movie. So like I personally don't even think I have a problem with the middle part if I didn't have just watched 30 minutes of another movie basically. So like I personally don't have a lot of issues with that, but like just knowing that there was 30 minutes is like it's just a long movie. But I don't think any of it's like I don't have any pacing issues. It's just a long movie that like I didn't love the opening as much as you guys, but I liked it. But I'm like, that's almost 30 minutes, y'all. That's crazy.
Yeah. I want to also say there's a line in the middle that I want to just quickly mention that I liked, which is when they're about to dive and they're like, and Helena points in the water and like, what are those, sharks? No, eels. They look like snakes. And then he just turns around. No, they don't.
No, they don't.
No, they
Yeah.
don't.
It's a good bit. It's a really good way to bring the snake thing back and not feel like this is another thing. I think the movie's very good at not giving into like nostalgia shit for nostalgia's sake. I feel like every little nod, every little thing that does come up that is like, you know, recapturing an indie joke or a reference or something like that, it all belongs in this.
It wasn't
story.
overly.
It doesn't feel like it's just done there to be done there.
There's one reference in this movie that I actually really liked to The Last Crusade, which is when Helena first meets Indy, and Indy says, "Why would you want to chase the thing that drove your father crazy?" And Helena says, "Like, wouldn't you?" Or something.
Yeah,
and
right.
Calling back to Last Crusade, where he does go after the Grail. Like, oh, that's actually a really good callback to that movie. And then the Blood Collie bit is fun too.
Yeah. Ben, take us to Syracuse.
Time Fissure.
And very last, because I didn't mention anything about this, and I wasn't a part at all about this part of the conversation, and that's deliberate. Because sure, the movie might have been long. I would have changed nothing about the opening.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have shortened it.
Yeah,
it was my favorite part of the movie.
Oh yeah,
and really well done. And I have no actual comments about it except, hey, I really liked that.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna close it with that.
I love it.
Cool. So the scene in Syracuse obviously I want to talk about is the part where Indy he's shot, he's bleeding out, he looks at Archimedes and he's begging Helena to let him go and just to stay in Syracuse and witness history. The more I reflect on that scene, the more I feel like Indy has become his dad in a weird sense. And I'm trying to find some sort of correlation between his dad in Last Crusade where, you know, his dad says, no, let go. Like, let go of the Grail. But at the same time, Indy is still like, he has like a moment like where his dad was like, I'm witnessing history. I've studied about this my entire life. And here I am witnessing firsthand. This is the best thing ever. And Helena is kind of like the Indy role is like, we gotta get going. But I'm trying to figure out why I feel like Indy became his dad for a hot second. And it's a bit of a full circle moment for Indy where Helena finally punches him out and brings him back to his time.
Because to be honest with you, Ben, it's kind of Indy starting to fail the test again, right? Mm-hmm. Helena has to be his dad from The Last Crusade. He's reaching for the Grail when he shouldn't. Mm-hmm. Like, he's going to stay in history, and there's nobody needs him in history. In fact, history really needs him to not stay.
Yeah.
But he's convinced that there's nobody who needs him anymore and like he doesn't see what change has happened in Helena right now.
Yeah.
That she needs him.
Yeah.
Which is the thing that she's struggling to say.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, the main point I'm trying to get at is I absolutely love that scene. I think Harrison is bringing it. I think Helena is bringing it. I just like the guy who's playing Archimedes because he's just standing there going, I don't know what's going on here. I'm just meeting these two people from the future. This is pretty cool. But the big emotional beat for Indiana Jones is like, I'm just done. Where he just feels like he is done, and Helena is bringing it back.
Yeah.
There's two things specifically that I want to bring up that you were talking about, which is one is a very good parallel to the beginning when he's teaching, because we see that he still loves teaching, which is really nice. Like he's excited to talk about this, especially when Helena starts answering his questions back. Like he's just like, right, and how do we know about this, and what do we do here? Like, look at this stuff.
I wanted to actually reference that later, but like you brought it up now, so like what I like in the teaching thing is that he isn't 100% there anymore. Like, he still loves history, right? But he doesn't have the mojo to connect with the kids anymore. Like, that's part of the point, is the kids aren't engaging with him because he's not making it as engaging as he would back in the day.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he's kind of just going through it because he feels like, again, he's kind of like, that's the grander scope of the, like, putting it with the moon landing thing, right? Like, he feels like he has no place in this anymore. He's kind of given up. But you're right about Helena. Once she starts responding to it, it brings him back. It's what starts bringing him back into it. He loves history. He loves talking about history, but he hasn't had anybody, like, wanting to connect with him, and he's kind of shut himself down inside of it. He's going through the motions.
And what I like about that is the parallel when we see, here's the thing. I love the ending, if not for just the fact that it's really wild, and I'm glad they took the swing.
Yeah.
And I'm because, like, yeah, okay, he goes back in time, which for some reason feels like a larger step than anything we've seen here, and probably is thematically, but it works for me because I kind of would rather you go for it than not.
Right. Yeah.
And I like the moment where he's just kind of like, this is what I am. I am history. I learn history. I teach history. This is me being able to experience history. This is where I belong now. And Helena has to tell him, like, no, it's not. You still belong back home.
Yeah. Please.
So the issues I've had with the movie are in the middle. The opening of the movie, I really like.
Mm-hmm.
The ending of the movie, I really like.
Yeah.
I have almost nothing at the end of the movie where I'm like, oh, I don't know, maybe this, maybe that.
Yeah,
in general, I'm like, it's super good. My only issue with the ending is them saying that the dial was always meant to bring them there.
Oh no, I
So
love
that-
that.
No, that's
Oh, no, I
that's
love
how-
No,
yeah.
right. And the thing is, like, here's the thing. I understand why you love it, and I'm sure you're going to tell me as well. But for me, I loved the idea of Indy being like, you're not accounting for continental drift. You're not accounting for this, and this. And there's that moment where the guy's like, no, stop. No, he's right.
Yeah.
We can't. And still go through it. And I'm like, oh, and what a great poetic moment it was for them to end up right at that war, bring it full circle from the beginning where he's teaching about that moment. And to me, it just felt really good for the character. It felt kind of like another indie figuring, putting something together that no one else did. The whole thing made sense to me thematically.
Yeah.
And to me, regardless of what greater arc there may be to it always being meant for him to go there, to me it felt like them trying to give an explanation for coincidence because they think the audience will believe it more than just, oh, they happen to end up right at that moment.
So I get what you're saying, especially when you're talking about him figuring out that Archimedes wouldn't have accounted for continental drift and his coordinates. That said, because I like that too, and I'm kind of with you on that as well. But that said, all the Indiana Jones artifacts have a cost, something that the legends never say. The Holy Grail grants you eternal life as long as you stay within the temple. If you leave the temple, you are no longer immortal. The Ark of the Covenant is a powerful artifact that will kill anyone who looks in it. It's not a power that can be wielded. The Crystal Skull can grant you any wish, but it will kill you and destroy the city around it. So, like, including this kind of price within the dial, that this legend has sprung up around the dial, that it can take you anywhere in time, that it can find you these fissures, but having it be very localized to Archimedes needed help, and he thought this would bring it. And that becomes very Indiana Jones for me.
Yeah.
He said it better than I could have, which is essentially that it does feel exactly like the part of the Grail. And I don't think that having that reveal of, like, the dial can only come back here because he was trying to get help undercuts Indy having thought of continental drift and making Mads Mikkelsen's character doubt himself.
Right. And I mean, and that's fair. And again, it's not that I hate that, or it's not that I'm like, I didn't like it. It was just my only sort of like half gripe with that ending.
Yeah.
Because it felt like if we're doing the thing where everything has a price, everything has a cost, those reveals were very impactful to their scene.
Word.
And this reveal felt more like just a quick realization we moved on from right away.
Like something we don't linger on. Sure.
Right. It felt, I think that was maybe my major issue with it, is that it just felt like a thrown in explanation.
Sure.
Which in the greater scheme of things totally still fits into what you guys are saying. It still fits into that whole everything has a cost. I'm with you on that. I wish it had been presented with maybe the same gravitas that those others were.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'll tell you the problem I have with the scene, and it's none of that. It has nothing to do with our heroes. It's with our villains. In all the Indiana Jones movies, our villains, almost all of them, they get taken out in explosive, creative ways. And at the end of this movie, they just crash a plane. They just crash a plane. And then this Mads is just dead on a beach. And yeah, he's gross, but like every movie we see the main bad guy like get his due, and we just see him crash.
I stand by that. I still think that's fine for Mads because I do like his performance of he just kind of crumbles apart inside the plane and can't do anything. But I will agree with you about Boyd. Boyd should have gone differently because Boyd, again, it doesn't make sense that he doesn't try to escape the plane.
Yeah.
That he just stands there shooting a gun out the window makes no sense.
Yeah.
Remember the dude that gets skewered with a spear who's at the window? What great aim, just launches that dude out of there.
The biggest dude who's ever been in an Indiana Jones movie just gets beat by a kid underwater. I'm like, that's a fun subversion.
That felt dark.
That was a fun
handcuffed underwater.
Yeah, that's a fun subversion.
Felt so dark out of all the deaths that happened, that's the one that hit me the hardest.
Yeah, that dude is slowly suffocated.
Yeah,
but he's also a Nazi. So
I mean, I didn't feel as bad.
Yeah.
But it's just the way in which he dies to me was like, oh, holy shit.
That's a rough way to go.
Yeah.
Something I thought was funny was when after Harrison Ford gets shot, after Indiana Jones gets shot, they're taking him to the airfield and they take him out of the thing. The two Nazis pick him up and then one person puts his hat on. Yes. And I was like, that's cute. Well done.
Yeah.
Way to respect the hat, dude.
Mm-hmm. I would say, so like before I saw the movie, that I heard that the ending's divisive, and like again, I thought it was going to be we're gonna go back in time to old Indiana Jones adventures, and we can't like mess with like generic thing, but like this was so much more fun. And again, it tied to what was going on at the beginning. It's like, oh, it was always the time fissure was always going to bring you here no matter what. So like whether you wanted to or not, this was on Archimedes. Like I just wanted help. Thank you for coming, Dragon. I think it is very Indiana Jones, and like this, like even though it is time travel, is it really any crazier than like a box opening and eating your soul?
No.
Your soul.
No.
Like like an immortal grail. Like all this shit is nonsense, really. I mean, I thought it was fun. It wasn't over the top in the way I thought it was going to be. So like I was pretty subdued for how wild it is.
I think that's also one of the reasons why I like this movie a whole lot, is because the Dial of Destiny is just like that famous artifact, like the Ark of the Covenant, the stones, and the Holy Grail. It's like these objects that can do amazing things, but like Brand said, they all have a cost. And like the dials, like you always go to the Siege of Syracuse and whatever BC to meet Archimedes because the dude just needs help. And to me, I just felt like, I don't know why, it felt more at home having an item like this where we get a dash of supernatural, but it's not really supernatural. And also I like how it's not really explained all that much. I really enjoy it. Like when I was a kid, I first saw Raiders of the Lost Ark. I didn't understand why you open the box, you see the dust, and everyone dies if you look at it. Now, as an adult, I'm like,
the dust is the tablets.
Yeah, the Ten Commandments.
The Ten Commandments are they're just now.
Yeah, but at the same time, now I'm watching this as an adult, I'm like, you just don't look at the box. You just don't look at the Ten Commandments. Some things are not meant for human eyes, and some things, like even Indy says in the movie, I have seen some crazy things. I can't understand it all, but I just roll with it.
There's something that's interesting about this MacGuffin that I noticed, that I just thought about, which is that it's not, Mads always says it's not supernatural, it's mathematics. And the dial doesn't make time fissures, it finds them, which means that time fissures are naturally occurring in our world. They're not
Yes.
supernatural.
Yeah.
And this dial can find them. And I that's an interesting place to be in when it comes to an Indiana Jones MacGuffin.
It's science. It's science.
And so in that sense, I guess it is kind of different because it's not like it's more in line with the crystal skulls, right? Because the crystal skulls are from a real scientific thing, not like a supernatural
aliens.
thing.
Yeah.
I don't know, just a thought.
Right.
Yeah, it is different. Yeah.
Bouncing off of that, because it's something I've been wanting to get at. A little bit of a side tangent. They got the dial back with them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you see
So
it on the nightstand.
Right. Is there anything stopping anyone else from using the dial to go back to that same point in time?
No.
Like, can you just go back to the siege?
Yes. You will just consistently keep going back to that point.
And then, like, do you see a plane arrive when you do? Like, I don't know. It's just one of those things where, like, everything else felt like, it's like its thing. It does its thing, and it's like contained in some way.
In theory, because it paradoxes itself, because that's why we see the propellers and the watch and everything on Archimedes' tomb.
Yes.
Then if anyone else ever did do it, you would have seen them already in the scene, which
Oh,
means
that's
that they
fair.
successfully keep the dial from ever,
Yeah.
Ever
doing
being
that
used
again.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Granted, that's okay.
And
It was in my head.
We had to workshop it. Yeah.
And even prior to that, Archimedes, they speculate that Archimedes used the dial, but he didn't. He made the dial, then split it in two. He never used it, and therefore nobody used it for 2,000 years.
Yeah.
I do want to just highlight some fun things real quick. The guy who's in the plane that Teddy pilots, who just gets it pulled in. You took my plane, and then he's just watching it. He's like, "What is happening?"
Helping out the whole time, though.
Classic
That dude.
guy kind of pulled into the adventure, like.
That dude is so funny to me because he just wakes up and he's Italian and he's so scared. And he's like, "What are we doing here? What's going on?" That dude went to bed in his plane and woke up in 214 BC.
Yeah.
He woke up in a storm that dumped him into 214 BC, and he's like, "Oh!"
Craziest snap of his life.
And some kid is just yelling at him in a language he doesn't understand. He's like, "I guess we're going there.
You gotta land to go get my friends," and he's like, "It's very good."
Again, and then you got Boyd just shooting out the plane.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I don't get it.
why.
He breaks the front window
Yeah.
and starts shooting, and I'm like, "What's going on? What are you doing?"
Jesus starts shooting at Roman centurions for some reason.
He's a white American boy who decided he needed to join up with the Nazis. He's not exactly meant to be the brightest bulb.
It's true.
So I'll give him that. The one other little fun thing I want to highlight is I just really like when they enter the cavern. This is earlier in the film, and they're like, "We need to find where the sound is loudest," and they do the ba 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 ba.
Oh yeah.
I just think that's really good.
Yeah.
I think between the two of them,
Should have stayed out of Poland.
That's a good line.
I think we're good to just talk about the ending and wrap this up.
Yeah.
I'll go and say that the way that they did the Marion thing and where doesn't it hurt, after saying everything hurts and I understand that, in reference to like Mutt being gone and like what they've been through, and bring back around all the way to Raiders and their romantic moment in there, which was like this promise of their relationship that wasn't fulfilled in that moment visually on screen because he falls asleep, and bring it all the way back to this and close that circle, made me cry like a baby.
It was really nice. It was
when Marion shows up, I had to like stalk myself because I forgot that she wasn't confirmed to be in the movie until the poster came out and her credits were in the name. So I instinctively knew that she was in it, but I wasn't prepared for her to walk through that door, and I was just like, "Oh shit!" Because like I mentioned it when I talked about Crystal Skull, Marion and Indy are an important relationship to me. Like I really like them together. I like their theme song is one of my favorites in the franchise. So to have that be broken up in the beginning was really difficult for me to get over.
Yeah.
And it still kind of is, I'll be honest, but I'm more on board with it because where it ends, because I like that they are back together at the end.
I agree. I still like, it still bums me out to see like we open this movie, I'm like, yeah, my kid's dead and I'm divorced. I'm like, that's a bummer. But it is nice that like through hardship you can you can still find love. So
Well,
that is nice.
And like I like that it's about, it's not just again, it's not just about getting married. Like you find the people who you are connected with and the people who you want to be the ones holding your hand when you're reaching the end of your life. And it's Marion, but it's also it's Wombat, which is cute, by the way. The Wombat nickname. It's Helena, it's Teddy.
It's not Short Round.
It's Sala. Maybe it is. Maybe he calls Short Round after this. Who knows? But like it's these people, and they're the people it's Indy's little found family.
Yeah.
And I think that note, the way they do that, I think the execution of that ending is really, really beautiful. And I will say also that Sala's appearance in this, I told Brian this, made me all the more angry that he's not in place of the dumb piece of crap Max in Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, because movie would have been 10 times better if it had just been Sala not pulling spy tradership, but just going on the adventure also.
Like that's how he got to America, and that's like his first adventure with Indy. Yeah.
Sala, I want to mention that I did mention in the beginning, because you brought up Sala, that I don't really like how his story has played out, and I stand by that. It does not work for me, the way they decide to play a story out. But I do like his inclusion in the movie, and it's nice to see John Rhys Davies just in a movie, because it's been a while. And him returning as Sala is really sweet. And I do like their scenes together, especially when he saves Indy, like at the beginning, and he's just like, "I'm sorry, I'm late," and they like run to the thing. I think he's very fun. I do really like him.
I also specifically like that we get like a moment that is, him and looking at Karen Allen and Harrison Ford, the three of them all at once.
If we could take
British
a moment,
star.
if we could take a moment. I just really don't like Marianne, and I just
is this an alternate universe thing?
No, this is a bit.
Then any thoughts on the ending here?
Oh, I love it. I to me, it's like when Marion walked through the door, I was hoping it was going to happen. I was like, the second when I saw the separation papers and thing, I'm like, she's going to walk through the door at the end of the movie. It's going to pull up my heartstrings. And the second she does, and when they do the whole, like Sparks, you said, the romantic bit from Raiders, bring that full circle, I was like, yes. And they have like this sweet, tender moment of two of them just like we said, it's a couple who's went through a tremendous, horrible loss, a loss that no parent should ever go through. But during the 1960s, unfortunately, a lot of parents did. And even though these are two fictional characters, they are coming back together and they are trying to build something forward. I mean, true, nothing will ever be the same again, but some things won't change. And like when Indy always grabs his hat, like when he grabbed his hat out of the thing at the before the shot closed in. But I just loved how Helena, Sala, and the kids, they just let them have their moment. They're going off. I just thought, to me, this was a great ending. I mean, I liked Crystal Skull's ending. I will not lie. I really enjoyed how Crystal Skull ended with Indy and Marion happily ever after, taking the hat off Shia LaBeouf's head at the last second. But this one just, to me, felt more, I don't want to say complete, but it does give me a more complete feeling that Indy has lived a full life. Yeah. Indy has lived through the entirety of the up and downs. He's been on so many adventures, and his last one, he finally realized that there is life worth living, even after all the trial and tribulations he's been through. And being with Marion and just living their life and being there for Helena from here on out, I think is a fantastic ending for this amazing hero.
I will say that metatextually, I find it very funny to kill Shia LaBeouf's character. Because this character, because he'll never return. He burned his bridge with Spielberg after Crystal Skull. And I think it's funny to me they didn't just like, he's at college and they're having marital issues. It was, now he's dead.
Yeah. Well, because it's a more important choice. You know, we kind of said it before, but like this means something, especially like of this time period. It means something to Indy, and like just putting him like off screen for XYZ reason, and like, oh, they're having marital problems. That would have felt unfulfilling to me. Yeah. Like the whole Marion thing wouldn't have meant anything to me if it was just like, yeah, they're just not getting along because we just didn't want her in this movie very much.
Yeah, you kind of need the whole package of it. Yeah.
You made it into this whole substance thing, and I will say, like, to me, I talked very recently with my good friend Travis about just like talking about this sense of, you know, being a dad and having a kid, and this kind of ever present, no matter how small it gets, and it will sometimes be very small, fear that something will happen to them. And like, who are you after that? And I don't think a lot of movies have done with lead characters the story that is after the story of losing the kid.
Yeah.
Where it's just kind of like, how do you like everything? Yeah. How do you do everything?
Yeah.
How do you do everything else in your life that is not about the kid being gone, but about everything else in your life now?
Yeah.
What that world is like. And like, even to the point of what you're bringing up with The Last of Us, that's there, but like, it is about just kind of getting the kid again. And this is not about that. This is about everything else that wasn't that.
Right.
It's about learning to love again.
Yeah.
Right. It is.
Yeah.
It is.
No, I really like I mentioned, I loved the ending. That includes the very final, bit with them, getting together and him waking up and all of that. And it had this weird like sense of comfort for me, where it was like, it's not just them being together, but like the whole like, where doesn't it hurt thing. And we touched on it a little bit. Aside from it kind of completing that journey and that circle, it just like, I feel like we don't get a lot of like really tender moments like that. It just doesn't happen. A movie doesn't either allow for it or give the space for that to happen. And it felt so genuine,
especially with our older characters.
Yeah, especially with our older characters. And it was so genuine, and it was so just like enthralling. I legit started tearing up there, and it was just because I was like, I believe that they want to stay together.
Yeah.
I believe that they were both grieving, and that this is the start of them healing together. And it says so much about not just those characters that we've seen for so long, but the actors themselves, that they're able to, in a moment like that, just physically be able to express all of that. And that you sit there and you're like, wow.
Yeah. And it's been 40 years, so like that feels real.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Like we've seen their entire life together almost. Like, it's crazy.
Like I said, I only find the death of Shia funny in a metatextual way, because the idea of killing clearly the Mutt, as I said, will never return. Now for sure, especially because like you look at Shia's career, and he had tried to make this comeback with Honey Boy, which admittedly is a good movie. Yeah. And then he completely tanked it by saying it was completely made up. And that really hurt his comeback. And so you're just kind of like, yeah, maybe we don't need Mutt.
Yeah.
Okay, shall we? Thoughts and rate?
Yeah, final thoughts and rate. I'll go first.
Okay, go for it.
I think that overall, the movie has problems, but I think like where execution will like dip and then rise up and dip in points of doing the story, I think the story at its core of what it's doing is really unique to this type of icon and hero story, and I really appreciate it. I think a lot of the energy of it works through most of the time, and I find it fun and engaging and sad and very, very representative, I think, of a point in our lives that we don't always see on film very much, but does come for us all. And I really appreciate it for that. And I think I'm only going to appreciate it more as I age.
Sure.
But I think this wasn't a complete fumble of the ball. I think there are things that could have been done better, but and we've gone over a lot of it. So I'm not going to reiterate all of it here, but I just think the general thrust of telling a story that's about Indy at this point in his life was pretty good, and I enjoyed a lot of it, and I would give it an 8.
Mm-hmm. I'm definitely a little hotter on it than initially coming out, but I'm still not in love with it. I will give it a 7.5. I think there's a lot of good stuff, but I don't know where I'd cut it, but like this movie is too long for me. But like I like but like I would never give up any of the Helena Andy stuff because like we probably won't ever see Helena again either, as much as I would like to. Like I would totally watch a Helena Teddy show, movie, whatever. But like this movie is good enough for me. Like I would watch it again for her and Indy. So I'll give it a 7.5.
Xander, why don't we finish off your screen? The three of you?
Right, yeah. It is a good movie that unfortunately cannot help but be compared to its predecessors.
Mm-hmm.
That feels like a modern version or modern attempt at those movies. Be that good or bad. So with all of that, with everything, I think it still is able to stand on its own as a film. Everything aside, to me, it's a solid 7.
Ben?
I give it an 8.5. I still think that, granted, this movie does have some issues. Maybe on a second viewing, I would find some more of those issues. But as of right now, when I walked out of there, I thought this was a great ending for a hero that I've grew up with, essentially. Maybe not, obviously didn't grow up in theaters, but grew up loving Indiana Jones, wanting to go on adventures. And to me, this was a bit of a return. This film was a bit of a return to form to that adventure. It's like, let's go on a grand adventure. But now there's some stakes. There's a little bit more we have to think about. Our heroes aren't as infallible as we think they are. And I think that this is a great movie and a great ending, like a true ending. Because obviously, I don't think we're going to get any more Indiana Jones films after this, especially not starring Harrison Ford. But I think with this note to end on, I think it's a great note to end on.
Sure.
Okay, so Ben 8.5. Ryan, what were you again?
7.5.
7.5. Sparks is 8. And Xander is 7.
Mm-hmm.
Got a full thing here.
Yep.
This film does a thing that legacy sequels have to work very hard for me to appreciate, because fundamentally I do not like the trope of your hero is in a worse place than when we saw them 15 years ago and we need to build them back up.
Mm-hmm.
That's Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. I often talk about it as a legacy sequel before the rules of a legacy sequel were set down, because it doesn't do this. It picks up with Indiana Jones more or less where we left him, honestly.
He's just older now.
He's just a little older. And Dial of Destiny does this trope, and I don't think it really, for me, justifies it. Looking back on it, as Ben said, this is the ending to Indiana Jones that he is grateful to have. Looking back on it, I think I already had that with Crystal Skull. I think Crystal Skull gave me the only ending I needed in hindsight.
Yeah.
And that's not to say I didn't like this movie. I did. It's fine, but I guess I didn't need it as much as I thought I did. Is kind of where I'm coming to terms with. Like, maybe as much as I've been looking forward to this movie, as much as I wanted this movie after Crystal Skull, maybe I didn't need it. That said, Harrison Ford is very good. Yeah. And it's very good to see him perform like this in this movie. He's very vulnerable. He's very fun. He clearly cares. And that's really great to see.
Yeah. That is nice, too. Because, like, I haven't seen all of Harrison Ford's, like, recent work. I know he was in Shrinking, but, like, there is a period where he was doing a lot of, like, movies like Firewall. And movies that are like, I need a new pool this weekend. And I'm like, no, Harrison, you're so good. The 80s and 90s, you were, like, the king of Hollywood. So, like, he's still got it. Like, he is really, really good. And he has great chemistry with everyone in this movie. So, like, I'm glad we got to have, at least we have that. Yeah.
So I would say that, all that said, I would give it a 6.5.
Yep.
I like it. It's fine. I wish I liked it more. It's too long. That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Completely could change next week. Who knows? I hated Fallen Kingdom, and I love that movie now. All right. Shall we get into our book club?
Let's do it.
Yeah. I, however, am going to dip.
He didn't read the book club. That's okay.
As again, a last minute sort of addition here.
Thanks for stopping
Thanks
by,
for being
homie.
here.
Yeah, no, thanks
night,
for having
Xander.
me. This is a lot of fun. It's always great to talk about movies and talk about all the context surrounding them,
Especially from another universe.
especially from another universe.
Especially from another universe.
We have your at Hockey in the Box tab down there at Jack in the Box.
Yep.
Do you want to elaborate on where they can look for you?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so you can find me at Jack in the Box, JAQUE in the box, primarily on Twitch, soon to be also on Kick. You can probably type that into Google and find me in a couple other places, but I'm not as active.
All right.
All right. Thank you, sir. It was great.
Yeah, no, this is always a pleasure. Always glad to be on.
All right. See you downstairs.
Okay. Well, it is Sparks' turn for the book club this week, but he has revived. Sparks,
I've revived everyone.
take it away.
Y'all, we're talking about more Indiana Jones, and of course it is Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis. This is written by let me see here because it changes issue by issue. So the story is by Hal Barwood and Noah Falstein, and it's a written adaptation by William Messner Loebs on issue number 1. Issue number 2 is written by Dan Barry and William Messner Loebs. And then we pull up issue 3. Sorry, friends. That's all. Issue 3 is also Dan Barry with Loebs, and Mike Richardson steps in for Dan Barry on issue 4. So that's how the writing broke down. And you got pencils by Dan Barry and ink by Carl Kessel. And this is an adventure that was a video game and then adapted into this comic book story.
I played 2 hours of the video game today.
The video game was very well regarded, and so they made this comic out of it. And it's all about this quest to find Atlantis and in competition with the Nazis and all this really wonderful stuff. And to be honest with you guys, after last week, when I started reading this, I was like, oh my God, I'm so happy that we're reading a different Indiana Jones comic, because I'll play my stuff out right now. That I love this. I thought this was great. I thought all the notes that we said didn't work in the previous one, to me, are great here. I hear Indiana Jones in most of this writing. I really like the art throughout. I like the characterizations. I like the relationship dynamics. This feels like an Indiana Jones adventure. I feel like I could see the movie here.
Mm-hmm.
I took so many photos,
I did too.
Honestly, too many, because I feel like they captured so many great ideas and moments. I love that Marcus is such a present part of this story.
Yep.
I think that really helps a lot. I like our Nazi villains.
Yep.
I like our female companion, especially because she's not overly sexualized by Jones.
Sophie Hopgood.
Yeah. And I like her part in the story and her history with Indy. I think it all works. So I just want to hear what you guys have to say about this.
I'm just going to bounce off you because I'm right next to you. I also love this. It's... I hear Harrison Ford. I hear Indiana Jones in every single panel.
Yeah.
I think the art is awesome, and it's, even though it's different artists, like it's consistent. It's consistently good. It really feels like just a classic. Like this just could have been like this movie could have come out in 1993, and it's just the next adventure. And I really, really like Sophie as a character.
Yes.
I think she has a lot of Helena energy, to be honest. I felt a lot of Dial of Destiny kind of from like this a little bit. I'm like, this is like the soft idea. I think it's great. It inspired me to play the game. I played 2 hours of it, and it's very much the same thing. Just like a point and click adventure by the Monkey Island team, LucasArts. Yeah, this is really good. This is just a lot of fun.
Ben?
I'm pretty much going to echo almost everything Sparks and Ryan are saying, because this felt like the Indiana Jones comic book we should have read last week.
I wanted to pick it, but he wouldn't let me.
I called dibs.
You would think that Indiana Jones, like with all the movies we only have 5, but you would think Atlantis would be a very easy Indiana Jones thing to do. Like Indiana Jones finding the lost city of Atlantis. It's Atlantis. It's that fabled city and that fabled continent. But I love what this book does, and I don't know if it's just because, like, even with the Disney film Atlantis Lost Empire, we see Atlantis as this great ancient high civilization that had technology beyond us. While I was reading this book and I was seeing like the little, like the Oriculum or Orchulum or however the hell you pronounce it.
Orichalcum, because that's how they said it in the video
Orichalcum?
game.
Okay. But when you have those like little devices, I'm just like, this is just like, this reminds me so much of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom with the ancient Zonai devices and everything.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. And as I'm reading this, I'm like, this is like, yeah, I hear Harrison Ford. I love the companion, how she's like a con lady, how she used to be an archaeologist as well. And she went to conning people because she's a woman and women aren't really respected in the field.
Mm-hmm.
And just like you guys said, she's not like Indiana Jones, unlike, what's her name in Temple of Doom?
Willie,
thank you. Like Willie, Indiana Jones isn't trying to get in her pants. He's just like, hey, this is my colleague. We're just going on an adventure together. Shit's gonna happen.
He definitely tries to get in Willie's pants.
No. He's saying in this, she's not.
In this one, he's not.
Oh, I see. It's fine. I liked it more than last week's. I think the writing is quicker. I think I get a little lost in some of the paneling as it skips around quite a bit. I don't 100% agree that I hear Harrison Ford a lot here. Sometimes it's more here than it was in the previous book, which I will acknowledge. There's just too many terms of the time that we never hear Indiana say in the movies that he says in this book. Makes me feel like they don't really have a grasp of Indiana Jones and are just kind of making action hero of the 1930s.
Mm-hmm.
I grant that, like, there are times when he's using those specific terms you're referring to, and I'm like, I don't really feel it here, but like, the majority of the time, I was vibing it.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly enjoyed the story. I think this could very well. I get why this could have made a very good game. It feels like a condensed version of a video game. But yeah, for the most part, I found it fine.
I think it opens very strongly with him in him teaching, and he has Mr. Travis, who is like a recurring character who I quite like too. But he does like the arrowhead thing of like, tell me which one's the oldest one, and he's like, oh, it's this one. He's like, haha, this one is actually from 1911. Haha, fuck you, Travis. And
this one I made this morning.
Yeah, and I'm like, that's really that felt like an Indiana Jones thing.
I do want to say I want to add that I do like the art a lot. And the first issue is kind of when I was most interested in the book. I think the first issue is really well written, and then after that, the book starts to lose me.
Sure.
I really like Jerry, the student, as an addition. I really love when he comes in and saves Dr. Jones from getting shot, and he's like, Jerry, what are you doing here? And he's like, I had to talk to you about my grades. He's like, congratulations, kid, you're passed.
Yeah. Jerry constantly showing up again is so good. Yeah.
I just like that as like adding to his professor dynamic. I really enjoy.
It's a really good donkey. It's a really good donkey.
I think in general, like the art paneling, the coloring is very striking and strong.
They do this thing that's really awesome. And it's like they use the color blue. It's of course green screen, but there's specific panelings when characters are talking about Orichalcum or they're talking about Atlantis stuff, or they're being really interpersonal, where the paneling is blue, and it's just an artistic touch that happens every so often. I'm like, that's like a nice little touch that no one's really gonna pay attention. I thought that was great. Like, I thought this feels like high production. Like, they put a lot of effort into this one. I think the art is good throughout. I love the Atlantis designs, and again, we talked about in all the Indiana Jones movies, they all have like a cost of it, and like Atlantis was trying to make gods, make people, and they turned into mutants, and it destroyed their civilization because they were trying to play God. And I'm like, that's awesome idea. That even people with advanced technology, they're still people. They'll still make mistakes. I thought all that Atlantis stuff. The Zonai robot band. Oh, I love it. He crushed the Nazis. Love it. Here we go.
Not only that, what I also love is like you. Yeah, that was great. But also what I love is, like you said, everything has a cost. Where the Nazi scientist guy who was trying to find a way to make the atom bomb, that because he thought, I could be a god and use this Oriculum or the thing to make an explosion, and then he turns into. It's like while I'm watching this, it's like this reminds me so much of the end of Raiders and Crusade, where he turns into a horrible monster, and then his face just completely melts off, and I'm just like, yeah, that's what you get, Nazi scum. That's what you get.
That's what I wanted from Dial of Destiny. I wanted some goopy monster stuff.
I really love bits like Indy caught in the geyser, and he's like, pull me out, pull harder. I thought that's very classic Jones. I love Marcus getting hit on by the lady.
Yes,
who's like,
I have so much love to give.
I have so much love to give, and Marcus just being like, oh dear. This felt like a very good Marcus comedy.
There's a guy who works with them for a second. This guy.
Yes.
And he puts them on a hot air balloon, and as they're rising up, he's like, wait, you forgot something in India. And it's like, my wallet. And he's like, not to worry, I just took a small service fee. Bon voyage. And I'm like, that felt like a classic Indiana Jones moment. Like, he has a cool companion, but he has to hustle him. Like a lot of great little side character stuff. Again, Sophie is so fun. I love her. Her being like a famous psychic when she used to be
and when she really like deeply connects with the necklace, she's like, I am to be the vessel of this god, and like gets obsessed with it and needs to get separated from it. But like that's where the psychic connection has been coming from this whole time. Thought that was a really good reveal.
Yeah.
They tie in the idea that the labyrinth of the Minotaur is attached to this Atlantis thing, and I thought that was very good, like a really cool little like Indiana Jones mythology exploration thing. The German doctor at one point refers to him as Dr. Illinois Jones, and I thought that was funny.
I took it, Dr. Illinois Jones, I'll wager. Good stuff.
Yeah, I
got this. This is Indiana Jones talking to our bad guy. You're a snake, Kerner, popping out of the dark hole, sneaking up on your prey. Anyone can tell you, I hate snakes. Love it.
I thought that was a good way to reference the snake stuff.
Yeah.
I just it could be also just like having had the one we did last week and then looking at this and like two different Indiana Jones comics, and I'm like, this is far more in the vein of what I wanted. And I think the adventure is there. I think the mythology is there. The exploration, the humor, the action is all playing for me, and the character beats. And I think the art is gorgeous.
Yeah,
I really do, for the time period especially. I think like it's just very striking, very beautiful.
I really like the final panel. It's back home, and Mr. Travis, the college guy, he just won a football game, and Sophie's like, don't worry, my psychic days are behind me. And then Travis brings her the game-winning ball. For you, Miss Hapgood, the game ball. Gosh, how'd you know they were going to make that play? And he's like, Sophie. Yeah. It's like, because she rigged the game, basically. I'm like, that's fun. That's fun.
Also, there's this bit where they're leaving on the one side, and he wants to make sure that the Nazis can't follow them, so he sends the whip through the doorway and wraps it around the mouthpiece so that he can break it. And I thought, that's a really cool use of Indy's whip.
Yeah.
I really, really appreciate that.
Yeah.
That's just a fun, different thing than just like whipping people.
This is just beautiful paneling. Just like, I think it's great. Just a great
art. Doing the history story of what Atlantis did.
So much good shadow work in this
and again, like, I think the art is, oh my god, and it's so bloody when like they put the Auricacalum into the robot thing that just like crushes like 4 Nazis all together at once, and like their blood all spurts out. I'm like, oh my god.
Love it.
The graphic art on both Nazi people thinking, like, especially the second guy who's like, if I'm wearing the necklace, it'll be different for me.
Yeah.
I think it's all just very, very striking, very good. I like the look of it.
I love the ooey gooeys. Yeah.
I felt very solid about it. I had a good time.
I agree.
Okay. Anything else from anyone?
Nope. Indiana Jones. I think, unless we have. Oh, you guys have more Indiana Jones to do. Never mind. I was gonna say Indiana Jones is over, but we got more.
No, yeah, we do. I was leaving it open for Ben if you wanted to add anything more, because he. Okay. Well, it is Ben's book club next week. So Ben, do you know what it is?
Yes, I do. It is going to be Secret Invasion by Brian Michael Bendis and Leinil Francis Yu.
Okay, there you go. Secret Invasion to tie into the currently running Secret Invasion TV series. So we'll be one up on the creators of that show, because they didn't read the comic either.
They didn't need to.
Didn't the showrunner admit that at one point he did, even though they told him not to?
Oh,
I read that.
Oh, I don't
it
know.
doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It was just a joke. Okay, so that does it. But as Ryan alluded to, that the Indiana Jones fun is actually not going to stop, because there are a few other Indiana Jones things we're going to do. As I said, we're going to finish up the miscellaneous episodes, talking about the next 3 MacGuffins, including the Dial of Destiny, the Antikythera. and then Real Score. Real Score. There's going to be a few Real Score episodes on Indiana Jones, so there will be more Indiana Jones to come. Stay tuned.
I want to do 10 episodes on Dune.
Okay.
Okay. Let's do it.
I just want to. It's just gonna be me going, dude. Dune 10-hour chapter. Yeah,
Dude.
Hey man, I'm up for anything. You want to do whatever? Let's do it.
I can't afford 10. I can only do one.
Next week, however, we will be returning to the Mission Impossible franchise with Mission Impossible Rogue Nation and Mission Impossible Fallout.
I don't know why, but Rogue Nation is one of the movies I'm very excited to see.
That is good. That's why.
Not Fallout?
Fallout's good.
No.
They're both good.
No, I'm excited to see Fallout, but for some reason I'm like, oh yeah. I don't know why, but just the title of Rogue Nation, like, ooh,
Oh, sure.
that's
It
spicy.
sounds cool. It's cool,
Yeah,
man.
it does sound really cool.
Can't fight the friction.
Of course, the previous Mission Impossible discussions are available in our Cinephiles if you want to go check them out. The third and fourth discussion being in our description right now. Guys, thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for watching the Rewind, the live show. We love it. Thank you. Check out, like this video, subscribe to this channel. Ben, is there somebody sick on your end of this?
No, that's just my fiance blowing her nose.
Rouge Nation. Mission Impossible. Rouge Nation.
I think he's talking about rogues.
He is. But
Rogue Nation. Rouge
Yeah.
Nation.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Cool. So, guys, like this video, subscribe to this channel. You can check out all sorts of shows, such as Conversation. I am behind on Conversation. I'm so sorry. It was a rough week, so I didn't get the latest episode out, but it will be out this week, and it'll be with Rachel Strange from the Narrative Labyrinth podcast. So stay tuned for that. That'll be a lot of fun. Thank you. Check out. What was that?
That was my phone.
Oh, okay. Check out Fichtner's Watch. There's plenty of Fichtner's Watch episodes you can check out, such as our currently going Star Trek: Strange New Worlds Season 2, newest episode in the description below. Basement Arcade has 2 parts for the Steam Next Fest, where you guys talk about a bunch of things. You want to talk about those again?
It's a bunch of demos.
There are a bunch of demos.
bunch of indie
I
demos.
think it's a lot of fun. There's no game in that I didn't think seemed cool. So like worth checking out if you're interested.
Stop on by.
Go check them.
Video games.
I don't think I brought this up at the beginning. I think I forgot to mention that the Fake Nerd Book Club episode that I recorded with Travis Alexander for Star Trek Discovery Aftermath is in the description below. Fake Nerd Book Club is kind of back. It's just me doing some Star Trek comic books with some friends. We did the kind of proto proof of concept comic book that would later become Strange New Worlds. Interesting book. That's linked below. Animation Station, The Real Score, and Miscellaneous. You can also check out on this channel. Miscellaneous newly in video, so you can actually check it out on this channel if you're watching this on the video feed. Of course, Miscellaneous latest episode, the Sankara Stones, is in the description below. New episodes coming soon. You can find us on Patreon and TeePublic if you'd like to support us financially. We greatly appreciate all the help. Where you can find all the things that I've listed on our website, which is also linked below at fictorpodcast.com. Check it out. New website. My blog is updated. I'm working on Ben's blog, so keep going back. It keeps updating.
I also want to shout out just everybody here for we've been working on a lot of stuff, and I just want to highlight that we successfully put out at least one episode from every show that is an Animation Station or The Real Score in the last 2 weeks, sometimes more than a single episode. So good on everybody. Great job.
Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Grayson Live, thanks so much for the show. Have a great 4th, you too, sir. No Mag today. Interesting.
It is 1 a.m.
Living life.
Oh, but normally he's here in the beginning, then we lose him later. Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, thank you to everyone who listens to the show. Thank you to everyone who watches the show, and thank you to everyone who watches the live show. We greatly appreciate all of your support. Thank you to Jeremy Vellucci, who did the music who did all the music you heard here tonight, as well as all the music for every single one of our shows, including our new Miscellaneous intro. And you can find him hosting The Real Score. New episodes coming soon. You can find him on Instagram at Jeremy Vellucci _ Wreck of Time, which is his band. You can find his podcast, Suburban Proctologist, on Instagram at Subproc Podcast or Facebook.com/Suburban Proctologist Official. Thank you to Mike Patola, who has We've archived the episode in the description below where we did the Mike's Impossible Trivia Challenge for Raiders of the Lost Ark. You can check out. There is plenty of Mike Batola stuff you want to check out. Please do. He's a cool guy. He's helped us with some logos, and he has collaborated with us many times. You can find him at TikTok and Instagram at Mike Matola. You can find us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Well, Twitter, kind of. On Fickner Podcast at all the social medias. FicknerGuys@gmail.com. If you'd like to get in touch with us personally, I'm at BT McClure on Instagram and Twitter. I also write for CBR.com, where there's plenty of articles you can find. AtomicGeekdom.com and KaijuRamenMedia.com, where I'm also the editor, the website editor. Ben, where can people find you?
Well, on Tuesday, during a certain federal holiday, you can find me relaxing at a friend's pool at BenMagnet27, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and you can also find me writing for Fusion Gaming Magazine, GoNintendo.com, Old School Gamer Magazine, and playing Mary Frankenstein in Dean Dark. The newest episode should be coming out this Wednesday. I'm 90% sure that's going to happen, but if it's there, sweet. If not, just give it a little time. We'll put it up. Don't worry.
Sparks, where can people find you?
You can find me playing the part of friend in the friends pool statement that Ben said before at Sparks Witty on Instagram and Twitter, SPRKZ Witty.
Ryan?
Hey, you could find me getting home to my own party late because I work every holiday that's not Christmas or Thanksgiving at DJ Tony Snark 616. But I'm happy that you'll be coming over and I can see you anyway. So it's gonna be great.
Subscribe to us on iTunes, Stitcher, Google Play, TuneIn, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Amazon Music and Podcast, and Pandora. Rate and review. Just like us, and all your podcatcher of choice. Find us, subscribe to us, rate and review wherever you get us. Greatly appreciate it. Like this video, subscribe to this channel. Until next time, really do that. Like this video, subscribe to this channel. It helps a lot.
Hey, subscriber count's back on the creep up. I saw it.
That's true. Until next time we see us, guys. Stay fake nerds.
Heart.